In the heart of Europe, amidst familiar landmarks, lie 15 ancient structures that challenge modern science and leave archaeologists bewildered. Mysterious stone circles, whose age is counted in thousands of years, still guard their secrets like silent sentinels of forgotten knowledge. What compelled our ancestors to build these monuments with such precision? Many of these structures are shrouded in legends about their unearthly origins, with ancient castles and towers said to have been built by beings with supernatural abilities. How else can we explain the perfect alignment of countless blocks without the use of modern technologies? In the ruins of these enigmatic places, archaeologists continue to find artifacts that do not fit into Europe's official history, as if someone deliberately left us messages from the past that we have not yet been able to decipher. Stone labyrinths and walls, created by unknown masters of the past, demonstrate a level of engineering skill that seems impossible for their time. Some of these structures are oriented with such precision towards the stars that even modern architects with their computer technologies would envy. What did the ancient builders know, and why was this knowledge lost? Perhaps the answers lie in the stones themselves, silently guarding their thousand-year-old secrets. However, not only continental Europe preserves its secrets. Insular England has given the world, perhaps, the most famous and mysterious megalithic complex known as Stonehenge. This ancient stone circle, whose age exceeds 4,500 years, continues to evoke awe and reverence in everyone who finds themselves in its presence. Imagine massive stone monoliths weighing up to 26 tons, some of which were transported from distances of over 240 kilometers. How could people of the Bronze Age, without wheels or draft animals, move these colossal boulders across hilly terrain, forests, and rivers? Modern experiments have shown that even with the use of primitive wooden sledges and logs, such an operation would have required the efforts of hundreds, if not thousands of people. But the most astonishing mystery of Stonehenge is not its construction, but its purpose. The arrangement of the stones demonstrates an extraordinary understanding of astronomical cycles. On the summer solstice, the first rays of the rising sun pass precisely through the central arch, falling on the so-called altar stone. Where did our ancestors acquire such profound knowledge of the movement of celestial bodies? Some researchers assert that Stonehenge was an ancient observatory, allowing the prediction of solar and lunar eclipses. Others see it as a place for rituals and ceremonies connected to the cult of the ancestors. Still others view it as a gigantic calendar marking the change of seasons. But there are even bolder theories. What if Stonehenge was an ancient instrument for communicating with other worlds or dimensions? Local legends speak of nights when the stars take a special position and the stones begin to resonate, emitting a low humming sound that can be felt throughout the body. Studies of the acoustic properties of Stonehenge have shown that the stones indeed possess unique sound characteristics capable of amplifying certain frequencies. For what purpose did the ancient builders need these acoustic effects? Perhaps to create a special psychological state among the participants of the rituals, or for something even more mysterious. The mystery is further complicated by recent archaeological discoveries in the vicinity of Stonehenge. Modern scanning methods have revealed under the ground dozens of previously unknown structures, from small pits to massive wooden constructions that have been hidden from sight for thousands of years. These discoveries suggest that Stonehenge was only the central part of a much larger ritual landscape that stretched over many kilometers. Each new season of excavations brings new questions and not answers. Why did the builders of Stonehenge choose this particular place? What do the strange spiral patterns discovered on some of the stones mean? What connection exists between Stonehenge and other megalithic structures in Britain, such as Avebury or Callanish? Some researchers have discovered that many ancient stone circles in Britain are located on straight lines that intersect the island and form a complex geometric network. Coincidence? Or evidence of the existence of an ancient system of communication or energy lines of which we have long forgotten? In the early morning, when the first rays of the sun touch the ancient stones of Stonehenge, it is easy to imagine thousands of years ago, people gathered here to witness the moment of the connection between the earthly and the heavenly. But the true purpose of this mysterious place probably will forever remain a secret, hidden in the depths of the ages. If we travel even further north, To the very edge of the British Isles, we will discover no less mysterious megalithic structure, the Callanish Stones. Situated on the western coast of the Isle of Lewis in Scotland, these ancient monoliths have stood for around 5,000 years, silently observing the changes of epochs and civilizations. Imagine a harsh northern landscape pierced by winds from the Atlantic, low grey clouds, and amidst this harsh grandeur, a circular stone and rows of massive slabs arranged in the form of a gigantic Celtic cross. The main stone of the complex rises 4.5 meters above the ground, like an ancient sentinel, guarding long-forgotten secrets. Local legends say that these stones are nothing but petrified giants who refused to accept Christianity and were turned into stone by Saint Kieran. Other tales tell of a night when the moon is in a special position. The stones come to life and descend to the nearest stream to quench their 1,000-year thirst. Has anyone ever witnessed this extraordinary event? The local residents smile knowingly, but maintain silence. What does modern science say about this mysterious complex? Archaeologists have established that the Callanish stones were erected in the late Neolithic or early Bronze Age, around the same time as the famous Stonehenge. Unlike its southern counterpart, Callanish has been preserved much better and may contain more keys to understanding its purpose. Researchers have found that the main line of stones is precisely aligned with the direction of the moon's rise and set during a rare astronomical event that occurs every 18.5 years. At this moment, the moon seems to dance on the horizon, creating the illusion that it is sliding along the peaks of distant hills. Is this precise astronomical alignment a coincidence? Or did the ancient builders possess deep knowledge of the movements of celestial bodies, which we are only now beginning to rediscover? What is even more intriguing is the fact that if you look at the southern row of stones from a certain point, their silhouette exactly repeats the outlines of a mountain range on the horizon. Some researchers suggest that the Callanish stones were a unique three-dimensional star chart laid out on the Earth's landscape. But why did our ancestors need to create such a complex system? Perhaps for predicting seasonal changes, critically important for survival in the harsh climate of the Outer Hebrides? Or for deeper, ritualistic purposes connected with the cult of their ancestors and the transition between worlds? Excavations conducted in the 19th century revealed that under the central stone was a burial chamber with the remains of human bones, burned to a white ash. This fact only adds to the mystical aura around Callanish. Was it a temple of death and rebirth, where secret rituals of transition were performed? The local peat bogs have preserved evidence that during the time of Callanish's construction, the climate was significantly milder and the surrounding landscape was more forested. What compelled the ancient inhabitants of these places to invest enormous resources in creating such a monumental structure? Some theories link Callanish with ancient migration routes of maritime peoples, for whom these stones could have served as navigational beacons or sacred places marking important points of their journeys. Other researchers draw attention to the unusual acoustic properties of the complex. In certain places between the stones, the human voice acquires strange, almost otherworldly overtones, and rhythmic impacts create complex sound patterns that reflect off the stone surfaces. Were these acoustic effects used to create special altered states of consciousness among participants in ancient rituals? And perhaps the most intriguing mystery of Callanish is its connection to other megalithic structures on the British Isles. Computer modelling has shown that Callanish, Stonehenge, and dozens of other ancient stone circles form a complex geometric network on a map, as if the ancient builders followed some grand plan covering thousands of square kilometres. How could scattered Neolithic tribes coordinate their actions with such precision? Or is this geometric network simply a product of our imagination, striving to find order in the unknown? Standing among the silent stones of Callanish at twilight, when the boundaries between heaven and earth blur, and the stars begin their slow dance on the horizon, you can't help but feel the presence of something greater than what can be explained by scientific terms. Perhaps this sense of connection with something eternal and incomprehensible was the true purpose of the ancient builders. We can only make guesses, while the stones continue to keep their secrets, patiently awaiting the day when humanity is ready to understand them. But the further we advance in our studies of ancient megalithic structures, the more mysteries arise before us, as if slowly lifting the veil over an ocean of unknown knowledge, which our ancestors possessed. If we continue our journey through the mysterious places of the British Isles, we will inevitably find ourselves on the northern coast of Ireland, where nature has created one of the most amazing and mystical spectacles on the planet: the Giant's Road, or the Giant's Causeway. Imagine 40,000 perfectly matched hexagonal basalt columns descending from the cliffs directly into the stormy waters of the North Channel. Each of these columns is as if carved by an invisible sculptor, their geometric forms so perfect. On foggy days, when the sea mist envelops this place, a truly mystical feeling arises, as if you are on the border between our world and some other dimension. The sound of waves breaking against ancient rocks seems like the whisper of winds trying to reveal their secrets. Official geology explains the origin of this phenomenon as an eruption of an ancient volcano around 60 million years ago. Molten basalt lava, coming into contact with cold seawater, hardened, forming the characteristic hexagonal structures as a result of what is known as columnar jointing. But can we explain this wonder of nature with dry scientific terms when standing at the edge of this stone road disappearing into the sea? It is not surprising that local legends offer a much more poetic explanation. According to ancient Irish traditions, this road was built by a mighty giant Finn McCool, a legendary warrior and sage whose name is shrouded in myths and legends. It is said that Finn built this road to reach Scotland and fight another giant, his sworn enemy, Benandonna. According to one legend, seeing the size of his opponent, Finn fled back to Ireland, destroying the road behind him so that the Scottish giant could not pursue him. In another, more cunning version, Finn's wife disguised him as a child, and when the Scottish giant saw the enormous size of the child, he was terrified and fled back, destroying the bridge over the sea. What is remarkable is that on the Scottish island of Staffa, there actually exists a similar basalt formation called Fingal's Cave, named after the same mythical hero. Is this a coincidence? Or did ancient people, observing similar geological structures on opposite shores of the sea, create a legend to explain this phenomenon? Modern researchers have discovered that the basalt columns of the Giant's Causeway possess extraordinary acoustic properties. If you strike certain rocks, they produce a melodic sound reminiscent of the sounds of ancient musical instruments. Did the ancient Celts use these natural organ pipes in their rituals? Some archaeologists suggest that this place could have been the center of spiritual practices connected to the cult of the earth and the sea. Other researchers draw attention to mysterious symbols etched but still visible on some of the columns. These petroglyphs, resembling spirals and concentric circles, are characteristic of Neolithic art in the British Isles. But what do they mean? Maps of the starry sky, a symbolic representation of the flows of energy from the Earth. Or, as some alternative researchers suggest, are they the unique signatures of ancient masters who created this structure? Indeed, there exists a completely heretical theory from the perspective of official science that the Giant's Causeway is not a natural formation, but the result of the work of a highly advanced ancient civilization with technologies for stone processing that we are only beginning to understand. Supporters of this version point to the remarkable geometric precision of the hexagonal columns and their almost perfect fit to each other. Could nature create such perfection of form? Or is there a rational design behind it? Another mystery of the Giant's Causeway is what is called the Organ of the Giant, a group of basalt columns of different heights arranged at the base of the cliff. If viewed from a distance, they indeed resemble the pipes of a giant organ. But the most amazing thing is that these columns are arranged in a sequence that, with the wind of a certain strength and direction, produces a low droning sound that travels for many kilometers around. Is this a coincidence? Or did the ancient builders possess knowledge of acoustics that allowed them to create this natural musical instrument? Local fishermen tell stories that on certain days, when the full moon reflects in the waters of the bay and the sea breeze barely touches the surface of the water, one can hear a strange melody coming from the basalt columns, as if the giant Finn McCool himself is playing ancient Celtic tunes on his stone organ. Geologists assert that this is merely the result of the interaction of wind with the empty spaces between the columns. But does a scientific explanation diminish the wonder of this natural symphony? What else makes the Giant's Causeway even more intriguing is that it lies on the same line as other ancient megalithic structures in Ireland and Britain, forming a unique energetic meridian stretching across the islands. Researchers of ancient geomancy of the art of reading the energy lines of the Earth assert that in these places there occurs a powerful release of telluric energy, which the ancients could sense and use. Many visitors to the Giant's Causeway note unusual sensations: dizziness, ringing in the ears, sudden flashes of intuitive understanding, or even visions of the past. Self-suggestion? Or is the boundary between worlds indeed becoming thinner? What other secrets does this amazing place hold? Why, on a full moon, do the basalt columns seem to glow from within with a faint blue light? Why do compasses and other electronic devices often malfunction in certain points of the Giant's Causeway? And why, despite the constant influence of the Atlantic storms, these stone structures maintain their geometric precision over millions of years? Standing at the edge of this amazing stone road disappearing into the sea, one cannot help but wonder, what if the legends are not lying? What if behind the dry geological explanations lies something greater? Ancient wisdom, lost knowledge, a connection to forces that modern science is only beginning to understand. And while the waves of the Atlantic crash against the basalt columns, and the wind sings its eternal song among the stone hexagons, the Giant's Causeway continues to keep its secrets, waiting for those who can decipher them. But perhaps the greatest wisdom lies in simply accepting this wonder of nature, or the creation of the ancients, as it is, beautiful, mysterious, and incomprehensible, just like life itself. If the Road of the Giants impresses us with its monumental grandeur, then the following enigma, which we must tell, captivates us with the delicate refinement of human genius embodied in stone. Let us travel north to the shores of the Baltic Sea, to the island of Gotland, the Pearl of Sweden, where natural beauty coexists with one of the most mysterious archaeological finds of Northern Europe. Ancient stone labyrinths known to local residents as Trojan fortresses or Jungfrau dances of virgins. Imagine this: on the wind-swept coastal cliffs, among the heather and low-growing pines, there are laid out intricate spiral patterns of labyrinths, the age of which, according to scientists, may reach 3,000 years. In total, more than 50 such structures have been discovered on Gotland, more than anywhere else in the world. Each labyrinth presents a complex system of concentric circles with a single winding path leading from the entrance to the center. The stones from which they are laid are not held together by any mortar. They simply rest on the ground, defying storms and time over the course of millennia. In the foggy days when the milk-white mist envelops the coast and the waves of the Baltic crash against the ancient rocks, these stone patterns seem to be drawn by an unknown hand at the boundary between worlds. Remarkably, official archaeology has not yet been able to provide a definitive answer to the question of what the purpose of these mysterious constructions was. Who created these complex stone patterns on the edge of the Earth, facing the boundless sea? Some researchers believe that the Gotland labyrinths had ritual significance and were connected to ancient fertility cults. According to this theory, the winding path of the labyrinth symbolized the path to rebirth, and the ritual of walking through it was a unique journey of the soul through death to a new life. Others see in the labyrinths astronomical instruments, unique calendars that allowed the ancient inhabitants of the island to track the movement of the sun and determine important dates for the agricultural cycle. Notably, many labyrinths are oriented in such a way that on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, the sun's rays illuminate certain sections of the stone spirals, creating a striking play of light and shadow. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect is the connection of the Gotland labyrinths with maritime legends and beliefs. Local fishermen, until the beginning of the 20th century, performed special rituals at these ancient structures before setting out to sea. They believed that the spirits of the labyrinths could bring a successful catch and protect from storms. According to ancient legends, if one walks along the spiral path of the labyrinth in the correct direction and at a certain time of the day, one can trap evil spirits of the sea, bringing storms and shipwrecks. Ethnographers have recorded an amazing custom. Fishermen, walking through the labyrinth, left small offerings in its center: coins, pieces of amber, sometimes fishing hooks, as gifts to the sea deities. And what if these labyrinths were indeed unique portals? places of power where the thin boundary between our world and the world of spirits became particularly permeable. Some researchers of paranormal phenomena assert that in the center of the Gotland labyrinths, unusual electromagnetic fluctuations can be recorded, not characteristic of the surrounding area. Was it a coincidence that the ancient builders chose precisely these places for their mysterious constructions? Or did they possess knowledge of geomagnetic anomalies, which modern science is only beginning to understand? A special mystery is presented by the fact that similar labyrinths have been discovered in the most distant corners of the planet, from Scandinavia to India, from Russia to Peru. How can we explain such a striking similarity of constructions created by peoples who, it would seem, could not have had contact with each other? Some researchers see in this evidence of the existence of an ancient global civilization that passed its knowledge to various cultures. Others suggest that the form of the labyrinth is an archetypal symbol, arising in human consciousness independently of cultural context, a unique reflection of the structure of our mind or even the universe. Especially intriguing is the double labyrinth in the village of Viby, a unique construction consisting of two connected spirals forming a figure reminiscent of the symbol of infinity. Astronomers have discovered that the arrangement of the stones in this labyrinth with remarkable accuracy reflects the configuration of certain constellations visible over Gotland during the winter solstice. A coincidence, or evidence of the deep astronomical knowledge of the ancient inhabitants of the island? Linguists who study ancient runes have made an even more astonishing discovery. On some stones of the Gotland labyrinths, faint runic inscriptions have been found, so weathered that they are practically impossible to read completely. However, the deciphered fragments speak of a path to the stars, gates between worlds, and the dance of 9 worlds, concepts surprisingly consonant with the cosmology of the ancient Scandinavians, who represented the universe as a system of 9 interconnected worlds connected by the world tree Yggdrasil. No less intriguing is the acoustic aspect of the Gotland labyrinths. Researchers who conducted experiments with sound waves in these ancient structures discovered that certain sections of the labyrinth possess unique acoustic properties. If one stands in the center of the labyrinth and speaks in a certain tone, a resonance effect is created and the sound is amplified, giving the impression that the speaker is surrounded by an invisible choir of voices. Were these acoustic properties used in ancient rituals? Were the labyrinths unique sound chambers that amplified the effects of hymns and incantations? Local legends tell of strange sounds that can be heard from the labyrinths on certain nights of the year, especially during the summer solstice, resembling distant singing or whispering in an unknown language. A rational explanation speaks of the wind playing among the stones, but is that really the whole truth? Or in these special moments, does the boundary between the past and the present, between our world and the world of spirits, become thinner? Another remarkable feature of the Gotland labyrinths is their geometric precision. Despite the apparent simplicity of the construction, creating a correct labyrinth requires a deep understanding of the principles of geometry and mathematical proportions. How could the ancient inhabitants of the island, without modern measuring instruments, create such perfect geometric figures? Some researchers suggest that the builders of the labyrinths used a simple but effective system of ropes and pulleys, allowing them to mark correct circles and spirals. Others see in this evidence of lost knowledge passed down from generation to generation through secret societies or priestly castes. And finally, the most intriguing question: why did Gotland become the center of these mysterious constructions? What is special about this Baltic island that attracted the ancient builders of labyrinths? Geologists note that Gotland is located at the intersection of several tectonic faults, creating a unique geomagnetic field. Astronomers point to the special position of the island, making it an ideal place for observing certain astronomical phenomena. And researchers of ancient cults speak of Gotland as an island of gods, a sacred place where, according to Scandinavian sagas, mythical creatures, the elves, dwelled, guardians of ancient knowledge. Standing at the edge of one of these ancient labyrinths, when the Baltic wind rustles the hair and the cries of the seagulls merge with the roar of the waves, one cannot help but wonder how many more mysteries these silent stones hold. How many generations of people have walked along the winding paths of the labyrinths, seeking answers to eternal questions about life, death, and their place in the boundless universe. And perhaps the main value of the Gotland labyrinths is not in their practical purpose, whatever it may have been, but in the fact that they make us think about the thin thread that connects us with our distant ancestors. People who, like us, looked at the stars and sought their path in the labyrinth of existence. But the ancient stone labyrinths of Gotland are just one of the many mysteries that this land holds. The ancient stone labyrinths of Gotland are just one of many mysteries that this land holds. Let us now transport ourselves to a completely different era and landscape in the magnificent Alps, where among the snow-capped peaks and emerald valleys stands one of the most enigmatic structures of Central Europe, the Castle of Hohenwerfen. Imagine this. On the summit of a sheer cliff rising 80 meters above the valley of the river Salzach, as if growing out of the mountain itself, stands a medieval fortress whose stern walls conceal secrets that have not been deciphered to this day. The first mentions of the castle date back to the 11th century, when the Archbishop of Salzburg ordered the construction of an impregnable fortress to protect the southern borders of his domains. Over the centuries, Hohenwerfen served not only as a military outpost, but also as a residence for archbishops, a prison for notable criminals, and a hunting lodge. However, behind the official history of the castle lies something far more intriguing: its underground tunnels stretching deep into the rock on which it stands. According to ancient chronicles, there exists an entire labyrinth of tunnels, passages, and chambers beneath the castle, many of which remain unexplored to this day. Local legends tell of secret passages leading from the castle to neighboring mountains and even to Salzburg itself. What makes the underground chambers of Hohenwerfen truly enigmatic are the artifacts discovered there during restoration work in the 1960s. In one of the walled-off rooms, accidentally opened by workers, objects were found that, seemingly, could not have been in a medieval castle. Among them were metallic plates with engravings depicting objects remarkably similar to modern aircraft. Fragments of an unknown mechanism consisting of intricately shaped gears and several crystals of unusual shape, with symbols carved into them, not corresponding to any known ancient script. Official science offers a rational explanation. These objects may have ended up in the castle much later than its construction, possibly in the 18th or 19th century, when alchemy and occult sciences flourished in Europe. However, this explanation does not account for one important fact. The room where the artifacts were found was walled off and sealed in a manner characteristic of the 13th century, and the seals bore the coat of arms of the Archbishop of Salzburg, who ruled during that period. How could objects technologically advanced by centuries end up in a secret chamber sealed in the 13th century? Some researchers propose a bold hypothesis. It is possible that in medieval Salzburg, there existed a secret society possessing knowledge and technologies far surpassing the general level of development of that epoch. In favor of this theory are strange entries in the diaries of some archbishops, where mention is made of masters of hidden knowledge and keepers of heavenly secrets, whom the Church protected. Of particular interest is the diary of Archbishop Leonhard von Kochach, dated to the year 1499, where he describes a meeting with a certain Master Wilhelm, who showed him a device that allowed one to see distant places without the need for physical movement. Was this a primitive prototype of a telescope, or some other optical device invented 100 years before the official date of creation of similar devices? Even more mysterious are the parchments found in the same secret chamber. Most of them are written in Latin, but with the use of a complex cipher that modern cryptographers have only partially deciphered. The deciphered fragments contain descriptions of astronomical observations of extraordinary accuracy, mathematical formulas ahead of their time, and strange mentions of celestial chariots and star messengers. One text speaks of people coming from beyond the sky to share wisdom with the chosen ones. Is this a metaphorical description of angels, characteristic of medieval religious literature, or something entirely different? The inhabitants of the Salzach Valley have passed down legends from generation to generation about strange fires that can sometimes be seen above the castle on moonless nights, fires that move against the wind and sometimes hover motionless above the highest tower. Skeptics explain this as atmospheric phenomena characteristic of alpine valleys, But those who have seen these fires up close assert that they move with too much purpose to be a natural phenomenon. Intriguing is the fact that the castle archives contain records of observations of these fires dating back to the 14th century, long before such phenomena became a subject of scientific interest. Particularly mysterious is the story of the subterranean lake, said to exist deep beneath the castle. According to the legend, it is inhabited by a strange creature, something between a giant salamander and a human, which the archbishops kept in captivity and fed with condemned criminals. This sounds like a typical medieval horror story, but in the 1980s, a group of speleologists actually discovered a complex system of subterranean water bodies beneath the castle, and in the sediments on the bank of one of them, they found strange traces that do not correspond to any known animals of this region. As for the supposed secret passages leading from the castle, one of them was accidentally discovered in 1999 during construction work in a village located 3 kilometers from Hohenwerfen. A narrow tunnel, cut into the rock at a depth of 15 meters, led in the direction of the castle, but its further exploration was halted due to a collapse of the rock. Analysis of the methods of rock processing in the tunnel showed that it was created in the 13th or 14th century, during a period when the construction of such underground structures was an extremely complex engineering task. Why was it necessary to create such a long and technically complex secret passage? What needed to be hidden, or, conversely, what needed to be secretly delivered to the castle? Perhaps the most intriguing mystery of the Castle Hohenwerfen is associated with the so-called Black Library, a collection of rare books and manuscripts that, according to historical documents, was stored in the castle until the 16th century and then disappeared without a trace during the peasant uprising of 1525. Descriptions of this library mention texts in unknown languages, books from heaven, and manuscripts containing knowledge dangerous to the uninitiated. Some researchers believe that the library was not destroyed but hidden somewhere in the castle's underground chambers and is still waiting to be discovered. Each stone of this ancient fortress seems to hide its own secret. Each dark corridor may lead to the solution of another mystery. Despite all the research and excavations, the Castle Hohenwerfen continues to keep its secrets, occasionally lifting the veil of mystery only to plunge us back into the depths of conjecture and speculation. Looking at its stern walls rising above the valley, as if a sentinel of another time, one cannot help but ask, what else is hidden in its underground chambers? What knowledge was accessible to those who lived here centuries ago? And are not the strange artifacts found in the castle's secret chambers the key to understanding our past, which may turn out to be much more complex and mysterious than we are accustomed to think? The Château de Hohenwerfen is just one link in the mysterious chain of ancient secrets that shroud Europe. Let us now travel south to sunny France, where on the picturesque hills of Provence, one of the most extraordinary archaeological enigmas of the continent lies hidden: the Bruzan dolmens. Imagine this. Amidst olive groves and lavender fields, bathed in the golden light of the southern sun, colossal stone structures stand as silent sentinels of time, having endured 5 millennia. These megalithic tombs, constructed from gigantic stone slabs weighing tens of tons each, are not only impressive in their size, but also in their inexplicable precision. The stone blocks are perfectly fitted together without the use of any binding material, and the structures are oriented with remarkable astronomical accuracy. The main dolmen of Bruzan, known as Pierre de Fay, or the Stone of the Fay, consists of 7 massive vertical slabs supporting a horizontal roof slab weighing more than 80 tons. How could ancient builders, without wheels, metal tools, or mechanical lifts, transport and install such colossal stones? This question has not yet found a satisfactory answer for archaeologists and engineers. Official science suggests the use of primitive wooden rollers, levers, and thousands of human hands. But mathematical calculations show that even with such an approach, the task seems almost impossible for the technological level of the Neolithic era. What makes it even more intriguing is the fact that the Bruzan dolmens were built with extraordinary astronomical precision. The main axis of Pierre de Fay perfectly aligns with the direction of the sunrise on the winter solstice, and the smaller dolmens form a complex geometric system reflecting the positions of key stars and constellations. How could people living 5,000 years ago possess such deep astronomical knowledge without telescopes and mathematical instruments? And why did they invest so much effort and knowledge in creating burial structures? Radiocarbon analysis of human remains found inside the dolmens confirms their age to be around 5,000 years. However, the strangeness lies in the fact that the stone constructions themselves look much older than the burials within them. Some researchers propose a daring hypothesis. Perhaps the dolmens were originally built not as tombs, but for some other, more complex purpose, and were only later converted into burial sites. The strange symbols and petroglyphs carved on the inner surfaces of some dolmens add another layer of mystery. Spiral patterns, zigzag lines, schematic starry sky images. These symbols are found not only in Bruzan, but also on megalithic structures throughout Europe, from Ireland to Malta. How can we explain this uniformity of symbolism among peoples separated by hundreds and thousands of kilometers in an era when travel was extremely difficult? Does this not indicate the existence of some common culture, or at least a shared religious tradition that encompassed a significant part of prehistoric Europe? The acoustic properties of the Bruzan dolmens add yet another layer of mystery. Inside the main dolmen, even a quiet sound acquires strange resonant qualities, and at certain frequencies, a phenomenon of standing waves occurs, where the sound seems to materialize in the air, creating almost tangible vibrations. Modern acousticians who have studied this phenomenon have concluded that such properties could not be accidental in the construction of the dolmen. The proportions of the chambers and even the material of the stones were specifically chosen to create this effect. But why did the Neolithic builders need to create structures with such complex acoustic characteristics? Local legends, passed down from generation to generation, tell of strange fires sometimes seen around the dolmens on moonless nights, and of inexplicable sounds coming from within the stones. Skeptics attribute these stories to a rich imagination and natural phenomena. But what is intriguing is that similar legends are associated with megalithic structures around the world, from Stonehenge to the pyramids of Central America. Are these coincidences pointing to some real, but still unexplained by science, phenomenon? Another mystery of the Bruzan dolmens is related to the material from which they were built. Geological analysis showed that the massive stone slabs were quarried in a quarry located more than 30 kilometers from the construction site. The ancient builders would have had to overcome several hills and river valleys, transporting stones weighing tens of tons. How was this technically possible without wheeled transport and draft animals? Some researchers suggest that the stones could have been transported on snow or ice using primitive sleds. But climatic studies show that in the Neolithic era, the climate in this region was even warmer than it is now, and prolonged snow periods were extremely rare. In 1999, a group of archaeologists discovered under one of the smaller dolmens a strange artifact, a small plate of an unknown metal alloy with symbols engraved on it, reminiscent of constellations. Metallurgical analysis showed that the alloy contains elements that were only used in metallurgy in the 19th century of our era. How could such an object end up under a structure built 5,000 years ago? Official science suggests that the plate could have been accidentally dropped or lost during more recent excavations. But a thorough study of the soil layers around the site of discovery did not reveal any signs of disturbance. What is even more mysterious is the fact that the arrangement of the symbols on the plate corresponds to the real arrangement of stars on the sky about 12,000 years ago, long before the assumed time of construction of the dolmens and even before the beginning of the developed human civilization in this region. How can we explain this coincidence? Perhaps the Bruzan dolmens are much older than we assume, or their builders possessed astronomical knowledge far surpassing their era. Local residents tell of strange phenomena occurring around the dolmens during the days of the solstices and equinoxes. According to their words, on these days, inside the main dolmen, a unique light effect occurs. A beam of light, passing through a narrow slit between the stones, successively illuminates various symbols carved on the inner walls. Skeptical scientists long considered these stories to be a fabrication until a group of astronomers documented this phenomenon in 1989. It turned out that the light projection does indeed occur, but only on the winter solstice and only under certain atmospheric conditions. Computer modelling showed that 5,000 years ago, when the dolmens were built, this effect should have been much brighter and more frequent due to a different inclination of the Earth's axis. Was this light phenomenon deliberately designed by the ancient builders? And if so, what significance did they attribute to this occurrence? The Brusen dolmens hold many more secrets waiting to be revealed. Each stone of these ancient structures, warmed by the southern sun, seems to whisper to us stories from the depths of time. Stories of people possessing knowledge and skills that we still cannot fully understand and explain. Looking at these silent megaliths, one cannot help but ask, what else do we not know about our ancestors? What knowledge has been lost over the centuries? And are not these stone giants the key to understanding our past? A past that may be much more complex and mysterious than described in history textbooks. Brusen's dolmens are just one of many enigmas scattered across Europe. Let us transport ourselves to the harsh and mysterious Scotland, where among the misty moors and majestic mountains lies a secret known to few, even among historians. In the heart of the Scottish Highlands, in the Glenmore Valley, lies Loch Oich, a dark mirror of water, surrounded by ancient forests and silent mountains. Its cold waters have long held a secret, only accidentally revealed in 1983, when an unusually hot summer led to a significant drop in the lake's water level. What was revealed to the eyes of the local residents was astonishing even to the seasoned Scottish mountaineers. The tops of massive stone structures, clearly of human origin, emerged from the water. Further research by a team of archaeologists from Edinburgh University revealed a complex of megalithic structures under the waters of Loch Oich. Stone circles, roads, and foundations of strange pyramid-like structures, with no equivalents in Celtic or Pictish architecture. Particularly intriguing was the so-called underwater circle, a circle of 13 vertical stones, each about 4 meters high, surrounding a central altar stone of unusual shape. Radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found among the stones showed that the structures were around 7,000 years old, making them significantly older than the Egyptian pyramids and even the famous Stonehenge. But how can this be explained, given that there is no mention of these grand structures in any historical chronicle or Gaelic legend? Geological research showed that the water level in the lake rose approximately 5,000 years ago, possibly due to tectonic changes or climatic shifts. This means that the complex was submerged long before the advent of writing in this region, and any memory of it could have been preserved only in oral traditions, which over time were lost or transformed beyond recognition. Even more intriguing is the arrangement of the underwater structures. Computer modelling showed that the main axis of the underwater circle is precisely oriented towards the point of sunrise on the summer solstice 7,000 years ago. Moreover, the arrangement of the auxiliary stone circles and roads forms a complex geometric system that, according to some researchers, reflects the position of certain constellations in the night sky of that period. How could the ancient builders achieve such remarkable accuracy without any astronomical instruments? And why did they need to create such a complex astronomical observatory? Special interest is presented by the strange symbols found on some of the underwater stones. These petroglyphs, preserved due to a protective layer of ice, do not resemble any known systems of ancient European writing. Spiral patterns, concentric circles, and mysterious zigzag lines resemble more a mathematical code than traditional religious symbols. Professor Ian Macpherson, a leading epigraphist at Edinburgh University, conducted a comparative analysis of these symbols with ancient writings from around the world and discovered an astonishing similarity with symbols found on artifacts from the Vinca culture, which existed on the Balkans around 7,000 years ago. But how can this connection between the Scottish Highlands and the Balkans be explained in such a distant epoch, when, according to traditional historical views, contacts between such distant regions were minimal or non-existent? Another mystery of Loch Oich is the material from which some elements of the underwater structures were made. While most of the stones are local granite, the central altar stone of the underwater circle and several other key elements of the complex were made of basalt, a volcanic rock, the nearest natural deposits of which are on the island of Skye, 150 kilometers from Loch Oich. How could these heavy stones have been transported over mountains and lakes in an era when there were no wheels, roads, or draft animals? Even more strange is the fact that microelemental analysis of the basalt showed that it originated not from the island of Skye, but from a region that is now under the waters of the North Sea and was submerged due to the retreat of glaciers around 8,000 years ago. Does this mean that the stones were quarried and transported even before the submersion of this territory? Acoustic research conducted using specialized underwater equipment revealed another remarkable feature of the underwater circle. It turned out that under certain conditions, such as strong northwest winds, water passing between the stones creates low-frequency vibrations that resonate with the natural frequency of the stones, producing a strange humming sound audible even on the surface of the lake. Local residents have long known about this phenomenon. Loch Oich is sometimes called the Singing Lake, or the Lake of Whispering Spirits. However, only modern acoustic research showed that this effect is not accidental. The arrangement and shape of the stones are apparently specifically designed to create this acoustic phenomenon. Why did the ancient builders need to create such an acoustic effect? Some researchers suggest that the complex may have been used not only as an astronomical observatory, but also as a kind of sound resonator for ritual purposes. It is known that many ancient cultures attributed special significance to sound in their religious practices, considering certain tones and vibrations capable of changing the state of consciousness and establishing a connection with the spiritual world. Could the builders of the underwater complex at Loch Oich have possessed advanced knowledge in the field of acoustics and astronomy, which we traditionally do not associate with cultures of the Stone Age? In 1999, a group of geophysicists studying the bottom of the lake using a georadar discovered an even more enigmatic structure under the underwater circle. A system of underground chambers and tunnels leading deep into the rocky bottom of the lake. Due to technical limitations and the complexity of underwater archaeological work, these underground structures remain unexplored to this day, giving rise to numerous speculations and hypotheses. What secrets are hidden in these underwater chambers? Are they just storage rooms, burial chambers, or did they serve some other, more mysterious purposes? Local folklore preserves vague mentions of underwater dwellings of an ancient people and a sunken country to the north of Glenfinnan. But how much of these legends reflects real historical events and how much is a product of popular fantasy remains unclear. Another intriguing aspect of the mystery of Loch Oich is the strange effect that, according to some researchers and divers, is experienced by those who spend a long time near the underwater structures. Professional divers participating in archaeological expeditions reported unusual sensations, altered perception of time, strange visual effects, and even brief hallucinations, especially when inside the underwater circle. Skeptics explain these phenomena as the effect of nitrogen narcosis, a known effect that occurs during deep dives. However, the strangeness lies in the fact that similar sensations were experienced even by those who used special gas mixtures, excluding the possibility of nitrogen narcosis, and even by those in boats directly above the stone structures, but not diving under the water. Could this be related to some geomagnetic anomalies in this area, or to the peculiar properties of the stones themselves? In the 2010s, an international expedition using new equipment for underwater archaeology discovered among the stones of the underwater circle several artifacts that further complicated the mystery of Loch Oich. Among the finds were stone spheres of ideal spherical shape, covered with strange geometric patterns, and a small statue made of an unknown black material, depicting a human figure with a disproportionately large head. Laboratory analysis showed that the stone spheres were made of local granite, but the degree of polishing and geometric precision of the sphere required tools and technologies that, according to traditional views, should not have existed 7,000 years ago. Even more enigmatic was the black statue. Spectral analysis showed that it was made of a material containing carbon in a crystalline form, reminiscent of modern composite materials. How can the presence of such technologically advanced artifacts in the Neolithic context be explained? The submerged ruins of Loch Oich continue to keep their secrets, challenging our understanding of the technological capabilities of ancient people and the level of development of prehistoric civilizations. Each stone of this enigmatic complex, submerged in the cold waters of the Scottish Lake, seems to whisper to us, your history is incomplete. Your knowledge of the past is limited. We are witnesses of times of which you are not even aware. And looking at these silent megaliths, one cannot help but ask, how many more such testimonies of ancient knowledge and technologies are hidden under the waters of lakes and seas, in impassable jungles and deserts, waiting for their time to turn our understanding of human history upside down? If the secretive mysteries of Loch Oy remain hidden from the eyes of the majority of people, then another, no less enigmatic attraction of antiquity is accessible to anyone who visits the quiet coastal region of Brittany in France. Here, washed by salty Atlantic winds, stand the silent witnesses of a long-gone epoch, the magnificent stones of Karnak, one of the most grandiose megalithic complexes in the world. Imagine more than 3,000 vertically installed stones arranged in perfectly straight lines stretching for several kilometers across fields and hills. Some of these menhirs reach 6 meters in height and weigh more than 50 tons. They have stood here for 6,000 years, silently observing the change of civilizations, empires, and epochs. The morning mist, spreading between the rows of these stone giants, creates almost a mystical atmosphere, as if you have stepped over an invisible boundary between the present and the distant past. The first scientific studies of the Karnak stones began in the 18th century, but even now, this monumental complex still raises more questions than answers. Who and why created these perfectly aligned stone alleys? How did the prehistoric builders, without metallic tools, wheels, or draft animals, manage not only to quarry the stones, but also to transport and install thousands of multi-ton megaliths? And what is the meaning of this grandiose stone composition, the creation of which, according to archaeologists' estimates, should have taken at least 3 to 4 generations of ancient builders? Traditional archaeology offers several theories about the purpose of the Karnak stones. According to one of them, it was a huge burial complex associated with the cult of ancestors. Another theory considers the stones as a boundary of sacred territory or a ceremonial path for religious processions. A third hypothesis links them to ancient beliefs about fertility and agricultural cults. However, all these explanations do not answer the question of why such grandiose structures, requiring colossal labor, were created to achieve these goals. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Karnak stones is their astronomical orientation. Detailed studies conducted in recent decades have shown that the arrangement of the main lines of menhirs corresponds to important astronomical orientations, such as the points of sunrise during the solstices and equinoxes, as well as some lunar cycles. Moreover, computer modeling has shown that if the entire complex is viewed from the height of a bird's flight, the arrangement of the stones forms a unique map of the starry sky as it was 6,000 years ago. But how could the ancient builders, presumably without writing, possess such accurate astronomical knowledge? And why did they need to materialize these knowledge in the form of thousands of multi-ton stones? Professor Jean-Pierre Lamarck, who has been studying the Karnak stones for more than 30 years, proposed the hypothesis that the complex served as a kind of astronomical observatory and calendar, allowing the ancient inhabitants of Brittany to accurately determine the onset of seasons for agricultural work. However, other researchers point out the excessive complexity of such a system for simply determining the seasons, which could be achieved with much simpler constructions requiring significantly fewer labor costs. The technology of installing these giant stones also remains a mystery. Experimental archaeology has shown that even with the use of wooden rollers, levers, and primitive ropes for transportation and installation of a single large menhir, it requires no less than 200 people. Considering that the population of Neolithic Brittany was relatively small, the question arises, how could small communities of hunters-gatherers and early farmers mobilize such labor resources over many generations? What motivation stood behind this colossal project? Another mysterious aspect of the Karnak stones is their acoustic properties. In 2012, a group of researchers from Princeton University discovered that under certain atmospheric conditions, especially during calm dawn hours, between the rows of menhirs, a unique acoustic effect occurs. Sounds pronounced in certain points of the complex are amplified and resonate, giving the impression that the speaker is surrounded by invisible interlocutors. Moreover, ultrasound scanning has shown that many stones have internal cavities and cracks arranged in such a way that at certain vibrations they can amplify sound waves of certain frequencies. Is this a coincidence or the result of a deliberate selection of stones with special acoustic properties? Local folklore preserves many legends about the Karnak stones. According to one of them, these are petrified Roman legionaries, turned into stone by St. Cornelius for persecuting Christians. Another legend says that the stones are ancient gods who descended to earth and froze in anticipation of the end of times. But the most intriguing legend is about the singing stones. According to it, on certain nights of the year, especially during the solstices, the stones begin to vibrate and emit a low humming sound, as if conversing with each other in a long-forgotten language. Remarkably, modern acoustic studies partially confirm this legend, showing that under certain atmospheric conditions and temperature fluctuations, some menhirs can emit sounds due to the microscopic expansion and contraction of cracks in the stone. Separate attention deserves the strange symbols and petroglyphs found on some of the Karnak stones. These are spirals, concentric circles, zigzag lines, and schematic drawings resembling snakes or waves. For a long time, it was believed that these images belonged to later epochs than the megaliths themselves. However, new dating methods have shown that many of them were created simultaneously with the installation of the stones. Particularly enigmatic is the so-called stone with a map, a flat menhir on the surface of which a complex system of lines and points is carved, resembling a map of the starry sky or, according to some researchers, a schematic representation of the coastline of Brittany, as it was before the rise of the sea level at the end of the last ice age. If the latest interpretation is correct, this means that the creators of the Karnak stones could have possessed cartographic knowledge, which traditionally is considered an achievement of much later civilizations. In recent years, an increasing number of researchers are inclined to think that the Karnak stones could have served not one, but several purposes simultaneously: as an astronomical observatory, a ritual complex, an acoustic laboratory, and a means of transmitting knowledge to subsequent generations. This multifunctionality could explain the colossal labor costs for the creation of the complex, as it represented not just a temple or a cemetery, but a center of life of the ancient society, a place where all the most important aspects of its existence were concentrated. But even this complex theory does not answer the main question. From where did the Neolithic inhabitants of Brittany acquire such complex astronomical, acoustic, and possibly cartographic knowledge? Were they the result of thousands of observations and experiments passed down from generation to generation? Or, as some more daring researchers suggest, could these knowledge have been inherited from some even older, now completely disappeared civilization? The Karnak stones continue to keep their secrets, challenging our understanding of the capabilities of ancient people and the level of development of prehistoric societies. They stand, silent and enigmatic, under the Breton sky, as if waiting for humanity to finally be ready to understand the message encrypted in their arrangement and symbols. And looking at these ancient megaliths, one cannot help but ask, what else do we not know about our distant ancestors? What other secrets do these silent witnesses of long-gone epochs hide from us? And how many more such enigmas are scattered around the world, waiting for their researcher who will finally decipher their ancient code? Traveling along the traces of ancient mysteries, it is impossible not to notice how frequently megalithic structures are found along the coasts of Europe, as if ancient builders were striving to create an invisible network of stone lighthouses connecting the continents. Let us now travel from the foggy Brittany to the northern shores of Scandinavia, where among the green hills and cold fjords, another mysterious testament to the skill of our ancestors lies hidden: the magnificent stone ship of Arle, located in the province of Skåne in southern Sweden. Imagine a 67-meter-long, perfectly crafted stone construction, embodying the form of an ancient ship, frozen in time, like an ossified phantom of a Viking longship, ready to set sail at any moment and embark on its final voyage across the waves of eternity. 59 massive boulders, the tallest of which reaches 3.5 meters, form an impeccable contour of the ship, oriented from northwest to southeast. When the morning fog dissipates between these ancient monoliths and the first rays of the sun paint their surfaces with golden hues, a nearly mystical sensation is created, as if standing on the border of two worlds, our own and that of the souls of the ancient Scandinavians. The cold granite of these stones, polished by millennia of rain and wind, harbors secrets that modern science has yet to decipher. The first archaeological investigations of the stone ship of Aelle began in the late 19th century, but scientists have not yet reached a consensus on its true purpose and exact age. Radiocarbon analysis of organic materials found among the stones indicates a period between the 5th and 6th centuries of our era, preceding the classical Viking period. However, some elements of the construction and orientation of the structure suggest that its foundation could have been laid significantly earlier, possibly during the Bronze Age, around 3,000 years ago. Is the stone ship of Aelle not the result of a multi-generational evolution of a sacred place, where each generation added new elements to the existing structure? Professor Magnus Eriksson of Lund University, who has devoted more than 20 years to the study of the stone ship of Aelle, proposed a hypothesis that this structure served as a complex burial complex for the ancient Scandinavian elite. In the central part of the ship, archaeologists discovered traces of cremation and fragments of richly decorated artifacts, which seemed to confirm this theory. However, the size and complexity of the structure significantly exceed the needs of even the most elaborate burial ritual. Why create such a grand monument if its function was limited to burial ceremonies? One particularly intriguing aspect of the stone ship of Aelle is its astronomical orientation. Detailed mapping and computer modeling have shown that the line passing through the central axis of the structure accurately points to the point of the sun's rise on the winter solstice. Moreover, if an observer stands in the stern of the ship, the sun will rise exactly over the bow of the stone vessel on the summer solstice. Is this coincidence? Or did the ancient builders deliberately orient their creation along the most important astronomical directions? And if so, how did they achieve such accuracy without modern instruments? Dr. Helge Svensson, an astronomer-archaeologist from the University of Copenhagen, suggests that the stone ship of Aelle may have served as a unique observatory, allowing the ancient inhabitants of Scandinavia to track the movements of celestial bodies and determine the key dates of the agricultural calendar. The form of the ship is not accidental, she asserts. In Scandinavian mythology, the ship symbolized a journey between worlds, and the sun was seen as a celestial vessel, daily traversing the sky. By creating the stone ship, the ancient builders may have sought to materialize this cosmological concept, creating an earthly reflection of the celestial order. However, even this theory does not explain all the mysteries of Aelle. In a detailed acoustic study conducted in 2014, it was discovered that the stones forming the contour of the ship possess unusual resonant properties. If struck in a certain sequence, an effect of standing waves is created, where sound does not disperse but concentrates in the central part of the structure, giving the impression that it emanates from beneath the earth. Local legends, passed down from generation to generation, tell of the singing stones of Aelle, which in certain nights of the year, especially during the solstices, begin to vibrate and emit a low, humming sound, reminiscent of a distant choir. It is intriguing that modern acoustic studies have partially confirmed the possibility of such a phenomenon under certain temperature conditions, as the stones can indeed resonate, creating unusual sound effects. No less mysterious are the strange symbols found on some of the stones of Aelle. These are spirals, concentric circles, and lines resembling primitive star charts. For a long time, it was believed that these petroglyphs were created significantly later than the structure itself. However, the latest dating methods have shown that many of them are contemporary with the main construction. Particularly intriguing is the so-called Sailor's Stone, a massive monolith in the bow of the ship, on the surface of which a complex system of lines is carved, resembling a schematic representation of the constellations of the Northern Hemisphere. If this interpretation is correct, then the creators of the stone ship of Aelle possessed astronomical knowledge traditionally considered the achievement of much later civilizations. In 2018, An international group of archaeologists using non-invasive archaeological methods, georadars and magnetometers, discovered that beneath the stone ship of Allah lies a complex system of underground structures, chambers and tunnels, forming a labyrinth, the purpose of which remains a mystery. Some of these underground chambers are located directly under the central stones of the ship and, apparently, were constructed in such a way as to enhance the acoustic effects on the surface. But who created this complex underground system? And what role did it play in the rituals conducted at the stone ship? Local folklore has preserved numerous legends about the stone ship of Al. According to one of them, this petrified ship is the vessel of a sea king who dared to challenge the gods and was punished for his pride. Another legend tells of the stones being warriors turned to stone by an evil witch, awaiting a hero who could break the spell. But the most intriguing legend is about an underground nation. According to it, beneath the stone ship lies the entrance to an underground kingdom, where beings reside, keeping ancient knowledge and secrets of the universe. In certain nights of the year, the legend says, the boundary between worlds thins, and then one can hear the voices of these beings emanating from beneath the earth. It is astonishing how this ancient legend echoes with the modern archaeological discoveries of the underground structures beneath the stone ship. Coincidence? Or a reflection of real knowledge passed down through generations in the form of myths and tales? The stone ship of Ale continues to keep its secrets, challenging our understanding of the capabilities of ancient people and the level of development of prehistoric societies in Northern Europe. It stands silent and enigmatic under the Scandinavian sky, as if waiting for humanity to finally understand the message encoded in its stones and symbols. And standing among these ancient monoliths, feeling their cold, silent presence, one cannot help but ask, how many more such mysteries are scattered around the world, waiting for their discoverer? What other secrets do these silent witnesses of long-gone epochs hide from us? And what else do we not know about our distant ancestors, whose technological and intellectual achievements may have been far more impressive than we are accustomed to believe? Perhaps stone ships like Ale are not just monuments to ancient gods or sleeping chieftains, but unique messages left for us by our predecessors, encoded communications that we have not yet learned to read. Traveling from the cool fjords of Scandinavia to sunny Italy, we find ourselves in Liguria, where mysterious dolmens, massive stone constructions, lie hidden on the green slopes of the mountains. These stone portals, like sentinels on the border of worlds, evoke genuine interest and awe in researchers and local residents. They believe that the dolmens are not merely remnants of ancient architecture, but magical passages leading to other realities and dimensions. Imagine, enormous stone slabs, weighing sometimes several tons, are precisely laid one on top of another, forming structures resembling vaults, under which rituals connected to worshipping gods or ancestors may have taken place. Archaeologists are convinced that these dolmens were built more than 4,000 years ago, during a time when humanity was just beginning to master the art of construction. But how could our ancestors create such grand structures using only primitive tools? How did they manage to move stones of such size without modern technologies? These questions remain unanswered, plunging us into an atmosphere of mystery and bewilderment. Some researchers suggest that the dolmens of Liguria served as burial structures, containing the remains of high-ranking individuals, while others are interested in their astronomical orientation. For the dolmens are often aligned with significant astronomical events, such as equinoxes and solstices. In this context, the question arises, did the ancient builders strive to connect the earthly and heavenly realms, creating a sacred space for communion with the gods? Professor Elisa Laurenti, a leading archaeologist working in this region, proposed a theory according to which the dolmens could have played the role of unique observatories, allowing the observation of celestial bodies and marking important agricultural cycles. However, even this version does not explain all the mysteries. Why are some dolmens located in remote places far from any known ancient settlements? What could have attracted our ancestors to these seemingly random points on the map? In local legends, the dolmens are described as gates to the world of spirits, where beings possessing knowledge of life and death reside. It is said that at certain nights, one can hear the whispers of ancestors echoing from these stone constructions. And at such times, the boundary between worlds becomes particularly thin. Remarkably, such myths intersect with modern discoveries. Some dolmens indeed possess unique acoustic properties, creating an effect where sound, produced inside, seems to be amplified, as if echoing from another dimension. It seems that these stone constructions were not merely built for practical needs, but to serve as a link between our world and the world of spirits. However, with each new investigation, more questions arise. In 2020, a series of non-invasive analyses were conducted, revealing the presence of underground chambers beneath some dolmens, but their purpose remains a mystery. Why did our ancestors create such complex constructions? What rituals were performed here? And what secrets were they trying to preserve? Local residents, passing down their legends about the dolmens from generation to generation, continue to believe in their magical power and connection to the otherworldly realm. One of the most famous legends states that the dolmens are inhabited by the spirits of those who were once buried there, and they protect the locality from evil spirits. But how do these myths relate to scientific discoveries? Perhaps the dolmens of Liguria are not just monuments of ancient architecture, but unique repositories of knowledge that humanity gradually forgets. All the discoveries made in the surrounding areas only fuel interest in these enigmatic structures. With each new discovery, we get closer to understanding, but unfortunately, many questions remain unanswered. We can only hope that future technologies and research will help unravel the mysteries of the dolmens of Liguria and allow us to glimpse into the distant past, when these stone portals may have indeed served as gateways to other worlds. Standing amidst these massive constructions, one cannot help but ask, how many more mysteries, hidden in the shadows of everyday life, are waiting to be discovered and understood, revealing that the ancient people were not just builders, but also keepers of hidden knowledge about our place in the universe. Transitioning from the enigmas of the dolmens of Liguria, we find ourselves in the heart of Portugal, where one of the oldest cromlechs of Europe, Almedrech, is hidden. This mysterious complex, older than the famous Stonehenge, seems to hold the secrets of ancient civilizations, of which we know so little. Located on picturesque hills, the cromlech of Almedrech consists of several dozen large stone blocks, meticulously arranged in a circle, and its grandeur strikes the imagination. Each stone here appears to be imbued with history, and one might imagine that they could reveal more about their creators than we can currently conceive. Local legends tell of living stones, which, according to tradition, are able to move at night, as if coming to life under the light of the moon. How could it be that stones, standing motionless on one spot for centuries, if not millennia, suddenly begin to live? This enigma gives rise to many questions. What if the ancient builders indeed possessed knowledge of the forces of nature, allowing them to interact with stones on a level that contemporary scientists can barely imagine? Some researchers suggest a theory according to which cromlechs like Almedrech were used as astronomical observatories, enabling the ancients to observe celestial bodies and predict important events in the life of society. However, even this version does not explain all the peculiarities. Why are cromlechs located in such remote and inaccessible places, far from major settlements and roads? Could they have served as places of worship or rituals in which only the chosen ones participated? What role did these living stones play in the lives of those who created them? Ancient traditions speak of the fact that before major events, such as solar eclipses or changes of seasons, the inhabitants of the villages would gather at the cromlech to listen to the whisper of the stones, which, in their opinion, communicated the will of the gods. It is interesting that in some places, strange acoustic phenomena were indeed observed. The sound produced inside the cromlech seemed to be amplified many times, creating the impression that the stones were communicating with those who came to them in search of wisdom. This connection between man and stone, possibly, was not just a cultural or religious phenomenon, but something much deeper, which remains beyond our understanding to this day. In recent years, the cromlech of Almedrech has become the object of attention for archaeologists and historians, who are striving to unravel its mysteries. Scientific research, such as radiocarbon dating, has allowed it to be established that the construction was erected more than 5,000 years ago. But this only fuels the interest in it. What happened to this civilization? How did they disappear, leaving behind only these stone sentinels? Some researchers suggest that the cromlech may have served not only as a place of worship, but also as a repository of knowledge containing information about the calendar, astronomy, and cycles of nature. However, despite the efforts of scientists, many questions remain open. How could the ancient people create such structures with such astronomical precision? And what if the cromlech was not just an architectural marvel, but a kind of portal connecting different dimensions? These reflections on the enigmas of Almedresh lead us to new myths and legends that continue to live in the local communities. People still tell stories about how at full moon the stones begin to move, and the spirits of the ancestors come out to observe those who have come in search of answers. But how do these myths relate to the scientific approach? Perhaps the answer lies in the fact that the ancient people possessed knowledge that we have lost. And the cromlech of Almedresh is just one of many examples indicating that our history is full of secrets and unexplored paths leading into the depths of the centuries. And standing in the shadow of these ancient stones, one cannot help but ask, how many more such enigmas are hidden in the shadows of the ordinary world, waiting for us to decipher and understand that our history is full of mysteries and unknown paths leading into the depths of the centuries. Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of mysteries and secrets, we now find ourselves in Spain, at one of the most enigmatic fortress walls, known as Mur de Valbona. This ancient construction, towering against the backdrop of vivid Spanish landscapes, captivates the imagination not only with its size, but also with its mysterious origins, which remain unsolved to this day. Local residents tell extraordinary stories about the wall, claiming that it grows on its own, as if it were a living creature, which only fuels interest in this place. How could such a thing happen? How could a man-made architectural structure acquire life? And what is its true nature? There are numerous theories about the origins of Mur de Valbona, but none can provide a definitive answer. Archaeologists who have studied this object have not been able to determine the exact time of construction and its purpose. Some suggest that it could have been built during the Roman Empire era, while others link it to Arab influence in the Middle Ages. However, regardless of the diversity of theories, none of them explain the strange phenomenon reported by local residents. The wall, as if on its own, increases in height, and its stones, according to the stories, can change their position. How is this possible? It is possible that this is related to the peculiarities of the local landscape or natural phenomena, but many are inclined to believe that something mystical lies behind it. Some researchers even suggest that the wall could have been built using unknown technologies lost over time. But what if this is not just a myth, but a reflection of ancient knowledge about the interaction between humans and nature? We know that in ancient times, people often associated their constructions with natural forces and spirits, which could be perceived as a kind of magic. Each stone of this fortress wall, perhaps, hides not only material, but also a history full of mystery and secrets. Mur de Valbona, presumably, could have served not only as a protective structure, but also as a sacred place where rituals connected with changes in nature were performed. In some folk legends, it is mentioned that during a full moon, the wall emits strange sounds, and those who dare to approach can hear the whispers of ancient voices calling for the unraveling of their secrets. This connection between humanity and architecture, between natural phenomena and human culture, may indicate that we still cannot comprehend the full range of knowledge that was available to our ancestors. But what is the true purpose of this enigmatic wall? Why does it attract the attention of researchers and archaeologists eager to unravel its mysteries? Scientific methods, such as radiocarbon dating, have not yet provided clear answers, and even modern technologies, such as laser scanning, only partially lift the veil over this enigma. But even with the help of all these scientific achievements, we still remain with questions. What lies behind this phenomenon? What was the true purpose of creating Mur de Valbona? Perhaps this is just one of many mysteries waiting to be revealed. And standing next to this magnificent wall, feeling the coolness of the stones and the broadness of the wind, one cannot help but ponder how many more secrets are hidden beyond the limits of our understanding, how many stories await their telling, and how much we still do not know about our past. In the end, stories like this remind us that history is full of mysteries, and each of them is just a part of a great mosaic that perhaps, will one day reveal its secrets to us. Delving deeper into the world of ancient mysteries, let us now transport ourselves to France, to one of the most impressive megalithic structures, the Menhir de Champs-Dolent. This gigantic stone, weighing more than 300 tons, stands majestically amidst green meadows and ancient trees, as if guarding the secrets of long-gone epochs. But how could this have happened in those distant times, when technologies were far from modern, and people managed to move and install such a massive stone? How did they accomplish this task? These questions swirl in our consciousness, creating an atmosphere of mystery and enchantment. Historians suggest that menhirs like the Menhir de Champs-Dolent could have played a significant role in the lives of ancient societies. Perhaps they served as places of worship or symbols of power and unity. However, despite numerous studies, the mystery of their transportation and installation remains unsolved. How could our ancestors use primitive tools to lift and install such a colossal stone? Are there lost technologies of which we are unaware? Some archaeologists propose theories that menhirs could have been installed with the help of systems of levers and lifting mechanisms. But how this would have looked in practice remains a subject of debate. However, delving into this mystery, one cannot help but notice more mystical aspects. Local legends tell of menhirs being installed under the patronage of deities, whose power lay in their interaction with natural elements. In ancient times, people believed that such stones could accumulate the energy of the earth, and their installation was accompanied by certain rituals. Perhaps there is some truth in this. Some researchers even suggest that menhirs could have had astronomical significance, serving as markers for observing the sky and time. But how could ancient people know so much about the cosmos without modern means? Comparing the Menhir de Champs-Dolent with other megalithic structures such as Stonehenge in England or the Karnak stones in Brittany, we can notice a common motive: the desire to create something grand that could outlast centuries. But what were the true intentions of these builders? To whom or what did they pay homage? Some believe that menhirs were connected to ancient rituals of fertility, while others suggest they served as places for gatherings and important decisions. But all this information only adds fuel to the fire of our curiosity, leaving many questions unanswered. Standing at the foot of the Menhir de Champs-Dolent, feeling the coolness of the stone and the broad grass, one cannot help but ponder how many more secrets are hidden within this enormous stone. What was the true purpose of its creation? Why was it installed precisely here, in this picturesque place? And what else can similar structures tell us about the lives of our ancestors? Gazing at this monumental symbol, we realize that each mystery, like this one, is but a part of a much larger picture, which is still waiting to be revealed. And although modern technologies, such as laser scanning and archaeological excavations, can partially lift the veil over the mysteries of the past, the true nature of these mysteries often eludes our understanding. Perhaps it is precisely this that makes them so attractive. In the end, what do we know about those who left these traces in our world? How many more secrets are hidden beyond the limits of our perception, waiting for us to decipher them? And, looking at the Menhir de Champs-Dolent, we understand that history is full of unsolved mysteries, and each of them is but a part of a great journey that continues to this day. Continuing our journey into the world of ancient mysteries, let us turn our gaze to Italy, towards the enigmatic cave temples of Valle d'Iria. These subterranean cult complexes, carved into soft limestone, are remarkable for their extraordinary precision and architectural harmony. Each structure here, as if under a spell, embodies the spirit of antiquity and mysticism. But what could have driven people to create such complex and perfectly constructed temples? What were their intentions, and what secrets did they wish to preserve for posterity? These questions echo through the depths of these caves, creating an atmosphere of genuine mystery. The walls of the temples are carved with such precision that today's architects could envy the skill of ancient craftsmen. Despite all the achievements of science, we remain baffled. How could ancient builders without modern tools achieve such accuracy? Could they have possessed knowledge and technologies that have since been lost to time? Scientific research suggests that such structures, like the temples of Valle d'Iria, were likely used for rituals connected to the cult of deities, but their true purpose remains unclear. Some researchers speculate that these temples might have served as places for communion with ancestral spirits, or even as astronomical observatories. But how could this have been accomplished without precise instruments for measurement? Local legends tell of extraordinary phenomena that occurred in these sacred places, and of builders who possessed special knowledge about the interaction with natural forces. In this context, we can ask, did ancient people know something about the energy of the earth and its influence on humans, something that we are only beginning to understand today? As we delve into the caves, we can feel the cold air penetrate our lungs, and the silence fill the space, creating a sense of the presence of something otherworldly. It is as if the walls of these temples not only hide architectural secrets, but also ancient knowledge that has been lost over centuries. Many archaeologists studying these places note that their construction can be observed to contain traces of rituals related to fertility and worship of gods. But at the same time, questions remain. What specific rituals were performed here? What role did these temples play in the lives of ancient communities? Some of them propose theories that these temples could have been connected to astronomical events, serving as places for observing celestial bodies. But how could ancient people link their rituals to such phenomena, remaining confined to the limited technologies of their time? Research shows that some temples were oriented towards specific stars or solar events, raising even more questions. How could builders, without telescopes and complex astronomical calculations, achieve such precision? Standing on the threshold of these mysterious temples, we realize that each of these mysteries is just a part of a larger picture that is still waiting to be revealed. And although modern technologies can partially lift the veil over the secrets of the past, the true nature of these mysteries often eludes our understanding. How many more secrets are hidden beneath the earth, in the shadows of ancient stones and abandoned cult sites? Perhaps it is this very desire to unravel the unknown that makes us so curious and drives us forward in our quest for knowledge. In the end, every researcher who steps onto the path of unraveling these ancient mysteries must ask themselves, what do we truly know about those who left these traces in our world? And how many more mysteries await their discovery in the forgotten corners of the earth? Diving into the mystical world of the catacombs, let us direct our gaze towards the enigmatic catacombs of Domitilla, which are located beneath Rome. These ancient subterranean repositories are among the oldest and most extensive catacombs in the city, and their origins are shrouded in mystery. Constructed from soft tuff, they represent not only an architectural marvel, but also a significant historical artifact that can tell us about the early Christian communities. It is intriguing that the catacombs of Domitilla are older than the earliest written accounts of Christianity, which raises numerous questions. How could such complex structures have emerged at a time when Christianity was just beginning to form? What precisely motivated people to hide in these dark underground spaces, and what secrets could they have been hiding? This is not merely a question of time. It is also a question about the spiritual lives of those who sought refuge in these walls, where every stone and niche could have been a witness to their sufferings and hopes. Entering the catacombs, we feel the air growing cooler, and the walls, covered with the traces of time, seem to whisper about forgotten histories. Here, amidst the labyrinth of narrow corridors and burial niches, one can sense the spirit of antiquity. It is as if the very walls are imbued with memories of those who sought solace and salvation in these gloomy labyrinths. Local legends claim that not only burial rites but also secret gatherings of the early Christians, persecuted by the authorities, were held in the catacombs. But what exactly happened here? Were these merely simple gatherings, or did the catacombs serve as a place for more profound rituals, the nature of which modern man can only conjecture? Some researchers propose that the catacombs of Domitilla could have been used as unique astronomical observatories. How could this have been achieved? The complex systems of shafts and passages suggest that the ancients could have observed celestial phenomena, using these subterranean sanctuaries as unique windows into the cosmos. But how could people living at that time have linked their religious practices with astronomy? Questions abound, as do hypotheses about the role the catacombs played in the lives of early Christians. Some suggest that the catacombs could have housed not only the bodies of the deceased, but also ancient knowledge passed down from generation to generation. Perhaps these catacombs were places where wise men and priests gathered to discuss the mysteries of existence and predict the future. How could the preserved knowledge and rituals have influenced the lives of those who sought divine guidance in these dark corridors? What was their connection to the world of the living and the dead? These questions, despite all scientific research, remain unanswered, leaving only a shadow of bewilderment. As with the catacombs of Valle d'Itria, we encounter a contrast between the known and the unknown. Historians know of the existence of the catacombs and their significance, but no one can explain exactly how they were built and used. Some believe that these underground spaces contain something greater, a knowledge that we are just beginning to grasp, but may never fully comprehend. In these catacombs, where every step echoes the past, we feel that the solution to these ancient mysteries still lies beyond our understanding. But this is not the only mystery that Rome holds. Moving along the subterranean paths, let us turn our attention to other enigmatic artifacts that may shed light on the lives of ancient people. What else is hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be discovered? Perhaps each journey into this mysterious history is a step towards uncovering deeper secrets that await their time to be heard. How many more secrets are hidden in the shadows of our past, waiting for us to look into their mysterious world? Delving into the world of ancient mysteries, one cannot help but notice that Europe is not just a contemporary mosaic of cities and resorts, but a continent permeated with the mystique of forgotten civilizations. Each country, each city hides within it incredible stories that await their time to be told. Archaeological finds, enigmatic artifacts, and local legends create a unique atmosphere where the past and present intertwine, opening doors to a world full of mysteries. For example, we have barely scratched the surface of the catacombs of Domitilla and their secrets. But this is only the tip of the iceberg. What else might this ancient city conceal? How many undeservedly forgotten stories await their telling? Perhaps each of us feels drawn to these places, as if something unknown calls us to explore them more deeply. And indeed, such places as Stonehenge in England, or the mysterious megaliths in the Celtic world, only underscore the contrast between the known and the incomprehensible. How could such an advanced civilization as the ancient Celts leave behind only remnants of their knowledge? What significance did these monuments hold for their creators, and what did they intend to convey to posterity? These questions remain open, highlighting that even in our contemporary world, filled with technology and scientific discoveries, we still find ourselves only scratching the surface of understanding ancient mysteries. And if you have ever stood before a historical monument, feeling the spirit of time penetrating you, you understand that each such encounter is an opportunity to touch something truly great and mysterious. We thank you for joining us on this journey through the traces of ancient civilizations. Do not forget to subscribe to our channel, like our videos, and share your thoughts in the comments. Which building or place would you like to see with your own eyes? We invite you to our next episode, where we will continue exploring the mystical corners of our world, filling it with new mysteries and discoveries that await to be unraveled. How many more secrets are hidden in the shadows of our history, waiting for us to look into their mysterious world?
In the shadows of the majestic jungles of Central America, among the desolate plateaus of the Andes, and in the depths of North American canyons, mysterious structures challenge our understanding of history. America, a continent that many consider young, yet harbors ancient secrets that modern archaeology often finds powerless to unravel. Imagine pyramids towering above the green sea of tropical forests. Their purpose remains shrouded in mystery. What compelled ancient builders to create these colossal structures with such remarkable precision? Or the subterranean tunnels stretching for kilometers beneath the earth, known only to indigenous tribes who passed down this knowledge from generation to generation. Who and why created these underground labyrinths? And the giant stone heads of the Olmecs, seemingly fallen from the sky, with features unlike any known local population. How to explain the extraordinary architectural coincidences among civilizations separated by thousands of kilometers of impassable jungles and mountain ranges? Before you are not mere fancies and fantastical theories, these are real structures, many of which are recognized by official science, but their true purpose remains one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. Among the countless mysteries of the New World, one stands out as particularly enigmatic, a puzzle thrown at us across millennia. The messages from the sand, lines visible only from the sky. On the arid plateau of Nazca, in Peru, where time seems to have stopped, gigantic drawings sprawl across the surface of the Earth with such precision that one can only grasp the scale of this creation by ascending high into the sky. Imagine colossal images of monkeys, birds, spiders, and mysterious geometric figures, some of which reach 300 meters in length, having been hidden in the silence of the desert for centuries, unnoticed until the first airplanes appeared in the 20th century. How could the creators of these lines, living between the 5th century BC and the 5th century AD, have drawn such perfect figures without the ability to see them in their entirety? What knowledge did the Nazca culture possess to create drawings that could only be fully appreciated from the height of a bird's flight? Official science offers us several explanations. Some archaeologists claim that the lines of Nazca are a complex ritual calendar connected to the movements of celestial bodies and seasonal cycles. Others see them as a map of underground water arteries, crucial for life in the desert. But there are also bolder theories. Some researchers suggest that these gigantic drawings could have served as unusual landing strips or markers for gods descending from the heavens. Local legends speak of a time when gods could fly and observe the earth from above. Are these just echoes of some real events, the memory of which has been preserved only in distorted form? Remarkably, the lines have endured for thousands of years, thanks to the unique climate of the region, minimal precipitation, and stable winds. They seem to have been waiting for humanity to reach the technologies that would allow them to be seen in their entirety. When you look at these perfectly straight lines stretching for kilometers, at the figure of a hummingbird with an elegantly curved beak, or at a mysterious astronaut-like figure with a large head, you can't help but wonder, were the creators of these drawings much more advanced than we usually think? And did they try to convey some message, a message that we have not yet fully deciphered? For besides the well-known figures, the Nazca Plateau is crisscrossed with hundreds of geometric lines forming complex patterns, the meaning of which remains unclear. Some of these lines point to the sunrise and sunset points on the days of the solstices and equinoxes, while others seem to be directed towards distant stars, as if the creators wanted to indicate some special places in the universe. But what is even more astonishing is that similar geoglyphs have been found in other parts of the world. In Wiltshire, England, in the state of Utah, in the steppes of Kazakhstan. What connects these distant places from each other? What universal knowledge compelled ancient people to create messages visible only from the sky? And to whom were these messages addressed? Each new day of research brings new questions, and the answers slip away like sand through one's fingers. The mystery of the Nazca lines remains one of the most intriguing enigmas of the ancient world, reminding us that the history of humanity is far more complex and mysterious than we can imagine. Mysterious Stonehenge, the American Stonehenge in America. As we traverse the boundless realms of mystery, we find ourselves at the foot of yet another incredible enigma, the American Stonehenge located in New Hampshire. This place, shrouded in the aura of antiquity and mysticism, presents an astonishing collection of stone constructions that, according to many researchers, served as a unique solar calendar for ancient peoples. But who created these grand structures? Were they the ancient Celts who migrated to the New World? Or perhaps early settlers who left their mark on this mysterious land? The age of these stones, as estimated by archaeologists, is counted in thousands of years, raising even more questions. How could people, without modern technologies, create such precise astronomical orientations? Each stone, set with incredible accuracy, seems to whisper the secrets of ancient rituals and hidden ceremonies. What knowledge, hidden within their massive forms, was passed down from generation to generation, Some researchers suggest that American Stonehenge might have been part of a larger system connecting various cultures that inhabited the continent in those distant times. Comparisons with the famous Stonehenge in England highlight remarkable parallels. Both structures, it seems, served as astronomical observatories, allowing ancient people to track the movements of the sun and moon. But how is this possible? How could separate groups of people, divided by oceans and thousands of kilometers, create such similar structures? Is this evidence that knowledge of celestial phenomena was universal and passed through time and space? Despite all the efforts of scientists, the true purpose of these stone constructions remains unclear. Some believe they could have served as places of worship or ritual sites, but the precise details elude us, like shadows hiding in the morning mist. Local residents tell of strange sensations experienced when visiting this place, of how the stones seem to breathe history, filling the air with the magic of ancient times. What secrets do they hide? What message from our ancestors remains undeciphered to this day? And looking at these powerful constructions, one cannot help but ask, what really happened here, in the shadow of these ancient stones? Considering that many aspects of their existence remain mysterious, we can only speculate about how these structures relate to other mysterious landmarks around the world. Did ancient peoples in different corners of the planet create their own observatories, pointing to the heavens that always captivated their hearts? And if so, what other secrets might still await discovery in the depths of our Earth? The mystery of American Stonehenge remains unsolved, much like many other enigmas that span the history of humanity. We are only beginning to realize that what we know about the past is just the tip of the iceberg, beneath which lie unsolved questions and unexplored territories of our history. The mystery of the Serpent Mound, ancient observatory or sacred place. Traveling through the boundless realms of mysteries, we find ourselves in the heart of Ohio, where one of the most enigmatic ancient structures, the Serpent Mound, lies. This gigantic earthen mound, shaped like a serpent winding across the land, is over 400 meters long, captivating with its scale and form. But what lies behind this mysterious construction? What were the intentions of those who created such a grand structure, which many researchers believe could have served as an ancient observatory? The alignment of its head towards the summer solstice sun raises many questions. How could people, without modern technology, create such an accurate astronomical orientation? What were they observing in the movement of the sun across the sky? Some scientists suggest that the Serpent Mound was not only an astronomical object, but also a place of worship, where ancient peoples gathered to mark important events in their lives, such as seasons and harvests. Local native tribes still consider this place sacred, preserving legends and myths about their ancestors who, it is believed, traced their history from this very spot. What significance did these rituals hold for the ancients? What secrets did they hide from outsiders? While some researchers believe the Serpent Mound could have been part of a larger network of earthen mounds connecting various cultures and peoples, others think its creation was linked to astronomical observations that were crucial for agriculture and spiritual life. However, despite all the efforts of scientists, the true purpose of this enigmatic structure remains a subject of speculation and conjecture. How could different peoples living in various corners of the country create such similar structures that respond to celestial phenomena and the cycles of nature? The mystery of the Serpent Mound continues, like an eternal stream carrying answers and leaving only questions. The sense of ancient magic that envelops this place makes visitors feel a connection to the past, as if they become part of its unsolved mysteries. What message do our ancestors preserve in these earthen mounds? What knowledge about the cosmos and time was passed down from generation to generation? We may never know exactly what happened in this sacred place, but one thing is clear. The Serpent Mound is more than just an earthen mound. It is a symbol of deep connections between people and the heavens, between the earth and spirits. The mystery of this place remains unsolved, like many other enigmas that await their explorers, ready to delve into the world of antiquity and open new horizons of understanding. Perhaps in other corners of the planet, similar structures hide their secrets, and we are only beginning to realize how multifaceted and mysterious our history is. Lost City of Tiwanaku, Mysteries of the High-Altitude Megalith. Traveling through the enigmatic Circle of Serpent, we find ourselves in the heart of Bolivia, in the mysterious city of Tiwanaku, which, like a ghost, is submerged in the dense jungles of the highlands. This ancient megalithic complex, the age of which remains a subject of dispute and debate among scholars, attracts attention not only for its grandeur, but also for the extraordinary precision of its stone blocks. Some of these blocks weigh more than 10 tons, perfectly fitted to each other, inspiring awe and bewilderment. How did the ancient builders create such a monumental structure without modern tools? What knowledge of geometry and construction did they possess, allowing them to work stone with such remarkable precision? Local legends whisper of gods from the sky who came to Earth to bring knowledge and wisdom. Who were these mysterious beings who, according to the traditions, inspired people to create Tiwanaku? What significance did these deities hold for the local inhabitants? Perhaps they passed on ancient secrets that allowed them to interact with nature and the cosmos, which could have been especially important for survival in the harsh conditions of the highlands. Some researchers believe that Tiwanaku was not only a religious center, but also a significant trade hub connecting different cultures and peoples. However, no matter how hard we try to understand its true purpose, questions remain. Why was this magnificent city abandoned? How could highly advanced civilizations who left us such awe-inspiring monuments disappear without a trace? Research conducted using modern technologies, such as laser scanning and carbon dating, shows that Tiwanaku has a much more complex structure than we could have imagined. Despite all the scientific achievements, many aspects of this ancient culture remain unclear and shrouded in mystery. How could people living here thousands of years ago create such a complex system of water supply and agricultural management capable of supporting life in harsh conditions? Answering these questions, we delve into the world of ancient myths and legends, where reality and fantasy intertwine. Tiwanaku, with its magnificent temples and enigmatic megaliths, continues to draw researchers eager to unravel its mysteries. But what, after all, lies hidden behind this magnificent heritage? What message did the ancient inhabitants leave for us, and what knowledge did they take with them into eternity? The mystery of Tiwanaku remains unsolved, like many other enigmas hidden in the depths of our planet. We are only beginning to realize how multifaceted and mysterious our history is. Perhaps in other corners of the world, there are similar cities full of secrets and mysteries, waiting to be discovered. What other heritage from the past might be hidden under the green canopy of the jungle, awaiting its time to be revealed? The enigma of Sacsayhuaman, ancient megaliths or achievements of ancient civilizations. Traveling through the ancient lands of Peru, we inevitably encounter the magnificent Sacsayhuaman, a megalithic complex that evokes both awe and bewilderment. These cyclopean walls, composed of enormous stone blocks weighing up to 200 tons, are perfectly fitted together without the use of mortar, giving the impression that they were built by the hands of gods themselves. But how could ancient builders create such a grand structure using only primitive tools? What was the secret of their craftsmanship? Modern technologies, despite their achievements, cannot reproduce such perfection. How then is this possible? Sacsayhuaman, located just a few kilometers from the Inca capital of Cusco, has a significant history shrouded in legends and myths. Local residents believe that the walls hold knowledge passed down by heavenly beings who came to Earth from distant stars. These enigmatic extraterrestrial beings, according to legends, possessed technologies far surpassing anything we can imagine. Perhaps it was they who inspired the creation of such magnificent structures. But who were these gods who left their mark on our planet? Possibly, they passed down ancient knowledge about construction and harmony with nature, which remains beyond our reach today. However, despite numerous hypotheses, the mystery of Sacsayhuaman continues to remain unsolved. Some researchers suggest that this place served not only for religious ceremonies, but also as a strategically important military complex, protecting Cusco from enemies. Walls built with such precision could have formed an insurmountable barrier for attackers. But how could the Incas create this without modern equipment? Scientific research, including the analysis of construction technologies and the use of laser scanning, shows that Sacsayhuaman has a much more complex structure than we could have imagined. It is astonishing that even today, the question of how ancient architects could lift such heavy blocks to great heights and achieve perfect stone fitting remains unanswered. This raises many questions. Did they use forgotten methods or technologies lost to time? Or, as some proponents of the conspiracy theory suggest, were their skills the result of contacts with more advanced civilizations, including extraterrestrials? But this is not the only mystery that Peru holds. From Sacsayhuaman, we can move on to other places and artifacts that also cause wonder and bewilderment. For example, the enigmatic Nazca lines, visible only from the air, who created them, and for what purpose? And why did many ancient civilizations leave behind such impressive constructions that remain difficult to understand to this day? The mysteries linked to Sacsayhuaman and other megaliths seem to reflect the depth of our history, filled with unexplained phenomena and enigmas. Perhaps in other corners of the world, there are similar structures and artifacts waiting to be discovered and studied. What else is hidden under the veil of time, waiting to reveal its secrets? We are only beginning to realize how multifaceted and mysterious our planet is. The mystery of Sacsayhuaman, like many other enigmas, remains unsolved, and this only fuels our curiosity, driving us to seek answers to questions that may never be found. Pyramids are not only in Egypt. The mysteries of Tikal and its acoustic wonders. Forget the familiar notions of pyramids that we associate with Egypt. In the heart of Guatemala lies an ancient Mayan city, Tikal, where majestic pyramids stand, each holding secrets and mysteries that can even astonish the most seasoned researchers. These structures served not only as places of worship, but also as centers for rituals where sacrifices played a significant role. How could an ancient people create such impressive architectural masterpieces using only primitive tools? Among the many pyramids of Tikal, one stands out particularly: the Pyramid of the 11. This magnificent structure, reaching a height of over 40 meters, makes the heart beat faster with each step towards its base. What makes it truly unique, however, are its acoustic properties. If you clap your hands at its base, the sound will echo in such a way that it resembles the cry of a sacred bird. The Quetzal, a symbol of freedom and spirituality for the Maya. How could an ancient people, lacking modern knowledge of acoustics, create such a remarkable phenomenon? Perhaps they understood something about the nature of sound and its interaction with architecture, something that eludes our understanding. But the mysteries of Tikal do not end with its acoustic peculiarities. Archaeologists continue to find evidence that the pyramids were used for precise astronomical observations. This raises many questions. How could the ancient Maya accurately predict solar and lunar cycles? Their knowledge of celestial bodies may have been based on ancient traditions, about which we can only speculate today. How could such advanced knowledge exist among a people who, as it seems, lived in complete isolation from other civilizations? Tikal, being one of the largest Mayan cities, is also surrounded by numerous myths and legends. Local residents still tell stories about how gods descended from the heavens and left their knowledge, inspiring people to create these grand structures. But how can we be sure that these are just myths? Perhaps in the distant past, there were indeed scholars or wise men here who possessed knowledge that is still beyond the reach of modern researchers. Some researchers suggest that Tikal may have served not only as a religious center, but also as a significant trade hub connecting various cultures of Central America. How could these trade routes have influenced the development of architecture and science? And perhaps it was precisely this interaction that allowed the Maya to create such perfect constructions that continue to awe us today. From the pyramids of Tikal, let us move on to other mysterious places where ancient civilizations left traces of their existence. For example, the enigmatic Olmec civilization, whose giant stone heads still puzzle scientists today. How were they created, and what were their functions? These questions remain unanswered, just like many other mysteries hidden deep within our planet. The secrets associated with Tikal and its pyramids seem to reflect the unknown depths of history, where myths and reality intertwine. Perhaps somewhere else in the world, similar places are waiting to be discovered. What else is hidden under the veil of time, ready to tell its story? We are only beginning to realize how much of the unknown surrounds us. The mystery of Tikal, like many others, remains unsolved, urging us to continue our searches, despite all the obstacles and mysteries that may be insurmountable. Stone faces gazing at the sky, the enigma of the Olmec heads in Mexico. Among the dense jungles of Mexico, on the land where ancient civilizations left their indelible marks, stand colossal stone heads, Olmec giants that seem to gaze into the endless sky. These monumental sculptures, each weighing up to 40 tons, are striking in their detail and expression. How could such artistry emerge in an era when tools were primitive and technologies had not yet reached their peak? What were the intentions of the ancient masters who created these stone faces, filled with mysteries and secrets? The Olmec heads possess unique features, each seemingly imbued with the spirit of antiquity. They have wide noses, full lips, and expressive eyes, as if they have witnessed centuries of change. But what is the purpose behind this artistry? Some scholars suggest that these heads could have been monuments to chiefs or gods, symbolizing power and veneration. However, the more we investigate, the more questions arise. How did the ancient Olmec masters manage to carve and transport such massive stone blocks over significant distances? This remains one of the greatest mysteries, about which historians and archaeologists can only speculate. Some researchers even propose a theory of possible influence from ancient African culture on the creation of the Olmec heads. Yet, despite intriguing hypotheses, evidence remains elusive. How could a connection have existed between cultures so far apart, when oceans seemed insurmountable barriers? This enigma challenges our understanding of ancient seafarers and their capabilities. Many wonder, were the ancient Olmecs truly capable of establishing such connections? Or is this merely the product of modern researchers' imagination, seeking to explain the inexplicable? As we strive to unravel the secrets of the Olmec heads, we should not forget other aspects of their culture. Archaeologists have found evidence that the Olmecs also practiced complex rituals and human sacrifices, linked to their beliefs in divine powers. How does this relate to these stone giants, which appear to be merely an outward manifestation of a deeper spiritual practice? Perhaps each sculpture not only reflects physical presence, but also serves as a bridge between the world of humans and the world of gods. Moving from the Olmec heads to other enigmatic artifacts, we cannot overlook the mysterious cities discovered on the territory of Mexico and Central America, which may also reveal the secrets of ancient civilizations. What were their connections to the Olmec culture? Were they part of a single network linking different peoples? All these questions remain unanswered, leaving us in anticipation of new discoveries and insights. The stone faces, turned towards the sky, will continue to keep their secrets. How many more mysteries lie hidden beneath the veil of time? Perhaps among the elusive shadows of history, answers await discovery, ready to be revealed. Each new artifact, each new find, is a step towards unraveling the mystery. But the secrets of the Olmec heads remain unsolved, beckoning us to delve into the depths of the ages. Vanished city, Palenque and its mysterious sarcophagus. In the south of Mexico, deep within tropical jungles, lies one of the most mysterious ancient cities, Palenque. This extraordinary Mayan city, once flourishing in its prime, is now submerged in the green embrace of the jungle, as if nature itself decided to hide it from prying eyes. But what happened to this remarkable civilization? How could such a developed culture vanish without a trace, leaving behind only stone ruins and unsolved mysteries? Palenque is not just a city. It is the cradle of enigmas, among which stands out one of the most intriguing: the tomb located inside the magnificent Temple of the Inscriptions. When archaeologists discovered this tomb in the 1960s, they were presented with a sarcophagus adorned with images that continue to spark heated debates among scholars and researchers. Some refer to it as the Mayan astronaut, as the relief depicts a person clad in strange armor and a helmet reminiscent of a spacesuit. How could such an image end up on a sarcophagus created more than 1,000 years ago? What role did this person play in Mayan culture? Perhaps it was a reflection of their desire to explore the cosmos, or was it merely the fantasy of ancient artists? Historians know that the Maya were remarkably advanced astronomers, capable of observing celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. But what if this image is not just art, but something more? Could ancient Maya have had contacts with extraterrestrial civilizations? Or is it a symbol representing their divine inspiration? These questions remain unanswered, and each new look at the sarcophagus generates even more mysteries. While some researchers try to decipher the mystery of the Mayan astronaut, others focus on the city of Palenque itself. Its architecture is breathtaking: massive stone blocks perfectly fitted together, grand temples adorned with intricate carvings that tell stories of gods and rulers. But how could such artistry emerge in conditions where technologies were far from modern? Historians believe that Palenque was a significant religious and cultural center, but its disappearance, like many other Mayan cities, remains shrouded in mystery. How could such developed cities vanish so suddenly? Some scientists propose theories about climate changes that could have led to the decline of agricultural practices and, consequently, the loss of viability of these cities. Others believe that internal conflicts and wars between different city-states were the cause of their demise. Whatever the true cause, Palenque remains a symbol of lost wisdom and knowledge. From Palenque and its mysterious sarcophagus, we can move on to other extraordinary discoveries that continue to baffle researchers. What other secrets are hidden in the depths of ancient civilizations? What enigmatic artifacts await their time to be revealed? The vanished city of Palenque, with its mysterious images and tombs, makes us ponder. How many more unknown mysteries are hidden in the jungles and ruins filled with oblivion? We have only scratched the surface, and ahead of us lie new discoveries, possibly as astonishing as Palenque itself. But strange coincidences. The Moai of Easter Island and their secrets. As we journey from the enigmatic Palenque to other corners of the world, we encounter no less intriguing artifacts that raise numerous questions. One such place is the mysterious Easter Island, located on the edge of the Pacific Ocean and belonging to Chile. This isolated piece of land, far from all continents, has become the birthplace of extraordinary stone giants, the Moai. These massive figures, carved from volcanic tuff, seem to watch over the boundless waters of the ocean, leaving the impression that they hold secrets of an ancient culture that developed in complete isolation. How could this have happened? How could such a unique culture arise on this distant island, far from other civilizations, capable of creating such monumental works of art? The Moai, with their enormous heads and expressive features, evoke admiration and awe, but their creation remains a mystery. Scientists still debate how these heavy statues were moved around the island. Some theories suggest that ancient Polynesians used complex systems of rollers and ropes, while others believe they simply walked sideways, swaying their bodies. But this is not all. Some moai have bodies buried in the ground, hidden from the eyes of researchers and tourists. Why is this so? What secrets might they hold? Perhaps they reflect the cultural or spiritual beliefs of the island's ancient inhabitants. These mysteries highlight the strange coincidence with other ancient civilizations that also created grand monuments, remaining isolated from the outside world. For example, in the case of Palenque, we see that each civilization sought to inscribe its history in stone. But how could they achieve such parallels in art and engineering despite the distances and different living conditions? Perhaps this is a hint at universal archetypes that permeate human culture. Despite this, Easter Island remains a place full of mysteries and enigmas. What were the true reasons for the creation of the moai? Some researchers suggest that these statues may have represented ancestors, helping to maintain the connection between the living and the dead, while others believe they served as symbols of power and status. But if this is the case, why were there so many of them? And what happened to the culture when it reached its peak, but then declined? Just as with Palenque, the disappearance of many statues and the decline of the civilization remain shrouded in mystery. How could this have happened on such a remote island, where life seemed to flow peacefully and calmly? These questions remain unanswered, and each new discovery only fuels our interest in unraveling these mysteries. All this makes us ponder, how many more secrets are hidden beneath the surface, waiting for their time to be revealed? Perhaps somewhere in the depths of jungles or on distant islands, there are other enigmatic artifacts, like the moai, waiting for their stories to be told. We have barely scratched the surface, and ahead of us lie new discoveries that could change our understanding of ancient cultures and their legacy. How many more unknown mysteries does our world hold? Mystery of the Rolling Stones, Death Valley and its secrets. As we continue to explore the mysteries of ancient civilizations, let us transport ourselves to an incredible place where nature itself becomes an active participant in mysterious events. This is Death Valley, one of the hottest and driest places on Earth, located in California, USA. Here, amidst desolate landscapes and rocky hills, lies one of the most unusual natural anomalies: stones that appear to move on their own. Imagine this: massive stone blocks, weighing tens of kilograms, leave long trails on the dried-up bed of Lake Racetrack, as if choosing their own path through this eerie and silent place. How is this possible? How can stones, lacking visible means of movement, leave these mysterious trails? Scientists have been trying to unravel this mystery for many years. They have partially explained the phenomenon, but the event remains unexplained. According to one theory, during cold nights when the temperature drops sharply, an ice crust forms, which, strangely enough, can cause the stones to move. Combined with the wind blowing across the lake bed, this could be the cause of their movement. However, there are still many questions. How exactly does the combination of ice and wind lead to such an effect? And why does this happen only here in Death Valley, and not in other places with similar conditions? But this is not all. Some researchers and local residents claim that this place feels a strange energy that can affect objects around it. They say that here, one can hear the whisper of the wind and see strange glowing phenomena that envelop the night. These stories add to the atmosphere of mystery and mysticism. Why is nature behaving so strangely in this desert land? What significance might this place have for ancient cultures that once inhabited these lands? Perhaps it is the echoes of forgotten rituals or secret ceremonies that were once performed here. As scientists continue their research, the mystery of the Rolling Stones remains unsolved. What other explanation might be hidden behind this phenomenon? Is it just a trick of nature? Or is there something deeper that has so far eluded our understanding? We are on the threshold of discovery, and each step in the investigation of this unusual phenomenon opens new horizons for contemplation. So we are once again faced with the question, how many more secrets are hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting to be revealed? Perhaps somewhere on other continents, in such remote corners, there exist even stranger natural anomalies that could change our view of the world. How many more unknown secrets does our planet hold, ready to reveal itself to those who dare to delve into their study? Pyramid under the Hill, the mysteries of Cholula. Now, let us transport ourselves to Mexico, to one of the most enigmatic and magnificent objects of ancient architecture, the pyramid in Cholula. This pyramid, hidden under green hills and crowned with a Spanish church, for a long time remained in the shadows of its own outward appearance, being perceived as nothing remarkable. However, as soon as archaeologists began their excavations, a real sensation erupted. Under this seemingly ordinary landscape, one of the largest structures ever built by humans was hidden. How could such a grand construction remain unnoticed for so long? The pyramid in Cholula is the result of the labor of an ancient civilization that, despite its greatness, left only shadows behind. The construction of this architectural wonder began more than 2,000 years ago and continued for several centuries. However, with the arrival of the Spanish, who sought to establish their power and Christianity on these lands, a church was built on the pyramid's summit. This decision was not accidental. The Spanish aimed to close a cult site that could become a symbol of resistance to their power. What was the true purpose of this action? Did they simply want to destroy the old faith? Or was there something deeper and more symbolic in this act? Remarkable architectural details discovered during excavations testify that the pyramid in Cholula was not just a religious center, but also a significant cultural and social hub. Well-preserved frescoes and ritual objects speak of the high level of development of the ancient civilization that once inhabited this place. However, despite all of these facts, there remain many unanswered questions. What happened to the people who built this pyramid? How could they create such splendor? And why did their culture disappear, leaving behind only ruins and mysteries? It is worth noting that the pyramid in Cholula is not the only enigmatic place in Mexico. Throughout the country, there are other pyramids and ancient structures that also guard their secrets. Researchers continue to find new artifacts, and each of them can be a key in solving the mystery. But how many more secrets does this land still hold? Many of them remain unsolved, as if waiting for their time to be revealed. What are the true reasons why ancient cultures built such grand structures? Perhaps they were not just temples but places of power that held special significance for their creators. Or were they reflections of their aspirations and fears, embodied in stone? We stand on the threshold of new discoveries, and each step in the study of these enigmas brings us closer to understanding our past. So, the question remains, what other secrets does our planet hide? And how many more unsolved mysteries await their time to be revealed? In a world full of wonders and histories, we are only beginning to understand how deep and multifaceted our roots are. How many more unknown events does history hold, ready to be revealed to those who dare to explore it? Fortress of Ollantaytambo, Mysteries of Geometry and the Incas. Welcome to the heart of Peru, where, at an altitude of over 2,700 meters above sea level, stands the enigmatic fortress of Ollantaytambo. This architectural gem of the Incas is not only remarkable for its scale, but also for its uniquely innovative approach to construction, which seemingly defies all known laws of geometry. The terraced platforms and walls, meticulously crafted with perfect precision, evoke both puzzlement and admiration. How did these ancient Incas, with their limited tools and technologies, manage to lift such massive stones to such heights? This question remains unanswered, shrouded in mystery and intrigue, much like the very walls of the fortress, which seem to whisper their secrets only to those who are willing to listen. Ollantaytambo was not just a military fortress, but also a significant religious and cultural center for the Incas. The walls, built from enormous stone blocks that fit together perfectly, give the impression that they were cut from a single rock. But how did the ancient builders achieve such precision? Some researchers propose that the stones might have been soft when worked on, allowing the Incas to shape them into the desired form. And then, after cooling, they became as hard as granite. However, this hypothesis raises more questions than it answers. How did the Incas possess knowledge of the properties of stone, which has been lost to modern scientists? Among the terraces and temples of Ollantaytambo, there is a unique energy, as if the very spirit of the ancient civilization continues to live within these walls. Perhaps few people reflecting on the grandeur of Ollantaytambo, one wonders, what inspired the Incas to build such monumental structures? Perhaps in these architectural masterpieces lie not only technological achievements, but also profound philosophical ideas that reflect their worldview. How did the Incas perceive the world around them? And what symbols did they try to immortalize in their constructions? These questions remain open, much like the history of the Incas, filled with mysteries and unexpected discoveries. Each step in the study of this ancient civilization brings us closer to unraveling their secrets. But it remains unclear how many more mysteries the land of Peru still holds. How many more uncharted adventures await their time to be revealed? Perhaps in the depths of Ollantaytambo lie the answers to the questions we have been asking for centuries. And perhaps, one day, these answers will be found. But until then, the fortress will remain a symbol of unsolved mysteries and enigmas that continue to draw researchers and history enthusiasts. City where there is not a single straight angle. Let us delve into the mysterious world of ancient Mexico, where the incredible city of Teotihuacan is located. This unique megacity, built long before the arrival of the Aztecs, remains one of the greatest mysteries of history. How could such a vast and well-planned city, where, as they say, there is not a single straight angle, have come into existence? The walls of the pyramids, streets, and even the plazas, it seems, follow a mysterious geometry, in which all lines and angles create an effect of infinite movement. How could the ancient builders create such perfect architecture, which still amazes us with its proportions and harmony today? Among the magnificent structures, the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon stand out. As if guarding the secrets of the past, they continue to observe the modern world. The Pyramid of the Sun, one of the largest in the world, rises to 70 meters and can boast a base that is twice as large as that of the famous Pyramid of Cheops in Egypt. How could people, living thousands of years ago, create such grand monuments with such precision? Scientists suggest that in Teotihuacan, there was a complex system of astronomical observations, but exactly how it worked remains a mystery. Some researchers propose a theory that Teotihuacan was a place of concentration of various cultures and influences, but who were its creators? Are there any links between this culture and the Egyptian civilizations? Strange coincidences in proportions and architectural techniques give rise to disputes and theories that, plunging us into the depths of history, only strengthen the sense of mystery. How could two such different cultures, located at different ends of the world, create similar structures with parallel characteristics? However, it is not only the architecture that arouses interest. In Teotihuacan, many artifacts are found, as if whispering about forgotten rituals and cult practices. Why did the ancient inhabitants create numerous figures and objects made of fired clay, depicting people and animals? Were these items part of rituals, or did they serve some symbol that we are unable to decipher? These questions, along with many others, remain unanswered, leaving only conjectures and mystical reflections. Walking through the streets of Teotihuacan, we can feel the breath of antiquity and the mysterious energy that hovers in the air. Local residents, preserving the memory of their ancestors, continue to tell stories about the greatness of this city, as if the very walls keep the secrets that are ready to be revealed to those who seek them. But what were the true causes of its decline? What happened to its inhabitants who created such awe-inspiring structures? Teotihuacan remains an unsolved puzzle, attracting researchers and tourists from all over the world. Each step on its streets can be a discovery. But alas, many mysteries remain hidden behind the veil of time. Perhaps someday we will find answers to the questions that have tormented us for many centuries. But for now, we can only guess how many more secrets this mysterious city, where there is not a single straight angle and where history intertwines with myths, creating a unique atmosphere of eternal mystery, still hides. Caves plunging into the abyss, the mysteries of Puerto Rico. Now, let us transport ourselves to the heart of the Caribbean archipelago, to the enigmatic world of Puerto Rico, where extraordinary caves, delving deeper than one can imagine, are hidden beneath the earth. These subterranean labyrinths, filled with a gloomy atmosphere and unusual petroglyphs, attract the attention of archaeologists and adventure seekers from around the world. What secrets do they hold? Local residents believe that these caves are portals to other worlds, inhabited by mystical creatures and forgotten peoples. But what exactly is hidden in their depths? One of the most famous caves is Caminito del Rio, where the walls are adorned with enigmatic images that seem to tell stories of ancient rituals and beliefs. These petroglyphs, carved into the rocks, have left traces of civilizations about which we know very little. Scholars suggest that they may belong to the Taino people, but many details remain shrouded in mystery. How could these ancient artists create such intricate images? And what were they trying to convey to future generations? Some researchers propose that these caves may have been inhabited by certain subterranean peoples, about whom legends speak. Local residents recall transcendental beings that, according to their accounts, emerge at night. These tales of subterranean civilizations fuel our imagination, but are they merely myths? How can we explain the numerous accounts of encounters with these enigmatic creatures? Each step through the narrow corridors of these caves evokes a sense of both trepidation and anticipation. The artistic images on the walls seem to come alive under the light of the flashlights, telling stories of ancient battles, religious rituals, and the everyday lives of the people who once inhabited these lands. But who were they? Why did they choose to live in darkness, far from the sun's light? Archaeologists studying these caves find traces of civilizations that do not connect with known cultures, leaving us in a state of bewilderment. How could the people who created such intricate and beautiful works of art disappear? The ancient peoples left behind a multitude of questions to which there are still no answers. These enigmas, including the very world of the caves, remain unsolved, inspiring both awe and fear at the same time. But this is not the only mystery hidden beneath the surface of the earth. Considering the caves of Puerto Rico, we may ask, are there similar places in other corners of the world that also guard their secrets? Perhaps the subterranean labyrinths of other lands are also filled with riddles and ancient mysteries waiting to be discovered. We can only speculate about how many more unsolved puzzles await us in the depths of the earth, and what secrets these dark and enigmatic caves hide. Legend of the Temple Built in One Night. Transport yourself to the heart of Mexico, to the mysterious city of Chichen Itza, where the magnificent temple of Kukulkan stands, shrouded in legends and myths. They say it was built in one night, and the hands of the ancient builders were not only human, but also supernatural. How could such a thing happen? How can this be explained from the perspective of science and history? There are numerous theories, but all of them only emphasize the mystery of this place. The temple, adorned with intricate carvings and symbols, was built in such a way that, at certain times of the year, for example during the vernal equinox, a snake seemed to crawl up its staircase. This effect is created by the precise interplay of light and shadow, calculated to the smallest detail, which testifies to the high level of knowledge of the ancient architects. How could they have calculated the movement of the sun and its influence on architecture so accurately? Local residents tell stories that the temple was built with the help of the great god Kukulkan, who descended from the heavens to help his people. But who was this mysterious god who could direct the hands of men and make their creations works of art? Legends say he appeared in the form of a feathered serpent, symbolizing wisdom and knowledge. Around this god, many myths and traditions have formed, but why does his figure still evoke such strong feelings in people? There are other theories that try to explain the origin of the temple. Some researchers suggest that it could be the result of the combined efforts of local tribes who, united, could have built such a grand structure. But how could they have dealt with such complex engineering challenges without modern technologies? How were massive stone blocks, perfectly fitted together, used to build this masterpiece? Nevertheless, not all explanations have a rational basis. Some believe that the temple was built with the help of magic and mystical powers, accessible only to priests and the chosen. In this context, the temple becomes not just an architectural structure, but a true place of power where worlds intersect. The question arises, what exactly do the walls of this temple hide? What knowledge and secrets does it hold? Chichen Itza not only attracts archaeologists and tourists, but also inspires artists, writers, and adventurers seeking to unravel its secrets. But even centuries after its construction, the mysteries of the Temple of Kukulkan remain unsolved, evoking genuine interest and admiration. What else might be hidden beneath its walls, waiting to be revealed? Perhaps there are many more temples like it, waiting for the curtain of time to rise and reveal their secrets. In conclusion, it's worth remembering that many ancient structures we've discussed are not only real, but also officially recognized as part of humanity's historical heritage. Despite the efforts of researchers, they continue to hold more mysteries than answers. Each of these sites is not just a monument, but a true book of history, with pages yet to be fully opened. Which of these mysterious places would you like to visit personally? Are there any structures among them that have impressed you the most? Perhaps it's the magnificent temple in Chichen Itza, shrouded in legends, or the mysterious megaliths of Stonehenge whose secrets remain unsolved to this day. Don't you think that history is full of such fascinating mysteries that each new day can bring us a discovery capable of changing our perception of the past? Don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell, because there are even more mysterious stories from around the world waiting for you, which will certainly make you ponder how many secrets our planet hides, and what other discoveries are waiting for their time in the depths of history. What are the true mysteries hidden under ancient stones, and are we ready to unravel them?
In the most remote corners of our planet, far from bustling cities and tourist routes, secrets lie hidden that could revolutionize our understanding of the past. Ancient stone sculptures, carved by unknown masters, stand frozen in time, like silent sentinels of forgotten knowledge. Who created these monuments? For what purpose? In these places where time seems to flow differently, sacred sites remain, whose energy can even be felt by skeptics. Places where the boundary between worlds is thin. Local residents whisper about spirits dwelling among the rocks, about mysterious fires that appear on moonless nights, about inexplicable sounds echoing from the depths of the earth. Scientists arrive with modern equipment, but leave with more questions than answers. Petroglyphs found in inaccessible caves depict creatures and symbols that defy straightforward interpretation. Are they records of everyday life, or encrypted messages for future generations? Or perhaps they are traces of contact with something beyond our comprehension. Today, we embark on a journey to these mysterious places, balancing between scientific explanations and ancient legends, trying to unravel the mysteries that this land has held for millennia. One of the places where ancient mysteries intertwine with living culture is the majestic Uluru, a colossal monolith rising in the middle of the Australian desert, like a giant ship frozen in a sea of sand. This enigmatic stone giant, whose color shifts from deep terracotta to fiery red depending on the sun's position, has been keeping secrets for at least 20,000 years. The Anangu people have been passing down sacred stories for generations about how in the mythical time of dreams, Chukurpa, ancient ancestral beings created this monument. Each crack and curve of this massive rock holds a sacred meaning, a story, and a mystical resonance. Remarkably, many researchers who spent time alone here reported strange acoustic phenomena. Whispers echoing from the depths of the rock, inexplicable vibrations, and sounds reminiscent of ancient chants, despite there being no living souls nearby. Is this the wind playing in the numerous fissures, or the voices of ancestral spirits still dwelling in this sacred place? Local elders claim that at certain moments, when the boundary between worlds becomes particularly thin, one can hear Uluru singing, telling stories of the world's creation. Geologists explain this as the expansion and contraction of the rock due to the extreme temperature fluctuations characteristic of the desert. But does a scientific explanation diminish the mystical beauty of this phenomenon? Particularly mesmerizing is the moment of sunset, when the entire mass of Uluru seems to glow from within, shimmering with all shades of red and orange. At these moments, it appears that the ancient monolith is pulsating, breathing, living its mysterious life. Anthropologists studying the Anangu culture discovered that many cave paintings decorating the caves at the base of Uluru depict beings unlike humans or known animals. Who were these mysterious creators? Do these images represent real beings that once inhabited these lands? Or are they symbolic representations of spiritual concepts beyond modern comprehension? Of particular interest are certain sections of the rock where the Anangu strictly forbid uninitiated people to approach. According to them, these are places of great power where ancestral spirits dwell, and disrespectful intrusion can disrupt the delicate balance of the universe. Scientists who have studied these areas using modern equipment have recorded unexplained magnetic anomalies and strange temperature fluctuations not typical of the rest of the monolith. Is this a coincidence? Or did the ancient guardians of these places possess knowledge that allowed them to identify special energetic points on Earth? Some researchers propose that Uluru may be part of an ancient global network of sacred places connected by invisible energetic lines. Much like the megalithic structures of Europe and South America often align along so-called lines of power. Others suggest that the unique mineral composition of the rock creates a special electromagnetic field that affects human consciousness and promotes altered states of perception. But whatever science may say, for the Anangu people, Uluru remains a living entity, an ancient witness to the creation of the world, a keeper of sacred knowledge and wisdom of the ancestors. And when standing at the base of this colossal monolith, watching the last rays of the setting sun painted in the color of burning copper, one cannot help but feel awe at the grandeur of time and the unspeakable mysteries that may never be fully revealed to modern man. But this is just one of the countless enigmas of the ancient world. Ancient rock art galleries of Kakadu and other sites, Australia. Voices of the ancestors on stone canvases. But this is not the only mystery hidden on the Australian continent. Gazing upon the magnificent rock art galleries of Kakadu, it is difficult not to feel that these stone canvases are windows into the souls of the ancient Aboriginals, their worldview and understanding of the world around them. Here, amidst the sun-baked rocks and lush tropical forests, the walls of caves and cliffs are adorned with images that transport us to distant times when strange creatures such as Wangina roamed the earth. These unusual beings, resembling humans but possessing unique appearances and attributes, are central figures in the myths and legends of the people who have lived here for millennia. Wangina are not just mythological beings. They are guardians of water, life, and fertility, who, according to the legends, descended from the heavens to teach people how to care for the earth and its bounty. Remarkably, every image, line, and color in these depictions is not accidental. They convey sacred knowledge that preserves ancient traditions and teachings. How could such complex symbols and ideas have been etched onto stone and remain relevant to this day? These carvings, cut into hard rock, seem to whisper to us about the past and what could have been. Researchers studying these galleries note that some images have the power to evoke deep emotional reactions in viewers, as if they awaken forgotten instincts and feelings. But how is this possible? It may be that the rock art is not just art, but a part of ritual practices where every stroke has its meaning and purpose. However, with the passage of time and changes in climate, many of these works of art are beginning to disappear, raising a crucial question. How can this unique cultural heritage be preserved for future generations? Local communities are actively working to protect these sacred sites, understanding that the loss of these images would be equivalent to the loss of their identity and connection to their ancestors. But how can we, modern people, understand and appreciate the depth and significance these rock paintings hold for the Aboriginals? Some researchers suggest that the unity of society and its deep connection to nature reflected in these paintings could be an important lesson for the modern world, where the basics of harmony with the surrounding environment are often forgotten. But despite all efforts, the mysteries surrounding these ancient galleries remain unanswered. What were the true intentions of their creators? What did they want to pass on to future generations by inscribing their thoughts on stone? Perhaps we will never know all the secrets hidden in these sacred places. But one thing is certain. Each image, each petrified word preserved in these galleries continues to speak to us, reminding us that history is not just a collection of dates and events, but a living fabric filled with the voices of ancestors waiting to be heard. And so, from the Kakadu Rock Art Galleries, filled with the voices of the ancestors, let us move on to other mysterious artifacts that also hold the secrets of ancient times. Karajo Rocks, Australia, petrified heroes of Western Australia's myths. Moving from the rock galleries of Kakadu, filled with the voices of ancestors, we find ourselves in another extraordinary and mysterious place, the Karajo Rocks. These peculiar rock formations, situated in the heart of Western Australia, seem to have stepped out of fairy tales, appearing as petrified characters from ancient myths. Towering pillars with twisted and bent shapes resemble living beings that once roamed these lands. Some appear as proud warriors, while others evoke animals close to the Aborigines, such as kangaroos or emus. How did these rocks acquire such unusual forms? According to local Aboriginal legends, the Karajo rocks are not just natural formations, but petrified heroes who once fought for their land in great battles. Myths tell of the former inhabitants of these lands, warriors and hunters, being turned into stone as punishment or through magic, so they would forever guard their homeland. These stories are passed down through generations, growing with new details and interpretations, but always retaining their magical essence. How could such a strange transformation occur? Perhaps it is connected to ancient rituals performed on these lands, where people sought protection and blessings from ancestral spirits. Local residents believe that each rock holds the soul of one of the heroes, and that is why they treat them with respect and reverence. Ancient myths describe how these heroes, now turned into stone, continue to protect their land from evil and misfortune. But what were the mythical events that led to their petrification? And do these rocks truly hear and feel, as some shamans claim? These questions remain unanswered, leaving room for imagination and contemplation. Researchers and archaeologists studying the Karajo rocks find not only natural, but also cultural values in them. Some suggest that the shape and arrangement of the rocks may contain important astronomical and calendrical data, possibly related to the movement of stars and seasons. But should we rely solely on scientific approaches when dealing with such mysterious places? What is the true nature of these rocks' natural processes or traces of ancient rituals? These questions remain unanswered, creating an aura of mystery around these petrified heroes. Thus, from the Karajo rocks, shrouded in legends and myths, let us move on to other enigmatic artifacts that also hold the secrets of ancient times, waiting for their stories to be told. Like the tall columns that have absorbed the spirit of time and mystery, they can shed light on our understanding of the past. Burra Range, Blue Mountains, Australia. In the realm of Jovi and ancient spirits. As we journey into the heart of the Blue Mountains, we enter a world shrouded in the mist of ancient legends and mysteries, the realm of Burra Range. These majestic rock formations, towering high above the earth, seem to act as sentinels, watching over those who dare to tread upon their sacred lands, creating an atmosphere of the unknown and the enigmatic. Each crag and crevice here is not merely a natural wonder, but a place imbued with the spirits of ancestors, who, according to the Aboriginals, guard this sanctuary? How could it be that these cliffs and gorges became the home of such legendary beings as Jovi? Myths tell us that Jovi is not just a mythical figure, but a symbol of power and wisdom, a guardian of ancient knowledge, capable of communicating with the spirits of nature. According to the legends, his appearance always precedes significant events, both in the lives of people and in the very language of the land. The tales say that Jovi can take on different forms, sometimes appearing as a massive being, and at other times as a ghostly silhouette, quietly wandering the rocks. How did he become such a significant figure in the culture of the local tribes? Perhaps it is due to his ability to protect and guide, helping people find their way in this complex world. But not all stories about Jovi are peaceful and serene. Some of them speak of his wrath when the land was desecrated or when people forgot to respect nature. Such moments became significant, and it was then that great trials began, both for the communities and for the land itself. These stories, passed down from one generation to the next, shaped the culture in which the spirit of Jovi lives, and his influence is felt even in the modern world. But how could it be that this extraordinary entity embodies not only a protector, but also a judge? In this context, Burra Range becomes not just a place of power, but also a stage where ancient traditions and modern realities collide. Researchers studying this mysterious corner find here not only traces of human activity, but also numerous natural artifacts that can tell the story of the formation of these mountains. LiDAR research shows that in ancient times, there could have been complex systems of structures that served as both sanctuaries and astronomical observatories. But this is just one possible interpretation, and as always, there are many unsolved mysteries. What else do these rocks hide? What other information might be inscribed in their mass? With each step taken on these lands, we can only guess at how many secrets remain unexplored. So, from Burra Range, surrounded by spirits and legends, let us move on to other mysterious places that also await their turn to share their stories. In which corner of the world are there secrets similar to those we have found here in the Blue Mountains? Easter Island, Chile, Oceania, the silent guardians of the mysterious cult. Now let us transport ourselves to the remote Easter Island, where the silent guardians of the ancient cult, the famous Moai, stand sentinel over their secrets, immersing us in a world of mysteries and unsolved stories. These colossal stone statues, carved from volcanic tuff, seem not just to be monuments, but also keepers of the spirit of ancestors hidden behind their stone faces. How did this awe-inspiring culture arise, creating such magnificent works of art? According to local legends, each statue is a personification of an ancestor who was supposed to protect and bless their community. Each of them, like a majestic sentinel, watches over the horizon where the sky meets the sea. But how were these stone giants created and moved from place to place? Scientists propose various theories, from using trees as rollers to a complex system of ropes and pulleys. However, none of these theories can explain how such massive blocks were moved over long distances without modern technology. Some researchers suggest that the local inhabitants could have used sound to move the statues, creating resonant vibrations that helped lift and move heavy objects. But how could ancient people develop such complex methods? It seems there is something mystical, something that goes beyond scientific explanation. We can only speculate what motivated these people: faith, culture, or perhaps something else, of which we are unaware. Looking at the Moai, one cannot help but feel their magnetism, their invisible connection to the earth and sky. The local inhabitants believe that the statues guard their lands, and many of them continue to perform rituals related to their ancestors. In their culture, there are myths about how the spirits of ancestors come into the world of the living through these statues, adding to their significance. How did these stone figures become symbols of an entire civilization, which, according to some scientists, could have disappeared due to ecological catastrophes? This leads us to the question of how such a developed culture, creating such amazing monuments, could have vanished without a trace. Some suggest that this is related to the depletion of natural resources, while others propose theories about external invasions or catastrophes. But all these theories only emphasize one important fact: the mystery of Easter Island remains unsolved. What knowledge was lost with the disappearance of this civilization? With each glance at these silent statues, we can only sense how much more remains unexplored. Around the Moai, there is a spirit of history waiting to be deciphered. Thus, from the mysteries of Easter Island, filled with spirits and myths, we can move on to other corners of our world, full of secrets and mysteries waiting to be revealed. What other enigmatic artifacts are hidden in the depths of the earth, waiting for someone to remember them again? Rano Raraku, Easter Island, the frozen history of unfinished glory. Continuing our journey through the mysteries of Easter Island, we find ourselves at the heart of its history, the quarry of Rano Raraku. Here, amidst green hills and majestic volcanoes, time seems to have stopped. This enigmatic landscape is not only the source of volcanic tuff from which the famous Moai were carved, but also a place where one can see numerous unfinished statues, frozen in anticipation of their completion. Each of these stone figures, each line and curve, seems to tell a story of a time when life and labor were abundant. But for some reason, the work was suddenly halted. What could have happened in this isolated place to so abruptly stop the creation of these magnificent works of art? According to local legends, internal conflicts between clans could have caused discord and halted collective labor. It might have been disputes over resources, power, or even divine wrath, descending upon this people for their hubris. How could these mighty creators, who brought their ancestors to life in stone, have faced such insurmountable challenges? Each unfinished statue is not just a stone. It is a testament to a tragedy, a culture that may have lost its way. Some researchers suggest that rituals intended to appease ancestral spirits might have taken place in Rano Raraku, but over time, these rituals lost their effectiveness, leaving the statues in their incomplete forms as silent witnesses to a bygone era. But Rano Raraku holds more than just unfinished statues. It also harbors a series of mysterious symbols and signs that may have been intended to convey deep knowledge about the world and the people who created them. How many encrypted messages remain hidden in these stones, waiting to be deciphered? Some archaeologists believe that these unfinished statues may hold answers to questions about how the ancient inhabitants of Easter Island interacted with nature and each other. But alas, the truth slips away like sand through our fingers. We can only speculate about what might have happened in this sacred place. How could a culture with such remarkable skills have become trapped in its own conflicts? Could they have ever completed their masterpieces? Or did divine forces intervene in their fate? Do these unfinished statues evoke the same feelings in you as they do in me, the sensation that they gaze at us, holding secrets that we can barely comprehend? Meanwhile, from the quarry of Rano Raraku, where the statues await their time, let us transport ourselves to another place filled with mysteries and untold stories. As we travel the world, we may encounter artifacts that also tell tales of their culture, their ancestors, leaving us only with riddles. What else does our planet hide? What secrets await their turn to be revealed, like the stone sentinels on Easter Island? Orongo, Easter Island, sanctuary at the edge of the volcano. Traveling to another mysterious place on Easter Island, we find ourselves in Orongo, a ceremonial village located at the edge of the mighty volcano Rano Kau. This enigmatic corner of the earth, shrouded in the shadows of ancient rituals, invites us to delve into a culture steeped in legends of the Birdman. Here, on cliffs overlooking the abyss of the ocean, petroglyphs remain, preserving moments that may never be fully understood. Each carved symbol, each line, seems to be a code waiting for its decipherer to unveil the veil over ancient ceremonies that took place here. Against the backdrop of a majestic horizon where the sky meets the ocean, local residents conducted their rituals dedicated to birds, which, according to their beliefs, were intermediaries between the world of the living and the world of spirits. What happened on those days when people gathered to watch battles in which the bravest among them competed to become the Birdman? Legends say that the winner of this contest became not only a hero, but also a bearer of sacred knowledge, which he passed on to his people. How could this cult influence the life of an entire community? And what mysteries does its mystical significance hide? Unraveling this mysterious place, we encounter the question: how strong were the ties between these people and nature? Orongo, with its ruined houses and petroglyphs, seems to tell us that something more than just competitions took place here. Perhaps these rituals were meant to appease the spirits of their ancestors, who watched every move of their descendants, protecting them from evil forces and filling their lives with meaning. But this is not the only mystery that Orongo holds. The petroglyphs here depict not only scenes of competitions, but also sacred birds, which may have been symbols of divine messages. Were these images an attempt to capture the mystical connection between humans and nature? Or do they contain encrypted messages that we cannot understand? Some researchers suggest that these symbols could have served as a map for navigating the treacherous waters that their ancestors once sailed. But the truth remains hidden, like fog over the ocean. With each minute spent in this sanctuary, we can feel the spirit of ancientness and mysticism. Each crack in the stones, each indentation, a reminder that life once boiled here, filled with passion and faith. How could this culture create such a powerful ritual, and what became of those who once lived and created here? Orongo leaves us with many questions, each one calling to our deepest instincts to find answers. How could this atmosphere, filled with ancient rituals and mysterious symbols, influence the fate of humanity? Perhaps we will never know everything that lies behind these stones and petroglyphs, but one thing is clear. Orongo is not just the remnants of the past. It is a window into a world that may be far more complex and mysterious than we can imagine. And as we leave this sanctuary, we ask ourselves, are there such places and events in other corners of the world waiting for their time to be revealed and understood, to know what really happened in the distant past? Nan Madol, Micronesia, the city of spirits on artificial islands. Traveling to the heart of the Pacific Ocean, we find ourselves in Nan Madol, a mysterious city that, like a lost treasure in the waves of time, holds countless secrets and mysteries. This unique complex of artificial islands, built on shallow waters, resembles a set for an ancient myth. Massive stone blocks, perfectly fitted together, seem to guard ancient secrets embedded in their cold hearts. At first glance, this place appears abandoned, but listen closely. The air is filled with the spirit of the past, and it seems as if the walls whisper about their inhabitants. Legends of the local people tell of how Nan Madol was not built by human hands alone, but under the guidance of spirits who descended from the heavens to help their descendants create this magnificent city. According to the legends, it was these spirits who taught the ancient builders the technology to easily move enormous stones, which remain a mystery to modern scientists today. How could such an advanced civilization disappear, leaving behind only ruins surrounded by the sea? What were their knowledge and customs, and what preceded their sudden decline? Walking through the winding canals and ancient platforms, we can feel Nan Madol radiating magnetism and mystery. Each crack in the stone, each hidden corner, seems to hold memories of the life that once thrived here. Local residents believe that the spirits of their ancestors still roam these ruins, guarding their heritage. But what really happened to this remarkable civilization? Are there messages they left us, which we cannot decipher? According to one theory, Nan Madol was not only a center of power, but also a sanctuary where rituals were performed to appease the spirits. Archaeologists, delving into the study of this place, find traces of sacrifices that may have taken place here for centuries. But why did the ancient inhabitants turn to their gods? What were they seeking in their prayers? Some researchers suggest that this city could have served as a portal connecting the world of the living with the world of the spirits. Could they have been certain that their requests would be heard? However, Nan Madol is not the only enigmatic place on the planet. Comparing it with other forgotten cities, we see that there are similar monuments around the world, each holding its own unsolved mysteries. How many more such places await discovery by researchers? Perhaps hidden in the depths of jungles or at the bottom of the ocean are cities of which we are not even aware, waiting for someone to uncover their secrets. Leaving Nan Madol, we are left with the question, how deeply does this city reflect the complexity and mystery of our history? We are just beginning to realize that what we know about the past is only the tip of the iceberg. How many more secrets lie hidden beneath the earth, waiting to be revealed to tell us about forgotten civilizations and their mysteries? Nan Madol is a reminder that the world is filled with invisible threads connecting us to ancient cultures, and each of them deserves a place in our understanding of history. Basalt columns, various islands of Oceania, traces of ancient giants. As you travel through Oceania, it's hard to miss the majestic basalt columns that stand like sentinels of time, towering over the earth, reminiscent of remnants of unknown structures built by ancient giants. These natural formations, created millions of years ago as a result of volcanic activity, inspire awe and reverence, and their perfect geometric shapes often seem too ideal to be mere caprices of nature. Each column, each outcrop, seems to remind us that once there may have lived beings of incredible strength and wisdom. How could such monumental creations have appeared in this corner of the world? Perhaps they are evidence of ancient myths about giants who, according to legends, conquered mountains and created lands. On the islands of the Pacific, local residents tell amazing stories about how gods and titans, with unimaginable power, created these columns to serve them forever. Legends say that giants used these stone pillars as supports for their palaces and temples, and in their shadows, sacred rituals were performed. Every time we look at these incredible formations, our imagination paints pictures of mighty beings, perhaps conducting their affairs, addressing the heavens with prayers and sacrifices. But what is the true nature of these columns? Modern scientists link their origin to volcanic activity, when lava flows, cooling, fractured into polyhedral shapes. But how to explain such extraordinary symmetry and uniformity? Some researchers suggest that in the distant past, there may have existed highly developed civilizations that left us these enigmatic traces. Perhaps they used these natural columns in their architectural projects, creating temples and sanctuaries that reflected their beliefs and culture. But if we turn to myths, we see that many peoples associate these columns not only with giants, but also with deities who descended from the heavens to leave their mark on earth. How could it be that these heavenly beings, according to legends, used their powers to create such incredible structures? Are there any real proofs that gods once walked this land, leaving behind traces in the form of magnificent columns? Some researchers even suggest that these formations could have been places of power where the worlds of the living and the dead intersected. Local residents believe that the spirits of ancestors guard these columns, and those who come with respect can hear their whispers. But what is it like to stand at the foot of such monumental structures, knowing that they hold not only history, but also mysteries that may never be unraveled? As we move from one island to another, we see that each column is unique. Each has its own secrets and legends. But this is not the only question that concerns us. Remembering Nanu Madol and its mysteries, we begin to realize that such gigantic structures exist not only in Oceania, but all over the world. How many more such places, full of secrets and mysteries, are waiting to be discovered? Perhaps somewhere in the forgotten corners of the planet, there are other columns left by ancient civilizations that also looked up at the stars and sought to understand their place in this vast world. Thus, basalt columns become not only objects of scientific interest, but also symbols of that mysterious connection that exists between man and nature, between the past and the present. They remind us that our history is full of mysteries, and that each stone, each crack in these gigantic formations can tell a story that we are not yet ready to hear. How many more mysteries are hidden under the veil of time, and how many unexplored paths lead to the unraveling of our common past? Cyclopean stone walls, various islands of Oceania. The enigma of the ancient giant builders. Traveling through the islands of Oceania, it is impossible not to be struck by the majestic cyclopean stone walls that rise above the coasts and are submerged in the green jungle. These massive structures, composed of giant stones, whose weight often seems insurmountable even for modern technology, evoke not only admiration, but also many questions about how and by whom they were built. The magnificent blocks, perfectly fitted together, create the illusion that they were cut from a single piece of stone, rather than assembled by hand. How could ancient builders, using only primitive tools, have accomplished such a colossal task? Perhaps behind these walls lies a history filled with myths and legends that we are just beginning to uncover. Local residents tell stories of superhuman strength among the builders, who, according to legends, were not just ordinary people, but giants endowed with divine powers. Legends say that these giants, with incredible physical strength, could lift weights that modern cranes could not budge. How could these legends have arisen? Perhaps in ancient times there really were beings capable of creating wonders. Or perhaps human imagination simply embellished memories of those who left this colossal footprint in history. But what is the true nature of these building giants? Some researchers suggest that behind these stone walls lies not only physical labor, but also divine intervention. There is a belief that gods, descending from the heavens, helped people in their construction, guiding their hands and giving them the strength necessary to create such magnificent structures. However, if we turn to a scientific approach, more questions arise. Archaeologists and geologists assert that such walls could have been built using complex technologies that have been lost over time. But how could people living thousands of years ago possess such knowledge? Research shows that transporting and installing such massive blocks would have required not only strength, but also well-thought-out mechanisms about which we know nothing. Some scientists propose that on these islands, there could have existed advanced communities that used unique methods based on the laws of physics and mechanics to achieve incredible results. But despite all the research, many aspects remain unexplained. Looking at these walls, it is impossible not to feel the atmosphere of mystery and antiquity. Each crack in the stone, each seam between blocks can tell a story, but only to those who are willing to listen to these whispers. Local residents believe that the spirits of ancestors guard these places, and that those who come with respect can feel their presence. What is it like to stand at the foot of these mighty walls and realize that they hold not only architectural achievements, but also secrets that may be forever lost to humanity? Perhaps it is here, among these stone giants, that the answers to questions about our past await their time to be revealed. Moving from one ruin to another, we see that similar cyclopean constructions are not only found in Oceania, but also in other corners of the planet. Comparing these walls with similar structures, we begin to realize that ancient builders may have been more advanced than we usually think. How many more such enigmas lie beyond our understanding? With each new discovery, we encounter questions to which we cannot find answers. And despite the efforts of scientists and researchers, the enigmas of ancient civilizations continue to amaze and intrigue, leaving a trail of uncertainty behind them. Thus, cyclopean stone walls become not just artifacts of the past, but symbols of how humanity has striven for greatness and understanding of its place in the world. They remind us that many mysteries remain unsolved, and that each stone may hold an answer to a question that we have not yet asked. How many more unsolved mysteries are hidden under the veil of time, and how many stories await their time to be told? Sunken cities and ruins, Oceania, echoes of lost worlds. Diving into the depths of the Oceanic Ocean, we encounter extraordinary mysteries hidden beneath the water's surface. Here, on the ocean floor, lie sunken cities, about which local residents tell legends passed down through generations. These underwater ruins, covered in corals and green algae, seem to whisper about lost civilizations that once flourished on these lands. How could they disappear? What happened to their inhabitants? The answers to these questions may be hidden in the depths where light does not reach, but the legends remain alive, like the spirits of those who once lived there. Local folklore speaks of great lands submerged by mighty waters, believed to have been inhabited by wise and technologically advanced peoples. One such myth is the story of a lost city that rose from the ocean's depths only during the darkest times for humanity, to remind them of what they had lost. What secrets do these underwater structures hold? Some researchers claim that the sunken cities may be connected to ancient magical rituals that could have had consequences, turning once thriving civilizations into myths. Technical research shows that underwater finds indeed have architectural elements similar to those found on land. Mysterious stone blocks, perfectly fitted together, raise similar questions to their terrestrial counterparts. How could ancient builders create such structures now lying at the bottom of the ocean? Some scientists suggest that these cities could have been part of a larger network connecting different islands of Oceania. But what was their fate? How could mighty waves and earthquakes destroy what once symbolized human achievements? These questions remain unanswered, shrouded in mystery. Diving into these waters, we can find not only stone skeletons, but also artifacts that hold the history of those who once inhabited these lands. The ocean depths become a kind of museum of forgotten worlds, where each discovery can tell us about the life, culture, and customs of the vanished peoples. But what is the true history of these objects? Some may have been used in rituals, while others could have been ordinary household items suddenly submerged. Legends of divine interventions and curses associated with these ruins only fuel interest in their study. What is the connection between myths and reality? Exploring these mysteries also raises the question of how many such sunken worlds remain undiscovered. With each new investigation, we find more evidence that humanity has always striven for greatness, but not always been prepared to deal with the consequences of its ambitions. Perhaps these sunken cities are not just artifacts, but warnings that even the most powerful civilizations can disappear, leaving only a whisper in the ocean's waters. How many such lost worlds await their turn to be rediscovered? How many more secrets are hidden under the cover of oceanic waters, ready to reveal themselves to those brave enough to explore them? Thus, sunken cities become not only objects of archaeological research, but also symbols of our forgetfulness. They remind us that human history is full of mysteries and unanswered questions, that even in the deepest waters, answers to questions we have not yet asked may lie hidden. What were the true fates of these civilizations? Will they remain forever submerged in the ocean of time, or will we one day be able to uncover the truth? Sacred groves with unusual trees, Australia and Oceania. Sanctuaries of spirits in living nature. Transitioning from submerged cities to sacred groves, we once again immerse ourselves in a world where nature and spirits intertwine into a single entity. These places, filled with ancient magic and mysteries, are living sanctuaries where each tree holds a history, and each whisper of the wind is the voice of ancestors. In Australia and Oceania, sacred groves are not just part of the landscape. They are the abodes of spirits where the forces of nature interweave with the cultural traditions of indigenous peoples. Touching the bark of unusual trees, such as majestic eucalyptus or sacred banyan trees, allows us to feel the breath of antiquity. Legends say that these trees can communicate with those who know how to listen. How is this possible? Perhaps the ancient knowledge hidden in their branches awaits the right moment to be revealed. Local peoples believe that sacred groves are places where two worlds intersect, ours and the world of spirits. Here, among the twisted roots and dense foliage, one can hear the whispers of ancestors who once lived on this land. Each tree, each plant, is not just a part of the ecosystem, but a bearer of history filled with meaning and significance. For example, some eucalyptus trees are considered sacred, and their leaves are used in rituals of purification and connection with spirits. Do they truly possess magical power, or is this merely the product of imagination? But who can say what the true boundaries are between reality and mysticism? Research has shown that some trees in these groves possess unique properties. Their sap can have healing qualities, and their leaves can preserve the spirits of ancestors. Artifacts found in these sanctuaries confirm the connection between nature and culture, between the present and the past. But how could nature create such extraordinary beings capable of preserving the memory of long-gone times? Some scientists suggest this is just a coincidence, but local residents know. Every sacred oak or cedar is a guardian of stories waiting to be told. Exploring sacred groves raises the question of how many such places remain unexplored. Perhaps these groves hide not only spirits, but also answers to questions that humanity has been asking since time immemorial. What would history be like if we could understand the language of nature and communicate with it? These trees, with their ancient roots, could be the link between the past and the future, between what we know and what remains a mystery. How many more secrets are hidden in these sacred groves, waiting for someone to dare to unravel them? In conclusion, sacred groves become not just natural formations, but living monuments that remind us of the importance of the connection between people and nature, between spirits and the material world. These places teach us respect for what surrounds us, and that even in the most ordinary things, there is a place for wonder. How many more such spirit abodes remain beyond our perception? How many stories wait for their time to be told? Each grove, each tree, can be the beginning of a new legend that connects us with those who came before us. Fossilized fungi, Australia. Petrified creatures from Aboriginal myths. As we journey from sacred groves to mysterious formations, we encounter peculiar rock formations that resemble mushrooms sprouting from the earth. These petrified beings, scattered across the Australian landscape, captivate with their strange appearance and enigmatic aura. Local Aborigines believe these rock formations are not just natural phenomena, but the result of mythical events from a distant past when the world was filled with magic and wonders. Legends tell that once upon a time, these mushrooms were living creatures, transformed into stone as a result of a great battle between spirits. According to Aboriginal myths, a powerful spirit once lived in this region, protecting the land and nature. It safeguarded its people from evil forces, but one day evil triumphed, and the spirit was forced to take the form of petrified mushrooms to preserve its memory. How is this possible? Perhaps nature holds some secret we have yet to understand. These stone mushrooms, with their twisting forms and unusual textures, transport us to the world of ancient myths, where each stone holds a story. Local residents recount how these mushrooms serve as sites for rituals and ceremonies, where they communicate with ancestral spirits. They believe these formations contain ancient knowledge that can be revealed to those who know how to listen. How many secrets are hidden in these frozen forms? Researchers studying these rocks strive to decipher their origins using modern methods such as carbon dating and mineral analysis. Yet science cannot explain everything. There is something mystical about these natural formations that makes us ponder how much more we do not know. Each fossilized mushroom has its unique history. Their whimsical forms inspire awe and pose the question, how could nature create such extraordinary sculptures? Some scientists suggest it is the result of erosion, but local legends claim it is the result of ancient transformations. These rocks, like guardians of forgotten history, stand sentinel over secrets that were once lost but can be rediscovered. Delving into myths, we understand that each of these rocks is not just a stone, but a bearer of culture and spirit. How many more such mythical formations lie hidden within the earth, waiting for someone to dare to explore them again? What would history be like if we could understand the language of these stone creatures? They seem to whisper to us that time does not always erase the traces of the past, and that even the smallest detail can hide a great mystery. Concluding our journey through the world of fossilized fungi, we realize that these are not just natural formations, but living testimonies of ancient myths and legends that continue to live in people's hearts. How many more stories are hidden in these stone formations? What secrets await their turn to be revealed? Each rock, each petrified creature can be a key to understanding not only our past, but also what the future holds when we finally learn to read the language of nature and its mysteries. Transitioning from petrified mushrooms to even more enigmatic phenomena, we find ourselves in the heart of Australia, where singing rocks reside. These peculiar stone formations, which are more than just geological features, produce melodious sounds when struck, as if they themselves are instruments of ancient music. How is this possible? These rocks, resembling giant chimes, attract not only scientists, but also local residents who believe that the sounds emanating from them are the voices of spirits residing within the earth. Legends of the indigenous peoples claim that these rocks were created by gods in ancient times when the world was filled with magic and wonder. It is said that when humans and spirits lived in harmony, the gods gifted people with these stones that could speak. Thus, the sounds produced by these rocks are considered not just music, but encrypted messages from ancestors reminding us of the importance of unity with nature and respect for its mysteries. Research indicates that the acoustic properties of these rocks are linked to their composition and shape. Some scientists use methods such as seismic mapping to understand how these sounds are formed. However, no matter how hard we try to explain this phenomenon scientifically, there is something mystical about these rocks singing. Why has nature endowed them with this ability? Perhaps it is not just a coincidence, but part of a grand design that we have yet to comprehend. Each sound produced by the rocks is unique, and local residents often organize rituals where they gather around these rocks to hear their melodies. They believe that each sound contains a story that can guide them in their lives. How is this possible? Some researchers suggest that these sounds may have healing properties, affecting the human psyche and body. But what are the true sources of these melodies? Remain a mystery. Do these melodies contain messages that we have not yet learned to decipher? Or are they perhaps remnants of ancient rituals that we use in modern times, unaware of their true significance? The singing rocks, shrouded in myths and legends, become not only objects of scientific interest, but also symbols of the deep connection between humans and nature. How many such places exist on Earth where nature speaks to us in its own language? We can only guess how many secrets lie hidden within the depths of our planet, waiting for someone to dare to explore them again. Each sound, each resonating chord, is a reminder that the world around us is full of wonders that we do not always understand, but which await their moment to be heard. In the end, how much history is hidden in these rocks? What mysteries surround us, and how many of them do we still need to uncover to understand that the past and present are connected by an invisible thread? Diving into the world of mysteries, we transition from resonating stones to enigmatic geoglyphs that adorn the surface of the Australian continent. These ancient earthen mounds and drawings, visible only from above, resemble secret signs etched onto the face of the Earth, sparking numerous questions among researchers and history enthusiasts. What were the intentions of their creators? Why did they leave such magnificent and mysterious artworks? Geoglyphs, consisting of complex figures and patterns, could have been created thousands of years ago when ancient peoples inhabited this land, possessing deep knowledge of the world around them. Some scientists suggest that these drawings served not only as landscape decorations, but also had ritualistic or astronomical purposes. Perhaps they were used for conducting sacred ceremonies or as navigational aids for travelers seeking their way through the vast desert expanses. Legends of the indigenous peoples of Australia tell of these geoglyphs being images of ancestors or significant events from their history. Some associate these signs with celestial bodies, claiming that the geoglyphs were created to track the movements of stars and planets, which could have been crucial for agriculture and navigation. Local residents believe that each line and curve holds a sacred meaning, serving as a reminder of ancient knowledge that has been lost over time. But what is the true purpose of these mysterious drawings? Why have they remained unnoticed for so long? Some researchers propose that they could have been created not only by humans, but also by other beings that lived during a time when the world was filled with mystery and wonder. The challenge in studying these geoglyphs lies in the fact that many of them are located in remote and inaccessible places, making their study a true challenge for archaeologists. Using modern technologies such as satellite imagery and drone research, scientists strive to unravel this ancient puzzle. But each discovered detail only adds new questions. How could ancient people create such monumental works of art using simple tools? And what secrets do these enigmatic signs hide? Some theories suggest that the geoglyphs were part of ritualistic practices in which people communicated with the spirits of the earth, seeking their blessing and protection. However, despite all efforts, many aspects of these geoglyphs remain unexplored. Perhaps we will never know the true purpose of their creation. These iconic shapes on the earth, like mysterious messages from the past, continue to intrigue and inspire. They remind us that even in our modern world, there are many unexplored territories, and each discovery raises new questions. How many more such mysteries lie hidden beneath our feet, waiting for someone to dare to uncover their secrets? Just like the resonating stones, geoglyphs speak to us in their own language, the language of antiquity, which we are only beginning to understand. And who knows what other secrets and stories they may reveal if we are willing to listen and explore. Every new discovery could be a key to unraveling not only one mystery, but many others waiting their turn on this enigmatic path through the footsteps of history. Exploring the mysterious expanses of Australia and Oceania, we delved into a world where ancient legends and enigmatic artifacts hold an immeasurable wealth of human culture and beliefs. These mysterious places, from enigmatic geoglyphs to ancient ritual sites, seem to whisper to us about long-lost civilizations and their deep understanding of the world. How is it that we still cannot fully decipher these mystical riddles? Each stone, each line on the earth carries a message from the past, perhaps waiting for the right moment to be understood. Despite the remoteness of this region, its mysteries stir a universal interest in what was and what may be. They remind us that history is not just facts and dates, but an immense ocean of the unknown, where each discovery spawns new questions. What else lies hidden within the depths of this land, waiting for someone to dare to look into its secrets again? We invite you to share your impressions and thoughts in the comments. Which mysteries have impressed you the most? Which ancient riddles would you like to explore further? And of course, don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue this exciting journey through the enigmas of our planet. Each new encounter opens doors to the unknown, and who knows what incredible stories await us ahead. Antarctica, a mysterious continent bound by eternal ice, keeping secrets that most of us are not even aware of. Imagine an icy desert stretching to the horizon, where temperatures drop to 70 degrees below zero, and the wind howls with such force that it seems like nature itself is trying to scare off unwelcome visitors. But what if this harsh land hides something more? Researchers have repeatedly reported strange, inexplicable sounds coming from beneath the multi-kilometer thick ice. Low, vibrating tones, as if the breath of an ancient creature buried under the icy shroud. And what lies hidden in the mysterious subglacial lakes, isolated from the outside world for millions of years? Scientists suggest that there may be life forms there, unlike anything on Earth, organisms that have evolved in complete isolation along their own unique path. No less astonishing are the atmospheric phenomena of Antarctica. The shimmering lights that appear out of nowhere, mirages so realistic that experienced polar explorers lose their bearings, as if reality itself is distorted by the influence of unknown forces. Are these optical illusions or manifestations of something that science cannot yet explain? Some geological formations on the continent challenge modern scientific theories, as if created by some incomprehensible design. What other secrets does this icy giant hold? And are we ready for what we might discover there? This is just the tip of the iceberg of the mysteries shrouding this enigmatic continent. In 1997, hydrophones of the American National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a strange sound that was later named bloop. This ultra-low, powerful infrasound signal emanating from the depths of the Southern Ocean was so loud that it was detected over a distance of more than 5,000 kilometers from its source. What could have produced a sound of such incredible power and duration? Official science offers a rational explanation. Perhaps it was related to cryoseismic activity, when massive ice masses crack and collide. But why did bloop have such an organic, almost biological structure, reminiscent of sounds made by living creatures, only amplified many times? Some researchers dare to suggest the existence of an unknown marine creature of colossal size in the Antarctic waters, a sort of echo from prehistoric times when giant creatures inhabited the world ocean. Bloop is not the only mysterious sound coming from Antarctic waters. Whistle, slow down, Julia. Each of these recorded acoustic phenomena has its unique voice and frequency pattern, defying straightforward interpretation. Particularly intriguing are the infrasound signals emanating from beneath the ice shelf. Low, vibrating tones, as if the pulse of something ancient and powerful. Geophysicists link these sounds to the movement of subglacial water flows, the melting and displacement of ice masses. But there is no certainty in this. What if these sounds are a kind of language of the continent itself, trying to tell us its story? Local researchers conducting long months on Antarctic stations tell of a strange acoustic phenomenon, a distant, barely audible hum in the silence of the polar night, when the howling of the wind temporarily subsides, as if some colossal mechanism is working deep beneath the surface. Professor Alexander Voronov, who spent 3 seasons at the Vostok station, describes this phenomenon as the breathing of a sleeping giant. Seismic research shows the presence of extensive cavities beneath the ice shelf of Antarctica, filled with water or gases, which could serve as resonators for these mysterious sounds. But why do they occur with such frightening regularity? What processes cause this acoustic anomaly? Even more intriguing are reports of sound mirages, phenomena where sounds from distant sources, such as the noise of ship engines hundreds of kilometers away, suddenly become clearly audible, as if they were nearby. This acoustic paradox is linked to the peculiar atmospheric conditions of Antarctica, creating a sort of sound corridors. But the mechanism of their formation is not fully understood. Some researchers suggest a connection between acoustic anomalies and geomagnetic storms, often observed in polar regions. Could these sounds be the result of the interaction of Earth's electromagnetic fields with ionized particles in the atmosphere? Or do they have a more mundane explanation related to the movement of air masses over the uneven surface of the icy continent? The truth, as always in the case of Antarctica, lies hidden beneath the multi-kilometer thick ice. And each new answer spawns a dozen new questions, as if nature itself is testing the limits of our understanding and our readiness to accept what lies beyond the familiar picture of the world. Even the most unusual acoustic phenomena pale in comparison to the most intriguing mystery of the ice continent: the enigmatic subglacial lakes hidden beneath the colossal thickness of ice. Lake Vostok, the jewel in the crown of these mysterious bodies of water, is a gigantic reservoir of liquid water entombed under 4,000 meters of Antarctic ice. Imagine, these waters have not seen sunlight and have not come into contact with Earth's atmosphere for at least 14 million years. What might exist in this ancient, isolated ecosystem? What forms of life could have evolved in complete darkness, under immense pressure, in conditions reminiscent of those on the icy moons of Jupiter, Europa, or Ganymede? Russian scientists who drilled a hole to the waters of Lake Vostok in 2012 discovered DNA in the water samples that did not correspond to any known organism. Was this a result of contamination or the first evidence of the existence of a unique, unknown biosphere? Official science leans towards the contamination hypothesis, but some researchers dare to suggest that we may be on the brink of a revolutionary discovery: the discovery of life that has evolved in complete isolation for millions of years along an entirely different evolutionary path. Hydrological research shows that Lake Vostok is just one of nearly 400 subglacial lakes forming a complex hydrological system under the ice shield of Antarctica. They are connected by a network of subglacial rivers and channels, creating a sort of water universe hidden from our eyes. The system of lakes in the region of Wilkes Land is particularly intriguing, where geothermal activity creates conditions for the existence of relatively warm bodies of water with temperatures up to 4 degrees above zero. What might inhabit these oases amidst the icy desert? Some of these lakes periodically pulse. Their level rises and falls with remarkable regularity, as if following some internal rhythm. Glaciologists explain this phenomenon as the transfer of water between interconnected hydrological systems. But the mechanism that triggers this process remains not fully understood. The data from magnetometric research showing the presence of anomalous zones around some subglacial lakes, areas with strongly distorted magnetic fields, is even more intriguing. Geophysicists link these anomalies to the peculiar geological structure of the lake beds, with deposits of magnetite or other ferromagnetic minerals. But what if these anomalies have another origin? What if they are related to artificial objects buried under the ice in ancient times? British geophysicist Jonathan Strange, analysing radar data from the area of Lake Ellsworth, discovered a strange geometrically regular structure under its bottom, resembling a man-made construction. Official science dismisses such interpretations, attributing them to shadows and peculiarities of radar data processing. But why do these structures appear with such striking regularity precisely in the areas of subglacial lakes? Perhaps these ancient bodies of water hide not only unique forms of life, but also traces of long-lost civilizations? Or maybe they hold the keys to understanding the climate history of our planet, recorded in the multi-layered deposits on the bottom of these bodies of water? Each cubic centimetre of this ancient water is a time capsule containing information about the composition of the atmosphere, cosmic radiation, volcanic activity, and many other factors that shaped the face of our planet over millions of years. Deciphering this information could give us an unprecedented view of Earth's past and perhaps suggest paths to solving modern climate problems. But will we ever be able to fully unravel the mysteries of these hidden water worlds without disturbing their delicate balance? Without introducing contamination from our world? Or will some mysteries of Antarctica remain forever beyond our understanding, hidden under the impenetrable ice shield, like a silent reminder of the limits of human knowledge? The nature of Antarctica continues to amaze us with its mysteries, and one of the most visually striking phenomena are the so-called tabular icebergs. These colossal ice monoliths with perfectly flat faces and right angles, as if carved by a giant knife from the mass of continental ice. Imagine an iceberg the size of a skyscraper, or even a small city floating in the dark waters of the Southern Ocean, with a surface so flat that one could theoretically build a runway on it. One of the most famous examples is iceberg A38, which broke off from the Ross Ice Shelf in 2017, having almost perfectly rectangular dimensions of 120 by 70 kilometers. Its geometric regularity was so striking that it sparked a wave of speculation on social media, from theories about secret military experiments to hypotheses about the involvement of extraterrestrial civilizations. But how does official science explain this phenomenon? Glaciologists assert that tabular icebergs form naturally when massive fragments break off from ice shelves, floating extensions of the continental ice sheet. The layered structure of the ice shelf, formed by compressed snow layers, creates a natural stratification that can result in exceptionally smooth surfaces upon fracture. Lines of fracture often follow internal stresses within the ice mass, which can create geometrically regular patterns. But is this explanation sufficient for all cases? Some tabular icebergs exhibit such symmetry and regularity of form that even skeptical researchers are left to ponder. Particularly enigmatic are cases where strange concentric patterns or parallel lines are found on the surfaces of these ice giants, resembling artificial markings. Satellite images of iceberg VIV-15, taken in 2018, captured a series of evenly spaced parallel lines on its surface, the origin of which sparked heated debates within the scientific community. Could these patterns be the result of unknown natural processes related to cycles of freezing and thawing? Or do they conceal something more extraordinary? Even more intriguing are the geometric formations discovered beneath the ice cover using radar sounding. In the Marybird Land region, geophysicists have detected a series of subglacial structures arranged in a regular grid over several square kilometers. The official version links these formations to the peculiarities of the subglacial relief. Systems of parallel faults or ancient river channels formed before the continent was glaciated. However, some researchers point to the striking similarity of these structures to the ruins of ancient cities discovered in the Amazon rainforest or Southeast Asia. What if these geometric patterns are indeed the remnants of a long-lost civilization that once existed on the Antarctic continent during epochs when its climate was significantly warmer? Or perhaps these structures have an even more exotic origin. It is interesting that many of these geometrically regular formations are concentrated in areas of geothermal activity, where subglacial volcanoes and hot springs create local zones of increased temperature. Could there be a connection between these phenomena? Some geophysicists suggest that regular structures could be the result of the interaction of magma flows with the ice sheet, creating a kind of ice crystals of gigantic size. Others point to the possible role of electromagnetic fields generated by geological activity in the formation of ordered structures within the ice. But however it may be, these enigmatic geometric formations continue to challenge our understanding of natural processes, reminding us of how little we know about the most isolated and inaccessible continent on Earth. Perhaps future expeditions, equipped with even more advanced technologies, will be able to penetrate deeper into the ice shield of Antarctica and reveal the true nature of these mysterious structures. Or perhaps some of the secrets of the icy continent will remain unsolved, hidden beneath kilometers of ancient ice, like silent guardians of long-forgotten secrets of our planet. Another intriguing aspect of the mysteries of Antarctica, which forces us to rethink the history of this harsh continent, is the remarkable paleontological discoveries hidden in its frozen depths. Imagine, beneath a multi-kilometer layer of ice, in complete darkness and silence, remnants have been preserved that once upon a time where now lies an icy wasteland. There were lush forests, full-flowing rivers, and a thriving ecosystem teeming with life. In 2020, an international team of geologists studying rock samples extracted from a depth of around 3 kilometers in the Ross Sea region discovered fossilized remains of ancient ferns, conifers, and even flowering plants, estimated to be 90 million years old. Microscopic research revealed preserved cellular structures and even traces of chlorophyll, silent witnesses to the fact that once upon a time, a moderate climate with temperatures not dropping below 12 degrees, even in winter, reigned here. But how could lush forests flourish in a region that today is plunged into darkness for 6 months of the year? What happened to Earth's climate to transform a green paradise into a kingdom of eternal ice? Official science explains this phenomenon through the drift of continents and global climate changes. But some aspects of this transformation remain mysterious. Particularly intriguing are the traces of sudden catastrophic changes recorded in ice cores and sedimentary rocks. Layers of volcanic ash, abrupt changes in isotopic composition, and strange mineral inclusions suggest that the climatic transition might not have been as gradual as commonly believed. Some researchers propose a hypothesis about possible cosmic influence, the impact of an asteroid or a series of comets that could have catastrophically altered the climate of the region. Others point to the possibility of large-scale geological events related to changes in ocean currents or sudden volcanic activity. Even more astonishing are the fossilized remains of ancient animals, some of which represent unique species no longer found anywhere else on the planet. In 1989, in the Trans-Antarctic Mountains, fossils of a large herbivorous creature were discovered, resembling both modern rhinos and extinct brontotheres, but with anatomical features not characteristic of any known group of mammals. The age of the find, determined by radiocarbon dating, was around 15,000 years, which contradicts the commonly accepted chronology of Antarctica's glaciation, which is believed to have begun around 34 million years ago. How could this large mammal have survived in the conditions of an icy wasteland? Or perhaps, in some regions of Antarctica, there were isolated oases with a moderate climate, sustained by geothermal activity or other factors. This hypothesis received unexpected confirmation in 2017 when, using thermal scanning from the air, extensive subsurface cave systems were discovered around Mount Erebus, where a constant positive temperature is maintained by geothermal sources. Some of these caves are as large as a football field and form complex labyrinths stretching for kilometers. Could these warm underground shelters have served as the last refuge for relict species that survived the continent's glaciation? And if so, could some of them have survived to this day, hidden in the inaccessible depths of Antarctica's subterranean world? The most enigmatic aspect of the paleontological finds in Antarctica are the strange artifacts discovered in close proximity to some fossilized remains. In 2012, a Russian expedition working in the vicinity of Lake Vostok extracted from an ice core, raised from a depth of around 2.5 kilometers, fossilized fragments resembling worked stone with a regular pattern similar to writing or ornamentation. The official explanation links these structures to natural processes of crystallization or the influence of microorganisms. But some independent researchers point to the striking similarity of these patterns to the earliest writings of Mesopotamia and the Indus Valley. What if beneath the Antarctic ice are not only evidence of the continent's rich natural history, but also traces of ancient civilizations that flourished here before the Great Glaciation? This hypothesis, although it may seem fantastic, finds indirect confirmation in ancient maps, such as the famous map of Piri Reis, which accurately depicts the contours of Antarctica without its ice cover. How could ancient cartographers know the coastline of a continent hidden under ice for thousands of years? This question remains one of the most intriguing mysteries related to the icy continent and reminds us of how much more there is to learn about the history of our planet and perhaps our own civilization. The most spectacular and frightening natural phenomenon of Antarctica is undoubtedly the famous blood falls, whose crimson streams flow like blood seeping from an invisible wound in the glacier's body, cascading down the pristine slope of Taylor Valley. Imagine this surreal scene. Amidst the silent ice expanses, in a realm of whiteness and blue hues, suddenly a 5-meter stream of intensely red liquid appears, slowly and relentlessly flowing down the Taylor Glacier, staining the snow a sinister crimson. The first explorers who encountered this phenomenon in 1911 were shocked and bewildered. It seemed as if nature had created here a macabre decoration reminiscent of ancient sacrifices or mysterious rituals. Local legends that emerged among the first polar explorers spoke of a subterranean kingdom of ancient beings whose blood seeps through the ice, hidden catastrophes, and mystical curses. Only in 2009 did scientists manage to uncover the true nature of this phenomenon. But the explanation turned out to be no less astonishing than the most fantastic hypotheses. It turned out that beneath the glacier, at a depth of about 400 meters, lies an ancient subglacial lake that has been isolated from the outside world for approximately 1,700,000 years. In complete darkness, without access to oxygen, at a temperature of -5 degrees and salinity 3 times higher than seawater, a unique ecosystem of anaerobic microorganisms has formed, feeding on sulfur and iron compounds. It is precisely the high concentration of iron oxide that gives the water this terrifying blood-red tint. When the water from the lake reaches the surface through cracks in the glacier, iron oxidizes upon contact with air, and the color becomes even more intense, creating the impression of a fresh blood flow. However, even this scientific explanation leaves many questions unanswered. How could these microorganisms survive in such extreme conditions for almost 2 million years? What evolutionary mechanisms allowed them to adapt to an environment that should be absolutely inhospitable to life? And the most intriguing question, could these ancient forms of life be relics from the pre-glacial period, preserving genetic memory of times when Antarctica was a flourishing continent? Analysis of the DNA of microorganisms from blood falls showed that they represent unique species with no close relatives among known bacteria. Their metabolic pathways and survival mechanisms are so unusual that some researchers have even proposed the hypothesis of their extraterrestrial origin. Possibly these microbes arrived on Earth with meteorites millions of years ago and found refuge in the isolated subglacial environment. However, most scientists lean towards a more conservative explanation, considering these organisms to be extreme endemics, evolving in isolation. Nevertheless, regardless of the origin of these microorganisms, their very existence forces us to rethink our understanding of the limits of adaptation of living beings and possible forms of life in the universe. If life could find a way to thrive in such a hostile environment here on Earth, then how much wider could the boundaries of habitability be on other planets and moons? It is not surprising that NASA considers the subglacial lakes of Antarctica as analogues of possible habitats for extraterrestrial life, such as beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Enceladus. Blood Falls has become for scientists a kind of window into the ancient history of our planet, and perhaps a key to understanding the processes of the origin and evolution of life in extreme conditions. But for a casual observer, it remains a chilling, almost supernatural sight, reminding us that even in our age of scientific rationalism, nature can create phenomena that at first glance seem to defy the natural order of things. And when you look at this crimson-red stream, slowly crawling across the snow-white ice under the pale Antarctic sky, you can't help but wonder, how many more amazing secrets are hidden beneath the ice of this mysterious continent? And what discoveries await us when we finally penetrate its most inaccessible depths? If the Blood Falls waterfall is striking for its unnatural color, then another Antarctic mystery draws attention with its almost perfect geometric shape. In the heart of the icy continent, amidst the endless white deserts of the Ellsworth Mountains, mysterious pyramidal mountains rise, their outlines so precise and symmetrical that they seem to be man-made monuments created by an unknown ancient civilization. Imagine this breathtaking scene. 4 colossal stone pyramids reaching towards the sky at almost perfect angles, their edges so smooth that they appear to have been carved by a giant tool from a single block of rock. Among them, the so-called Winson Pyramid stands out. It is not only the highest peak in Antarctica, reaching 4,892 meters above sea level, but also one of the most geometrically perfect mountain formations on the planet. When the first aerial photographs of this region were published in the mid-20th century, they caused a sensation in certain circles. Enthusiasts of alternative history immediately saw in them evidence of the existence of a highly advanced prehistoric civilization that could have thrived in Antarctica before the last ice age. According to these theories, the continent was once free of ice and inhabited by an advanced race that built monumental structures similar to the Egyptian pyramids, but much older and larger. Some researchers even link these formations to the legendary Atlantis, suggesting that after the global catastrophe described by Plato, some Atlanteans might have found refuge in Antarctica, which had a much milder climate at the time. But what does official science say about these mysterious pyramids? Geologists explain their formation through natural processes of erosion and tectonic activity. When two tectonic plates collide, forming a mountain range, certain types of rock can fracture and erode in such a way as to form almost perfect pyramidal structures. This process, known as differential erosion, is particularly pronounced in the extreme temperatures and constant winds characteristic of Antarctica. Similar pyramidal mountains, although less impressive, can be found in the Alps, Himalayas, and other mountain systems around the world. But even acknowledging the geological explanation as plausible, one cannot help but wonder, why did these natural pyramids achieve such remarkable geometric perfection in Antarctica? What unique conditions contributed to the formation of such precise structures? And is it merely a coincidence that such formations are found on different continents, from Egyptian pyramids to Mesoamerican ziggurats, as if following some universal architectural principle? Intriguing is also the fact that a full-scale scientific investigation of these structures is extremely difficult due to their remoteness and harsh climatic conditions. Only a few expeditions have reached the base of these mountains, and none have conducted a detailed geological analysis that could definitively clarify their origin. Modern remote sensing technologies, including satellite imagery and LiDAR scanning, allow for high-resolution study of these formations, but they cannot replace direct on-site investigation. Among the most intriguing features of the pyramids of the Ellsworth Mountains are the strange linear structures visible on some of their faces, which some enthusiasts interpret as remnants of ancient roads or terraces. Official science explains these lines as a result of the layering of various types of rock over millions of years. But without detailed sample analysis, this hypothesis remains purely speculative. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of the Antarctic pyramids is their orientation. Preliminary research shows that the main axes of some of these formations are aligned with remarkable precision to the cardinal directions, once again drawing parallels with the ancient Egyptian pyramids of Giza. Is this another geological coincidence, or the result of some unknown design? The history of Antarctic exploration is full of white spots and mysteries. Many regions of the continent remain practically unexplored, hidden under a kilometre of ice. What might lie beneath this icy cover? Additional pyramidal structures, ruins of ancient cities, or simply more natural geological formations? Modern radar technologies allow us to partially look under the ice, but the resolution of these data is insufficient for the discovery of potential archaeological objects. Thus, the pyramids of the Ellsworth Mountains continue to be one of the most captivating mysteries of the White Continent, a phenomenon that can be explained by known geological processes but continues to fuel the imagination and generate theories about lost civilizations and ancient secrets buried under Antarctic ice. And until we conduct a more thorough investigation of these mysterious structures, the boundary between scientific fact and fascinating hypothesis will remain as blurred as the outlines of the pyramids in polar snowstorms. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica holds. Alongside the enigmatic pyramids, researchers on this icy continent encounter magnetic anomalies that attract the attention of both scientists and adventurers. These anomalies consist of areas where the Earth's magnetic field behaves in completely unpredictable ways, deviating from the norm. At first glance, this might seem like a simple geophysical phenomenon, but when combined with the mysterious shapes of the mountains and ice deserts, these invisible forces add another layer of mystique to the already enigmatic nature of Antarctica. Some researchers suggest that magnetic anomalies may be linked to underground geological structures, such as deposits of magnetite ore, but others cannot help but wonder, what if these anomalies have deeper roots, connected to ancient civilizations or even extraterrestrial beings? How could these mysterious forces have influenced those who have ever set foot on this land? What significance could they have had for ancient peoples who may have once inhabited this continent? Local legends claim that Antarctica is not just an icy wasteland, but a repository of ancient knowledge, whose secrets can only be revealed to those who can understand the language of the Earth and its invisible forces. Scientists studying magnetic anomalies use various methods, including magnetic surveys and ground-penetrating radar, to analyze these invisible effects. However, despite modern technology, many aspects of magnetic anomalies remain unclear. What are the true causes of their appearance? Could there be ancient wisdom hidden within them, which humanity has not yet understood? Or are they simply the result of geological processes that remain beyond our understanding? Such reflections make us ponder how many mysteries lie beneath the ice and how much more there is to discover. Could these anomalies serve as a key to unraveling the secrets that have remained beyond human comprehension for centuries? Perhaps they indicate the existence of ancient technologies or even mysterious knowledge that could change our understanding of the past. The magnetic anomalies of Antarctica are not just a scientific phenomenon, but also a source of inspiration for those who seek answers to questions that may never be definitively resolved. And, as always, the question remains open. What else does this mysterious continent hide, waiting to be discovered? Frozen caves and blue ice. If you have ever wondered what another world looks like, then the frozen caves of Antarctica are certainly the answer. Unique formations of transparent glass-like ice, sparkling in the sun's rays, create an atmosphere of indescribable beauty and mystery. These caves, seemingly carved from the heart of the ice, have incredible blue hues that change depending on the angle of the light penetrating their depths. Complex structures of ice walls, formed over millennia, evoke a magical world where silence reigns and time seems to stand still. How are these magnificent ice formations created? The process involves natural factors. Water seeps into cracks and voids, freezing to form multi-layered ice structures that become more complex and beautiful over time. Despite the scientific explanation, there is something almost mystical about these caves. Have you heard the stories from local residents living near these ice wonders? They believe that behind every turn lies something more than just ice and snow. The frozen caves, filled with mysterious light, seem like windows into another world where time and space intertwine, creating sensations beyond our understanding. What secret do these crystal-clear walls hold? Perhaps in their blue light lies knowledge of ancient worlds of which we are not even aware. In some caves where the ice takes on a bright blue color, scientists have discovered unique microorganisms capable of surviving in the most extreme conditions. This discovery raises more questions. What are their capabilities, and how could they change our understanding of life on Earth? Perhaps it is in these ice depths that the key to solving many mysteries lies, which humanity has not yet had time to unravel. But this is not the only thing that can be found in this mysterious region. Moving from the frozen caves to other natural wonders, we encounter unique glacial lakes reflecting the sky in their calm mirror. How did they form, and what secrets do they hold in their depths? Could these bodies of water be witnesses to ancient events of which we can only guess? So, what are the true causes of the creation of these ice and water wonders? With each new discovery, we realize that Antarctica is not just an icy continent, but a treasure trove of unexplored mysteries waiting to be revealed. How many more riddles does this snow-white world hide? And how much of them could change our perception of human history? The only thing left is to continue seeking answers in this icy realm, where each drop of water, each crack in the ice, can tell its own story. Miracles and optical illusions. Delving deeper into the mysterious world of Antarctica, we encounter another equally astonishing phenomenon: mirages. In the harsh conditions of extreme cold and constant atmospheric pressure changes, optical illusions can deceive even the most experienced researchers. What might happen when the harsh conditions of nature combine with the magic of light and air? For instance, a mirage can make us see objects that do not exist. In Antarctica, this phenomenon can manifest as grand castles floating above the horizon or ships seemingly resting on the ice. Each appearance of mirages is like a mini performance where nature takes the lead, making us question the reality of our reality. In such conditions, even the most familiar objects can be distorted, transforming into something entirely different. These optical illusions not only captivate, but also imbue the atmosphere of Antarctica with a sense of mystery. How is this possible? The mechanism behind their appearance lies in the unique climatic conditions where warm air rises above the cold surface, creating layers of different densities. This causes light to refract as it passes through these layers, creating illusions. But how should we view these natural wonders, which can distort our perception of reality? Scientists still strive to unravel the mystery of mirages, but despite all explanations, they remain part of the magic of this extraordinary continent. Local inhabitants, if any, often share stories of how mirages led them to believe in the existence of oases in the vast snows. Perhaps it is for this reason that mirages are shrouded in legends and tales passed down through generations. What hidden meaning do these illusions hold? Perhaps they serve as a reminder that beyond our perception lies a multitude of unexplained wonders waiting to be discovered. But this is not the only mystery hidden in this frozen world. Moving from optical illusions, we can turn to the enigmatic artifacts found on this continent. How did these objects, seemingly alien to this place, end up in the snow-white expanses? These discoveries raise even more questions. Who left them here, and what were their intentions? Each artifact is a key to unraveling ancient secrets that might open our eyes to events we never suspected. How are these artifacts connected to the mirages and the mysterious nature of Antarctica? The only answer is to continue exploring and seeking answers in this extraordinary and sometimes frightening world, where every moment can be the beginning of a new mystery. How much more is hidden beneath the icy crust of this continent, and what secrets await the time to be revealed? Dry valleys of McMurdo. Moving from the mysterious artifacts found amidst the pristine white expanses of Antarctica, we arrive at the dry valleys of McMurdo, a place that bears little resemblance to the familiar image of this icy land. Here, in this Martian landscape, a unique atmosphere reigns, as if nature itself has created a scene that evokes both awe and reverence. Unlike the rest of Antarctica, where snow and ice dominate, the dry valleys are vast, ice-free expanses that can seem otherworldly. How is it possible that life exists in this harsh climate, where temperatures can drop below -30 degrees Celsius? Remarkably, unique organisms such as specialized microorganisms and lichens have adapted to these extreme conditions. These life forms raise many questions. How have they managed to survive in such a waterless and harsh environment? Could such organisms exist in less favorable conditions on other planets? The dry valleys, with their unique forms of relief and landscapes reminiscent of Mars, offer an opportunity to study the limits of life. Their soil, composed of salts and minerals, creates breathtaking landscapes where rocky hills and fractures seem like true works of art created by nature. But in this enigmatic, ice-free place, there are not only landscapes, but also mysteries. What were the origins of these valleys? Some researchers suggest that they formed millions of years ago as glaciers gradually retreated, opening the land to new forms of life. But was this place truly once filled with water and vegetation? Legends and myths of local inhabitants, if they ever existed, could tell us how these valleys looked in the past. Every contour of the relief, every crack in the ground may hold traces of long-gone epochs. But this is not the only mystery hidden in these desolate valleys. The dry valleys are also home to extraordinary natural phenomena, such as the frosty eyebrows, horizontal layers of ice forming on the slopes of mountains. How do they form? The answer to this question remains unclear, and scientists continue to study this phenomenon, trying to understand how nature creates such unique forms. The interaction between cold and wind may play a key role in this process, but how exactly? The dry valleys of McMurdo, with their gloomy beauty and mysterious natural wonders, remind us that even in the most unfavorable conditions, life can exist, and that science has not yet unraveled all the secrets of this amazing world. How much more is hidden in these winding valleys, and what secrets await to be revealed? We are only beginning to understand how diverse and mysterious our world is, and perhaps it is here, in the dry valleys, that we will find the keys to unraveling not only the mysteries of our planet, but also the means of life on other worlds. Meteorites. Moving from the mysterious landscapes of the dry valleys of McMurdo, we encounter another mystery that attracts researchers and enthusiasts of secrets: meteorites. These cosmic stones, which have been falling to Earth for millions of years, find their home in Antarctica, where vast icy expanses become an ideal platform for their discovery. Why is this harsh and cold continent so rich in meteorites? The answer lies in the unique conditions that create ice caps and constant low temperatures. Ice, as a natural archive, preserves meteorites in excellent condition, protecting them from the destructive effects of the atmosphere and erosion. Each found meteorite is not just a stone, but a genuine time capsule, containing information about the earliest stages of the formation of the solar system. Hundreds of meteorites, including rare specimens, have been collected over the past decades, and among them are samples whose composition raises fascinating questions. Some of them contain minerals that do not exist on Earth and may provide clues to the mysteries of the origin of water and life on our planet. How could this matter end up in meteorites? Some researchers suggest that such minerals could have formed in the conditions of distant planets, or even in cosmic clouds from which our solar system was born. How is this possible? One of the most intriguing finds is a meteorite containing organic molecules that may be the precursors of life. Is there a chance that life could have come to Earth from meteorites? These questions challenge traditional views on the origin of life and open the door to new theories. Some scientists even suggest that meteorites containing amino acids could have acted as catalysts for the emergence of the first living organisms on our planet. And this raises even more questions. What were the conditions on Earth at that time? Could meteorites have been part of a global process that led to the evolution of life? However, despite all efforts, many aspects of meteorites remain a mystery. Why are some meteorites so different from others? What is their true history and connection to those distant worlds from which they came? Each meteorite found in Antarctica becomes not only an object of scientific research, but also a symbol of the search for answers to the questions that the universe poses to us. But this is not all. From meteorites, we can move on to even more mysterious aspects of Antarctica, to the enigmatic ice caves that may hide not only ancient artifacts, but also traces of unknown civilizations. What are their secrets, and what discoveries await us in these icy depths? Subglacial volcanoes and geothermal activity. Diving deeper into the world of Antarctica, we encounter another mystery that evokes both awe and wonder: the subglacial volcanoes hidden beneath layers of ice. These geological giants, long known to only a few, are not just an intriguing phenomenon, but also the key to understanding the dynamics of this vast land. How did they form in such a harsh climate? Volcanic activity on the Antarctic continent is not uncommon. Beneath the ice, massive volcanoes like Mount Erebus are actively spewing gases and lava, creating local zones of warmth. These subglacial volcanoes not only form unique ecosystems, but also influence subglacial environments, creating conditions for life to exist in the most unexpected places. What a sight! Witnessing how heat from the Earth's core penetrates the ice and creates oases of life in this frozen realm. But what exactly lies beneath the ice? Research shows that subglacial volcanoes may be linked to geothermal sources that feed subglacial lakes, such as Lake Vostok. This lake, encased in an ice shell, has a unique ecosystem where organisms, possibly unlike any other on Earth, may exist. What are their origins? Have they adapted to such extreme conditions? And what secrets might they reveal about the origins of life on our planet? Some scientists suggest that active volcanoes may be linked to climate changes and even the movement of glaciers, raising the question of how long these volcanoes will remain active. How will this impact the future ecosystem of Antarctica? Volcanic activity, in turn, creates underground channels through which water can circulate, supporting life in conditions that seem completely inhospitable. But this is not the only mystery hidden beneath the ice shield. Similar volcanoes may be connected to myths and legends of ancient civilizations that once inhabited these lands. What secrets could they reveal if we were to uncover their traces? Perhaps beneath the ice lie not only volcanoes, but also ancient artifacts left behind by vanished peoples who once inhabited this territory. How did they survive in such conditions, and what knowledge did they carry with them? And that's not all. Moving from volcanoes to other mysteries, we can draw attention to unusual geological formations like ice spheres, which puzzle researchers. What could they tell us about climate changes and the evolution of this extraordinary continent? What are their secrets? Strange cloud formations. As we ascend towards the celestial expanses, we encounter another enigma that shrouds the polar regions. Unusual cloud formations that captivate with their beauty and mystery. Pearlescent clouds, like living paintings, unfurl against the Antarctic sky, their iridescent colors shifting with the sunlight and angle of view. These clouds, composed of ice crystals, reflect sunlight, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of light and color, visible only in the harshest climatic conditions. How are they formed? Scientists believe that their appearance requires specific atmospheric conditions that are rarely found on Earth. Yet, despite the scientific explanation, these clouds remain truly enigmatic, inspiring awe and wonder. What is their nature? Why do they appear here, in this frozen realm where life seems impossible? Their rarity only intensifies the sense of mystique. Observing them, one feels as if touching something sacred and unattainable. These clouds seem to hold ancient secrets that could shed light on climate changes and the evolution of our planet. But that's not all. Transitioning from clouds to other mysteries, one cannot fail to mention the enigmatic formations found on the icy surface. Colossal ice spikes. These natural formations, like arrows, pierce the snow cover, puzzling researchers. How do they form? Some scientists suggest that their shape and arrangement may be linked to underground waters rising to the surface, creating unique geological structures. But what can they tell us about climate changes in this region? What impact do they have on the Antarctic ecosystem? Perhaps these ice spikes hold remnants of ancient climatic catastrophes that once reshaped this continent. And once again, we stand at the edge of the unknown, questioning, how many more secrets does the icy mantle of Antarctica conceal? What are their origins, and what past knowledge can they reveal? Perhaps these mysteries hold the key to understanding our planet's future. And the more we explore, the more questions arise. What secrets lie hidden beneath the layers of ice? And what else can we learn if we can unravel these ancient enigmas? Ancient ice cores and the history of climate. Diving deeper into the mysteries of Antarctica, we cannot ignore the remarkable ice cores that serve as true archives of our planet's climate. These long cylindrical samples, cut from multi-year ice, contain not only crystals of frozen water, but also invaluable information about how the Earth's climate has changed over millennia. Scientists extracting ice cores can find trapped air bubbles that were enclosed in ice during epochs when dinosaurs roamed the Earth, or when tectonic plates reshaped landscapes. Each change in the composition of these bubbles, each shift in the thickness of ice layers, can reveal sharp climatic fluctuations, natural disasters, and even the emergence and disappearance of ecosystems that we may never see again. How can ice cores specifically shed light on lost worlds? For instance, some samples contain anomalies, sharp changes in chemical composition that indicate global climate events such as volcanic eruptions or fluctuations in carbon dioxide levels, leading to warming or cooling. These discoveries make us wonder, what did life on the planet look like during times when the climate was vastly different? What kinds of animals and plants could have existed in conditions we can barely imagine today? But that's not all. Studying ice cores, scientists encounter unusual findings, such as traces of ancient microbes living in conditions that seem impossible today. This discovery raises new questions. Could these organisms adapt to their environment as the climate changed, or were they victims of sudden ecological changes? These microbes might have been part of complex ecosystems that disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only mysteries. Each ice core is like a time capsule, preserving secrets that can reveal not only the past of our planet, but also help us understand how to preserve its future. However, despite all scientific achievements, many questions remain unanswered. What exactly caused the sharp climatic changes recorded in these ice archives? How does human activity influence climate processes if even in ancient times nature faced such catastrophes? These questions lift the veil on what is still hidden beneath the ice, waiting for science to unravel its mysteries. Perhaps the depths of Antarctica hold not only historical data, but also warnings for the future. What are the limits of our understanding of climate, and what other secrets might be hidden in ice cores, remaining unsolved? These ancient frozen testimonies, perhaps, await their turn to once again tell the story of how life on Earth has changed and possibly help us avoid repeating past mistakes. For each layer of ice is not just ice, but an entire epoch filled with mysteries and secrets. Adaptation in the wild, incredible feats in harsh climates. Transitioning from frozen icebergs to life that penetrates this frozen desert, we encounter amazing examples of animal adaptation that have managed to survive in seemingly inhospitable conditions. Antarctica, with its merciless winters and icy winds, has become home to inhabitants like seals and penguins, who not only survive, but thrive in this harsh climate. How do they manage to cope with such extreme conditions? For instance, seals, which spend a significant portion of their lives in water, possess an extraordinary ability to retain heat thanks to a thick layer of fat that protects them from the cold. These marine mammals can dive into icy waters for extended periods, allowing them to hunt fish and krill, which form the basis of their diet. But how do they find food in this frozen realm? Seals use their sensitive whiskers to detect fish movements beneath the ice, and their remarkable underwater speed enables them to catch prey with remarkable ease. But that's not all. Penguins, with their comically awkward steps on ice, are true masters of adaptation. These birds form colonies to collectively withstand the cold, and their dense feathers protect them from low temperatures. Imagine them gathering in massive groups, where each penguin exchanges heat with neighbors, creating a living blanket. But how do they decide who will stand at the edge, exposing themselves to more cold? This incredible interaction, based on instinct and mutual aid, creates a remarkable harmony in conditions where survival is a real struggle. However, in this world full of adaptations, there are even more mysterious aspects. For example, local microbes and organisms that can survive in conditions where oxygen levels are extremely low and temperatures never rise above zero. Some researchers suggest that these organisms may possess unique genetic traits that allow them to cope with acidity and cold, opening up horizons that we never even imagined. Are there other species that may not have been discovered yet? And could they provide us with a key to understanding the peculiarities of life on other planets? These microbes may hold information about ancient climatic conditions that once reigned on Earth. But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica offers us. As we delve into the study of animal adaptations, we also encounter the question of how human intervention affects these fragile ecosystems. People have been exploring this territory for a long time, and with each passing year, anthropogenic factors become more noticeable. How does this change what we know about survival and adaptation? Could changes in climate caused by human activity lead to the extinction of some species that have already adapted to extreme conditions? Thus, we once again find ourselves facing a question that remains unanswered. What are the limits of life's adaptation in the harshest conditions? What other secrets lie hidden in the icy waters and frozen expanses, waiting for science to penetrate their depths? Each discovery, each new species, reveals mysteries that could change our understanding of life on the planet. Perhaps it is in this that the key to understanding how nature copes with challenges lies, and what other secrets it may reveal to us about its survival. In the end, Antarctica is not just a lifeless continent, but a true natural laboratory where each adaptation is a feat, and each ecosystem is a mystery waiting to be unraveled. Antarctica, this mysterious continent hidden under eternal ice, is not just a land of cold and relentless winds, but also a true treasure trove of mysteries that continue to inspire awe and reverence. Scientific research based on facts and data can explain many phenomena, from the remarkable adaptations of local fauna to unique microbial communities. But despite this, Antarctica remains full of the unknown. How could ancient civilizations leave traces of their existence in such extreme conditions? What other mysterious species lie hidden beneath the ice, waiting to be discovered? Each researcher knocking on the door of this icy wilderness encounters questions that have yet to be answered. The remarkable interaction between nature and life, the adaptation of animals and plants to this harsh climate, the enigmatic artifacts found in the ice. All this creates an atmosphere filled with mysteries and secrets. But what else might be hidden in these icy waters and on the lifeless plains? Perhaps new species that will open our eyes to a completely different world, or ancient secrets that could change our understanding of life's history on Earth. But these are not the only mysteries that Antarctica leaves us. With each new year and each new research expedition, we approach the edge of these mysteries, but their full revelation remains unattainable. We invite you to reflect on which of the wonders of Antarctica seemed most captivating to you. Perhaps it is the amazing ability of seals to find food under the ice, or the unusual colonies of penguins that, despite the cold, create warmth and coziness in their communities. Share your thoughts in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel to explore the most mysterious places on our planet together. Each new episode is an opportunity to look into the eyes of the unknown and try to understand how nature meets the challenges it presents to us. After all, Antarctica is not just an icy continent. It is a living laboratory where each adaptation is a feat, and each discovery is a step towards understanding our own limits. And despite all the scientific discoveries, the feeling of wonder and the desire to explore remain with us, opening new horizons in a world full of mysteries and wonders. What secrets are still waiting to be revealed? And what else can this amazing continent tell us? Convido-os a mergulhar no estudo da história e da cultura da Ásia, a descobrir esses lugares incríveis que não apenas impressionam, mas também inspiram. Você pode se tornar parte dessa jornada, visitando esses monumentos grandiosos, sentindo sua força e grandeza. Escreva nos comentários quais arquitetônicos maravilhas da Ásia mais o inspiraram, ou talvez quais mistérios você gostaria de desvendar. Certifique-se de se inscrever no nosso canal se quiser continuar a descobrir os cantos maravilhosos do nosso planeta e mergulhar nas enigmas do passado. Esses antigos edifícios servem não apenas como um lembrete do nosso patrimônio, mas também como uma fonte de inspiração para as futuras gerações. Cada vez que tocamos esses mistérios, enriquecemos nossa visão da história da humanidade. Há tanto ainda para descobrir. Quais serão os futuros descobertas que nos aguardam? In the shadows of ancient temples, amidst the whispering wind that holds the echoes of the past, secrets lie hidden that continue to puzzle scholars worldwide. Imagine this: a renowned contemporary architect, armed with cutting-edge technology and knowledge, stands before the walls of Angkor Wat, helplessly spreading his arms. "Impossible," he whispers. "We cannot even reproduce this masonry today." How did ancient craftsmen, without computers or laser levels, create structures of such astonishing precision? How did they lift stone blocks weighing several tons to dizzying heights and place them with millimeter accuracy? Today, we embark on a captivating journey through Asia's most enigmatic architectural marvels, where each stone holds an encrypted message from the past, and every column is not just a support, but a part of an ancient code that we are only beginning to decipher. Are you ready to dive into a world where reality intertwines with mysticism and scientific facts coexist with legends? Prepare to be amazed, for what you will see challenges our understanding of human history. If Angkor Wat makes us ponder the precision of ancient technologies, then another Asian wonder of the world astounds with its incredible scale and grandeur. The Great Wall of China is not just a defensive structure. It is a living, breathing organism stretching over 21,000 kilometers through mountains, deserts, and plains of the Middle Kingdom. Imagine this: if we disassembled the wall into individual bricks and laid them out in a line, they could encircle the equator of our planet. How could an ancient civilization lacking modern technology create such an engineering marvel? Estimates suggest that more than 1 million people were involved in its construction, many of whom gave their lives to this monumental project. Local residents whisper that in moonless nights, one can hear soft moans emanating from the stonework, the echoes of the souls of the builders, forever entombed in these ancient walls. Yet, there are also more romantic secrets hidden within the wall's thickness. Archaeologists have discovered remarkable finds: love letters carved into bricks, secret signs and symbols whose meaning remains a mystery. What did these people want to convey? To whom were their messages addressed? Perhaps we will never know the full truth. Particularly intriguing is the phenomenon known as the singing wall. On certain days, When the wind blows with a specific force and at a particular angle, the wall begins to emit melodious sounds reminiscent of ancient Chinese flutes. Acousticians and physicists offer scientific explanations for this phenomenon, linking it to the resonant properties of the construction. However, many local residents believe that these are signals from the ancient guardians of the wall, transmitted through the centuries. Intriguingly, the Great Wall is not just a barrier. It is a complex system of communication and defensive structures. Signal towers, spaced within visible range of each other, allowed messages to be transmitted over thousands of kilometers in just a few hours, using smoke by day and fire by night. This necessity for vivid signaling fires, according to one theory, led to the invention of gunpowder and fireworks. But was the wall built solely for protection against northern nomads? Some researchers propose an alternative hypothesis, that the true purpose of the wall was not just to keep enemies out, but also to hold something inside the empire. Could ancient Chinese emperors have aimed to control not only the movement of people, but also the flow of energy, adhering to the principles of feng shui? With each passing year, archaeologists uncover new sections of the wall, hidden beneath layers of earth and vegetation. Modern LiDAR scanning technology reveals what has been hidden from human eyes for centuries. In 2019, an unknown section of the wall, 150 kilometers long, was discovered, traversing virtually impassable mountain regions. How did the builders determine the optimal route without aerial photography and topographic maps? Why were some sections of the wall built in places with no apparent strategic value? These questions continue to puzzle researchers who propose ever new theories. Perhaps the full history of the Great Wall will never be told, and it will remain a silent witness to the grandeur of an ancient civilization, preserving its secrets for future generations. But let us now turn to no less mysterious underground secrets of Asia. Let us now move from monumental structures to no less mysterious underground secrets of Asia. Ancient tunnels and cave complexes hidden beneath the earth hold as many mysteries as their majestic surface counterparts. In the province of Shanxi, China, there is an extraordinary system of underground passages stretching over 300 kilometers, connecting ancient temples and settlements. Local legends claim that these tunnels were not created by human hands, but by a mysterious race of underground dwellers possessing extraordinary technologies. The walls of these tunnels are so smooth, as if polished by an unknown tool, and some corridors are perfectly circular in cross-section, as if drilled by a giant laser. How could ancient builders, without modern equipment, create such perfect underground structures? Official science offers rational explanations related to erosion and the effects of underground waters. But many researchers are not quick to agree. Particularly intriguing are the artifacts found in these tunnels. Strange metallic objects with high aluminum and titanium content, dating back to the 4th millennium BC, when the technology for processing these metals did not exist. What is this? Evidence of visits by extraterrestrial civilizations or proof of the existence of forgotten, highly developed cultures? Perhaps the answer lies in ancient manuscripts preserved in closed monastery libraries in Tibet, which are still not accessible to outsiders. According to rumors, these sacred texts contain references to people who came from the stars and shared knowledge with humanity about construction, medicine, and astronomy. But let us return to the wonders of the ancient world. If you ever find yourself in the jungles of Cambodia at dawn, you will witness an extraordinary sight. The first rays of the sun slowly crawl over the magnificent towers of Angkor Wat, gradually illuminating every detail of this grand temple complex. Imagine a stone structure so large that its contours are clearly visible even on satellite images from space. 5 towers, symbolizing the 5 peaks of the sacred Mount Meru, the abode of gods in Hindu mythology, rise above the jungle, like silent guardians of time. What is most astonishing about Angkor Wat is the incredible detail of the stone carvings. More than 3,000 celestial dancers, apsaras, adorn the walls of the temple, each one unique with individual facial features and hairstyles. How could ancient masters carve these figures with such precision from hard sandstone without modern tools? Local guides tell stories of stone carvers using special wooden hammers and bone chisels. but many experts doubt that primitive tools could create such exquisite details. Angkor Wat holds other mysteries as well. The temple is perfectly oriented to the cardinal directions, and during the spring equinox, the sun rises exactly over the central tower of the complex, creating a breathtaking visual effect. Such astronomical precision testifies to the deep knowledge of the ancient Khmer in celestial mechanics. But how did they achieve such accuracy without modern measuring instruments? One of the most intriguing mysteries of Angkor Wat is the construction technology. Massive stone blocks weighing up to several tons are so perfectly fitted together that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. According to local legends, builders used a unique cement, a mixture of milk and egg whites, which hardened over time into a material stronger than stone itself. Modern analyses have indeed detected traces of organic compounds at the joints of the blocks, but the exact composition of this ancient glue remains a mystery. Particularly exciting is the recent discovery of a system of underground tunnels running beneath the temple complex. Using ground-penetrating radar and LiDAR scanning, scientists have identified a network of underground corridors connecting various parts of Angkor Wat. What were these tunnels used for? Were they part of a complex irrigation system, secret passages for priests, or a refuge in case of enemy attack? Some researchers propose an even more daring hypothesis, that these tunnels were part of a global underground network connecting ancient sacred sites around the world. We can only speculate about the other secrets hidden in this magnificent temple, gradually revealing its mysteries to modern science. But one thing is certain, Angkor Wat is not just an architectural marvel. It is a stone book of an ancient civilization whose pages we are just beginning to read. These subterranean corridors of Angkor Wat remind us of another magnificent structure, whose mysteries are no less enigmatic, although they are more romantic in nature. In the heart of India, on the banks of the sacred river Yamuna, stands a resplendent white mausoleum, seemingly floating above the ground. The legendary Taj Mahal, an immortal poem of love embodied in marble. When the moonlight touches its pristine domes, it seems as if the building emits its own mystical glow, captivating and immersing the viewer in a state close to trance. But do you know that behind this flawless beauty lies a story just as beautiful and tragic? Emperor Shah Jahan, grief-stricken after the death of his beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, vowed to create a monument worthy of their great love. According to legend, the ruler's hair turned white in one night after the loss of his beloved. To bring his vision to life, he gathered more than 20,000 workers and the finest craftsmen from Persia, the Ottoman Empire, and even distant Europe. The construction took 22 years, and each stone and detail of this architectural masterpiece is imbued with the history of great love and great sorrow. Among the numerous mysteries of the Taj Mahal, the legend of the fate of the chief architect stands out as particularly ominous. According to this tradition, after the completion of the construction, Shah Jahan ordered the hands of all craftsmen to be cut off so that they would never be able to create anything more beautiful. The chief architect was even executed to take all the secrets of the construction to his grave. Is this true, or a beautiful myth intended to add drama to the already breathtaking story? Historians lean towards the latter, but this ominous legend continues to live, enveloping the Taj Mahal in an aura of mystery and tragedy. A careful observer will notice one strange peculiarity of this seemingly perfectly symmetrical building: small, almost imperceptible deviations from absolute symmetry. Local guides, with a mysterious expression, tell that these imperfections were created intentionally. According to Islamic tradition, only Allah can create something perfect, and therefore slight deviations from the ideal were always introduced into the work of the craftsman. But there is another, more practical version. These architectural errors were carefully calculated to compensate for optical distortions and create the illusion of absolute perfection from a distance. Which of these versions is closer to the truth? Perhaps the truth, as is often the case, lies somewhere in the middle. In the moonlight, the walls of the Taj Mahal begin to shimmer with thousands of tiny sparks, as if sprinkled with stars. This is not an optical illusion. The marble walls of the mausoleum are indeed inlaid with thousands of semi-precious stones: agate, jade, malachite, lapis lazuli. They form exquisite floral ornaments, each with its own symbolic meaning. Masters used the technique pietra dura, in which stones were inserted into specially carved recesses in marble with such precision that the joints were practically invisible. How did they achieve such incredible accuracy without modern tools? This question remains unanswered. Perhaps the most amazing mystery of the Taj Mahal is its foundation, hidden from the eyes of visitors under the ground. The mausoleum is built on the bank of a river, on unstable soil subject to erosion and seasonal floods. To ensure that the building could stand for centuries without collapsing or sinking, architects created a unique system of wells filled with stones and wood. This construction not only provides stability, but also acts as a kind of seismic protection, allowing the building to withstand earthquakes. Modern engineers continue to study this system, trying to unravel all the nuances of its operation. There is a belief that under the mausoleum lies another level, mysterious underground chambers, possibly hiding the tomb of Shah Jahan himself, who, according to legend, wanted to build a mirror image of the Taj Mahal from black marble on the opposite bank of the river and connect both mausoleums with a silver bridge. Death prevented him from realizing this grand plan, but what if part of this plan was realized in the form of underground chambers? Archaeologists have discovered traces of some structures on the opposite bank of the Yamuna, but full-scale excavations there have never been conducted. What lies beneath the ground opposite the White Mausoleum? This question continues to puzzle researchers to this day. Speaking of the magnificent monuments of India, it is impossible not to be transported from the pristine elegance of the Taj Mahal to the riot of colors and forms that the Temple of Meenakshi in the ancient city of Madurai presents. If the Taj Mahal is an embodiment of refined harmony, then the Temple of Meenakshi is a completely different energy, a genuine kaleidoscope of divine images, as if materialized from a dream that shimmers in all the colors of the rainbow. 14 Gopurams, towering pyramids, rise above the temple complex, literally exploding with thousands of sculptures depicting gods, demons, mythical creatures, and scenes from ancient epics. Each of these figures is painted in vibrant colors: lapis lazuli blue, emerald green, saffron yellow, cinnabar red, creating the impression of a living, pulsating organism frozen in stone. Local residents with a mysterious smile tell an amazing legend. On moonless nights, when the city is asleep, the sculptures come to life and descend from their places to dance in the temple courtyards and tell each other stories of the times when gods freely walked the earth. In the morning, they return to their places, and only a keen observer can notice that some figures have slightly changed their poses. Scientists, of course, explain these observations as optical illusions caused by different lighting. But is it not more interesting to believe in a miracle, at least for a moment? When you enter the main hall of the temple, you are greeted by a forest of 1,000 columns, each adorned with exquisite carvings. But the most amazing thing is hidden in what is known as the Hall of 1,000 Columns, where the famous singing columns are located. If you lightly tap on these columns, carved from solid granite, they produce melodious sounds of different pitches. How did ancient masters manage to create these stone musical instruments? What acoustic knowledge did they possess? Modern researchers suggest that the secret lies in the special composition of the stone and the technique of its processing. But the mystery has not been fully solved yet. Some columns produce sounds of 7 notes of the classical Indian musical scale. It is said that during special ceremonies, priests played sacred melodies on these stone instruments, which could induce listeners into a state of deep meditation or even trance. The temple is dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, she whose eyes are like a fish, a manifestation of female energy and beauty. According to an ancient legend, Meenakshi was born with 3 breasts, and it was prophesied that the 3rd breast would disappear when she met her future husband. When the goddess met Shiva in the form of Sundareshvara, the beautiful god, the prophecy came true. This romantic story made the temple of Meenakshi a special place for lovers. It is believed that marriages concluded after prayer in this temple will be particularly happy and harmonious. Every year, thousands of couples come here to receive the goddess's blessing. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery of the temple is related to its orientation and architectural proportions. Researchers have discovered that the arrangement of the main sanctuaries and the proportions of the temple correspond to certain astronomical laws. On the days of the equinoxes, sunlight penetrates through special openings and illuminates the statues of the deities in a special way. Is this a coincidence, or did ancient architects possess deep astronomical knowledge? And if so, where did they get this knowledge? Beneath the temple lies a mysterious underground reservoir known as the Golden Lotus Pond. The water in it is considered sacred, and pilgrims believe it possesses healing properties. Chemical analysis has indeed shown an unusual mineral composition of this water, but modern science has not yet been able to explain its supposed healing properties. Even more mysterious is the fact that the water level in the pond remains unchanged regardless of the rainy season or drought. Where does this water come from? Is it connected to some ancient water supply system of which we are unaware? Or, as local priests claim, does the source of this water have a divine origin? Perhaps we will never get definitive answers to these questions, and the Temple of Meenakshi will remain for us a beautiful enigma, a kaleidoscope of divine images, sounds, and colors, opening a veil into the mystical world of ancient Indian culture. And perhaps it is in this incompleteness, in this dance on the border between the known and the unknown, that the main charm of such places lies. If the Temple of Meenakshi impresses with its riot of colors and forms, then a completely different mystery awaits us in the desolate lands of the Near East, where among the lifeless sands and rocks lies one of the most enigmatic cities of antiquity, Petra, a city carved directly into the pink rocks, as if a mirage appears before the traveler after a long journey through the narrow, winding canyon of Sikh. It is astonishing that this magnificent city, once the prosperous capital of the Nabatean kingdom, was forgotten by the Western world for many centuries. Only in 1812 did a Swiss researcher, Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as a Bedouin and posing as a Muslim pilgrim, manage to penetrate this mysterious place. Imagine his amazement when, after passing through the narrow canyon where the walls rise to a height of over 100 meters and almost meet above his head, he suddenly found himself facing the magnificent facade known today as Al-Hazneh, or the Treasury. This moment must have been truly magical, like a portal to another world, another time. But how was this extraordinary city created? Here, we encounter one of the most intriguing mysteries of Petra. Unlike traditional construction, the Nabateans used a unique method. They carved their buildings directly into the rock, working from top to bottom. Imagine this incredible process. The masters began at the top of the rock and gradually descended, carving facades, rooms, staircases, creating entire palaces within the monolithic rock. How did they plan these complex works? What tools did they use to carve columns, cornices, sculptural elements with such precision? Modern architects shake their heads. Even with our technologies, such a project would be extremely challenging. And yet, the Nabateans created their masterpieces 2,000 years ago. Notice one important detail. In Petra, there are no foundations. Buildings were not built, but carved directly out of the solid rock, becoming an integral part of the natural landscape. This feature gives the city an air of naturalness, as if it were not created by man, but simply emerged from the rock by the will of higher powers. Local Bedouins have told stories for centuries about jinns, powerful spirits who are said to have carved this city for their king. And looking at the incredible precision and skill of the execution, one begins to understand where these legends came from. But perhaps the most astonishing mystery of Petra is its ancient water supply system. Imagine a city located in the middle of a desert where rain falls only a few days a year, had constant access to water. The Nabateans created an incredibly complex and efficient system for collecting, storing, and distributing water, which included dams, canals, cisterns, filters, and aqueducts. They could collect every precious drop of rainwater, directing it into massive underground reservoirs where it remained cool even in the hottest months. Archaeologists have discovered that some of these reservoirs were carved into the rock at a depth of up to 15 meters and could hold thousands of cubic meters of water. But what is even more amazing is that the Nabateans not only collected water, but also knew how to purify it. Research has shown the presence of a complex filtration system, including successive pools where water was allowed to settle and was purified of impurities. How did they come to understand these hydrological principles? Where did these advanced engineering knowledge come from? Some scholars suggest that the Nabateans may have borrowed these technologies from more ancient civilizations, but there is no definitive evidence of this. There is also a more daring hypothesis, that the Nabateans possessed some lost knowledge about underground waters and could detect their presence without modern instruments. Otherwise, how can we explain that they chose for their capital a place where significant underground rivers flowed at depth? Was it a coincidence or the result of unknown methods of water search? And how did they manage to keep this incredibly complex engineering system in working condition for centuries? These questions remain unanswered, and the Pink City continues to keep its secrets, as if mocking our attempts to fully unravel the secrets of the ancient masters. And perhaps it is this very incompleteness, this eternal mystery, that attracts us to such places as Petra, fragments of ancient civilizations, where rocks preserve the memory of times when people may have known things that we have long forgotten. As the mysteries of Petra continue to captivate researchers, let us transport ourselves to the other end of the world, where amidst lush tropical jungles on the island of Java lies another equally enigmatic monument of antiquity, the Borobudur Temple. Imagine a colossal stone pyramid consisting of 9 tiers rising towards the heavens like steps to enlightenment, all without a single nail or drop of cement. How did the ancient masters of the 8th century create such a magnificent structure using only the technique of perfect stone fitting? This monumental temple, the largest Buddhist monument in the world, contains over 2 million stone blocks, each weighing several hundred kilograms. They are laid with such precision that not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. What tools did the ancient builders use? How did they lift these massive blocks to a height of more than 36 meters without modern machinery? Look down on Borobudur from a bird's eye view, and you will see that its form is an ideal mandala, a sacred geometric figure symbolizing the universe in Buddhist cosmology. Simultaneously, the temple embodies the image of a giant lotus flower, a symbol of purity and enlightenment. But what is most astonishing is that this is not just a sanctuary, but a true spiritual quest, a 3-dimensional textbook on Buddhist philosophy. A pilgrim ascending the temple's tiers traverses a path from the world of desires to ultimate enlightenment, moving in a spiral around the central axis of the temple. The walls of the corridors are adorned with 1,460 carved panels, forming the longest series of reliefs in the world. They tell stories from the life of Buddha and Buddhist parables, creating a kind of stone book stretched over several kilometers. But who were the masters who created these exquisite reliefs? How did they achieve such expressiveness and elegance in volcanic stone? And why was this magnificent temple suddenly abandoned after several centuries of active use? Here we encounter one of the most mysterious enigmas of Borobudur. Imagine a majestic temple, a center of pilgrimage and learning, suddenly forgotten. It is buried under volcanic ash, swallowed by the jungle, and for nearly 1,000 years, no one remembers it. How could such a grand structure simply slip from human memory? Some scholars link this to the eruption of the Merapi volcano in 1006, while others point to the mass conversion of the Javanese to Islam in the 15th century. But no theory can fully explain this mysterious oblivion. Borobudur was accidentally discovered only in 1814 when British Lieutenant Thomas Stamford Raffles, the temporary governor of Java, heard local legends about an ancient temple in the jungle. Under his leadership, 200 workers cleared the land for 2 weeks to uncover the top of the mysterious structure. Imagine their surprise when a colossal stone monument began to emerge from under layers of earth and vegetation. But even after its second birth, Borobudur continues to conceal many secrets. Archaeologists have discovered that the original foundation of the temple was completely rebuilt in ancient times. Beneath the current structure lies an older foundation with mysterious reliefs that were intentionally hidden by the builders. What is depicted on these hidden panels? Why were they concealed? Perhaps they contained forbidden knowledge or heresies. contradicting official Buddhist teachings. Another inexplicable feature of Borobudur is its acoustic properties. In certain corridors and niches, sound spreads in a remarkable way, creating echo and resonance effects that amplify mantras and prayers. Was this planned by the ancient architects, or is it a happy coincidence? If it was intentional, what acoustic knowledge did the builders possess 1,000 years ago? Finally, the most intriguing mystery is the 72 small domes of the temple, each containing a Buddha statue enclosed in a stone lattice. These cages are carved from a single block of stone along with the statue inside. How did the ancient masters create such a complex structure without modern tools? For this, they would have had to work from the inside out, which seems technically impossible. Some enthusiasts propose bold hypotheses about unknown stone softening technologies or even extraterrestrial intervention. Scholars, however, tend to believe that the ancient masters possessed incredible patience and skill, allowing them to create these masterpieces using traditional methods, but at a level of craftsmanship unattainable by modern stonemasons. In any case, the magnificent Borobudur continues to guard its secrets, like a silent witness to a long-gone civilization, leaving us a message encrypted in stone. And who knows how many more such wonders of antiquity lie hidden in impenetrable jungles, under desert sands, or at the bottom of oceans, waiting for their moment to once again astonish us with the skill of long-lost civilizations. While Borobudur continues to amaze us with its mysteries, let us now travel to the heart of Tibet, where, at an altitude of over 3,700 meters above sea level, stands the magnificent Potala Palace. This grand complex, often referred to as the City in the Clouds, is not only an architectural marvel, but also a sacred place filled with mystique and history. Legend has it that the first Dalai Lama chose this site for the temple after having a vision in a dream. He saw Buddhist deities descending from the heavens to bless his endeavor. How could a person choose such a high and inaccessible location for construction? This question remains unanswered, but the very existence of this place inspires awe. The construction of the Potala was indeed a feat. How could ancient craftsmen create such a large complex using only primitive tools and without modern technology? The palace consists of more than 1,000 rooms, many of which are adorned with exquisite frescoes and statues. But how was it built? It is believed that local monks believed in the power of prayer, which helped them lift light stones. However, scientific research shows that massive blocks were actually lifted using wooden structures and ropes, demonstrating the incredible ingenuity and skill of the ancient builders. Imagine thousands of monks working in harsh conditions and at high altitudes, where the air is thin, lifting blocks with simple but effective technologies. Inside the Potala, you will find an indescribable richness of decoration. Walls are covered with vibrant frescoes depicting scenes from Buddhist mythology, and golden Buddha statues gleam in the light of lamps, creating an atmosphere of mystical tranquility and serenity. Every corner of this place is imbued with the spirit of antiquity, and its majestic architecture seems to whisper about the secrets it holds. How were such extraordinary works of art created in conditions where access to resources was limited? Some researchers suggest that masters used not only traditional methods, but also knowledge passed down from their ancestors, which might have possessed special secrets. But, like many other ancient monuments, the Potala hides many mysteries. Why, over centuries, has this sacred place not only remained the center of Buddhist teaching, but also become a political control object? How has it survived in conditions where Tibetan culture has been strongly influenced from the outside? Have you ever wondered what other secrets might be hidden behind the walls of this enigmatic palace? Perhaps this place holds not only spiritual secrets, but also knowledge of ancient civilizations that could change our understanding of history. The Potala remains a symbol of grandeur and mystery, and like many other ancient architectural masterpieces, it awaits the revelation of its secrets. How many more cities in the clouds remain unexplored, hidden from the eyes of the modern world? And what unique stories could they tell? But this is not the only mystery hidden within the depths of Eastern history. Let us travel to China, where behind the purple walls of the magnificent Forbidden City lies an imperial secret, veiled by centuries-old legends and myths. This imperial palace complex, which once served as the residence of Chinese emperors, astounds its visitors not only by its scale, but also by its atmosphere, permeated with mysticism. The Forbidden City consists of more than 9,000 rooms, each holding its own secrets, recounting the great history of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Why exactly 9,000? In Chinese culture, this number is a symbol of eternity and supreme power. Behind each door lie not only luxurious halls, but also numerous hidden places shrouded in legend. It is said that within this labyrinth of corridors and halls are chambers where ancient artifacts and scrolls containing lost knowledge are stored. Imagine the treasures that await discovery and the mysteries that could be unraveled. As one enters the Forbidden City, the architectural symmetry and harmony immediately catch the eye. Even the simplest details bear deep symbolic meaning. For instance, the uniquely placed nails on the gates, which serve not only as fasteners, but also symbolize protection from evil spirits and unfavorable energies. Every element of the palace was meticulously designed to instill fear and respect for the emperor. But how did ancient craftsmen create such a breathtaking masterpiece using only primitive tools? This is yet another mystery hidden behind the walls of this grand structure. The Forbidden City has not only left an indelible mark on history, but has also become the subject of numerous debates and theories. Some researchers suggest that hidden passages may exist within its depths, leading to other significant places that once played a crucial role in the country's fate. According to rumors, these passages were created for quick evacuation of the emperor and his entourage in case of danger. But none have been discovered to this day. How is this possible? Why, after centuries, has no one found these mysterious passages? Among researchers and historians, there are rumors that the Forbidden City contains rooms where records of ancient rituals and practices are stored, which could change our understanding not only of Chinese history, but of human civilization as a whole. One can only speculate about the knowledge that may have been lost and the discoveries that await us in the future. But like many other ancient monuments, the Forbidden City remains shrouded in an aura of mystery and inaccessibility. What other secrets may be hidden behind its purple walls? What stories await their turn to be told? And perhaps this is just the beginning of what we can learn about the great civilizations that have left us this enigmatic and majestic legacy. How many more such forbidden cities are hidden around the world, waiting to reveal their secrets to those who dare to seek them? Let us move to Leshan, where a magnificent statue of Buddha, carved into the rock, stands guard over the Jinsha River, as if it were a guardian of ancient secrets and a protector of all travelers. This colossal figure, over 30 meters tall, is awe-inspiring in its scale and splendor, causing anyone who stands before it to pause in admiration. However, behind this artistic beauty lies a touching story of self-sacrifice by the monk Hai Tun, who, according to legend, decided to create this statue to calm the turbulent waters of the river and protect the local inhabitants from devastating floods. How could one person, armed only with faith and unwavering determination, leave such a mark on history? This is a question to which we can only speculate, for Hai Tun's efforts did not end with the creation of the statue. He spent many years studying the local conditions and selecting the perfect location for its installation. The monk understood that his creation must not only inspire awe, but also serve a practical function. The Buddha in Leshan is not just a statue, it is an extraordinary example of ancient engineering. The drainage system built into the statue itself is meticulously designed. Water flowing down the Buddha's hair is directed into pre-prepared channels, preventing erosion of the rock and protecting the statue from the destructive forces of nature. How could this have been achieved in an era when technology was still in its infancy? Behind this system lies a deep meaning: harmony between man and nature, the striving to create something greater than just a stone figure. Looking at the statue, one cannot help but wonder how many such amazing solutions have been lost to time, and what other mysteries this place may hold. The Buddha statue in Leshan has become not only an architectural masterpiece, but also an object of veneration for millions of people. Each year, pilgrims come to pay homage to Hai Tun and pray before the great statue. But what drives these people? a desire for spiritual enlightenment, or a longing to touch something greater than themselves? This place is not only filled with history, but also imbued with an atmosphere of sanctity that makes one ponder the eternal truths. But what is the true nature of this statue? Does it really protect the local inhabitants? Or is it just a legend created by the human imagination? There are many theories about the mysteries that Leshan may still hold. Some researchers suggest that there may be ancient temples or sanctuaries in the vicinity of the statue that once served as centers of spiritual life. Rumors speak of secret tunnels hidden beneath the earth that could connect the statue with other sacred places in China. But so far, none of these tunnels have been discovered. How is this possible? Why, over centuries, has no one been able to find these mysterious paths that may hold the wisdom and knowledge of our ancestors? Thus, the Buddha statue in Leshan remains not only a monument to art and engineering genius, but also a symbol of an eternal enigma that continues to this day. What other secrets await discovery in this remarkable place? Perhaps in every stone lies an unsolved riddle that could unlock the doors to the past, where untold stories and forgotten knowledge still reside. The question remains open. How many more such wonders are hidden from the eyes of modern man, waiting to be revealed by those who dare to delve into the depths of time? Let's move to the heart of Cambodia, to the enigmatic Temple of Bayon, where smiling stone faces, carved from solid granite, gaze at the world with an extraordinary expression. These mystical faces, numbering more than 80, seem to hold the secrets of an ancient empire that once flourished on these lands. At first glance, these smiles, though stone, appear to tell stories of which we are not even aware. What is their true nature? Some researchers propose that these faces are portraits of King Jayavarman VII, who ruled in the 12th century and was known for his great building projects. Others suggest that they are images of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, a symbol of compassion, who was meant to protect and guide people on the path to enlightenment. But what if all these assumptions are just the tip of the iceberg, and the true meaning of these stone smiles is much deeper and more complex? Local legends add even more mystery. It is said that the expressions of the faces change depending on the time of day. In the morning, they look more joyful, and in the evening, they appear sad, as if reflecting the change from day to night. How is this possible? Can stone have a soul? These questions remain unanswered, fueling more debates among researchers and travelers who come here to try to solve this ancient riddle. But this is not the only paradox surrounding the Temple of Bayon. Recent archaeological discoveries have opened new horizons for understanding this extraordinary place. Using modern technologies such as laser scanning, scientists have found that the layout of the temple's towers may be linked to an ancient star chart of the Khmer Empire. This discovery suggests that the temple was not just a religious center, but also an astronomical observatory. Perhaps the ancient builders used astronomical phenomena to create this magnificent structure. How did they manage to combine architecture with astronomy using only primitive tools? This discovery adds new elements to the already complex picture and raises even more questions. How are all these elements, mysterious smiles, local legends, and astronomical connections, connected? Perhaps the Temple of Bayon was not just a place of worship, but also a symbol of the deep connection that ancient Khmers had with the cosmos and nature. What did those who created these grand structures really want to convey to us? Each visitor, standing before these stone faces, cannot help but wonder how many more untold stories are hidden in the shadows of this ancient temple and what secrets will be revealed in the future. This mystery, like many others, remains unsolved, fueling our curiosity and desire to explore the world, which may hold more than we can imagine. How much more beauty and mystery awaits us in the depths of history, waiting to be revealed? Let us shift our focus to another enigma, to ancient observatories that, like the stargates of the past, reveal the mysteries of the heavens. One of the most famous is the Jantar Mantar in India, where massive stone instruments, meticulously crafted with remarkable precision, were used to observe celestial bodies. These structures, made of brick and stone, may appear simple, but their purpose runs much deeper than one might initially think. Each device, from colossal sundials to astrolabes, was carefully designed to track the movements of stars and planets. How did ancient astronomers, using only primitive tools, achieve such accuracy in their observations? Perhaps they possessed knowledge that was lost or forgotten over the centuries. The Jantar Mantar was constructed in the 17th century at the command of Maharaja Jai Singh II, who is believed to have been not only a ruler but also a passionate scientist. He dreamed of creating an observatory that could not only predict astronomical events, but also link them to terrestrial phenomena. As impressive as these constructions are, their true purpose remains a mystery. Some researchers suggest that the Jantar Mantar was used for astrological predictions, while others claim it served as a place for the study of deeper, spiritual aspects of existence. What is the true nature of this place? Legends tell of astronomers who worked here believing that celestial bodies governed the fates of people. Perhaps it was this connection between the cosmos and earthly life that inspired them to undertake such a grand project. If we reflect, how many ancient civilizations sought to understand what lies beyond our planet? From Mesopotamia to the Maya, from ancient Egypt to India, each culture sought a path to the stars, leaving behind many enigmas. But the Jantar Mantar stands out among them for its uniqueness and architectural complexity. How can these giant stone instruments, once used for observing the heavens, help us understand our place in this vast cosmos? What significance did these observations hold for those who conducted them? There are theories that ancient astronomers could not only calculate time, but also predict omens that might precede important societal events. What role did stars play in the lives of ordinary people? And how could this knowledge influence the decisions of rulers? Delving into the history of the Jantar Mantar, we encounter numerous theories that often seem even more puzzling and mysterious. Some scholars argue that it was not just an observatory, but a kind of temple where ancient astronomers could perform rituals, invoking celestial powers. Others suggest that it served as a place for teaching and passing down knowledge to future generations. Yet, despite all these speculations, the true purpose and significance of the Jantar Mantar remain unraveled. How many secrets do these stone structures hold? How many untold pages of history are hidden in the shadows of time? Perhaps behind each star chart, each measurement, lies something greater, a something that could change our understanding of ancient civilizations and their connection to the cosmos. This enigma, like many others, continues to draw researchers and adventurers, compelling them to seek answers to questions that may never be fully answered. And perhaps, somewhere in the depths of history, there are other observatories waiting for their moment to reveal their secrets and open new horizons of understanding. Let us now turn to another enigma, the world of the rice terraces of Ifugao in the Philippines, which resemble staircases to the heavens, crafted by human hands, reaching towards the clouds and captivating the imagination with their grand landscape. These terraces, carved into mountain slopes over 2,000 years ago, are not only an outstanding engineering feat, but also a testament to the deep interaction between humans and nature. Each terrace, like a masterfully carved painting, tells the story of how ancient tribes living here created a complex ecosystem that ensured their survival in the harsh mountain conditions. How did they achieve such harmony with their surroundings? A complex irrigation system developed by the local inhabitants directs rainwater through winding channels, nourishing each terrace. Each step carved into the earth prevents erosion and helps retain moisture. These terraces are not just fields for growing rice. They are a living history passed down through generations, where each family knows its boundaries without relying on maps, using oral traditions and collective memory. How can such a complex system of knowledge be preserved in the face of constant change and challenges faced by society? The local people, known as Ifugao, skillfully use their abilities to pass on secrets of agriculture and technology developed by their ancestors. Their ability to work with the land, respect for nature, and attachment to their roots create a unique culture where each terrace becomes not just a piece of land, but part of a shared heritage. But what lies behind this incredible history? What were the true motivations of the ancient builders who created these staircases to the heavens? Legends say that the rice terraces of Ifugao served not only as a source of food, but also as a place for rituals aimed at bringing good luck and prosperity. Traditions related to farming are woven into the daily life of the local residents, and each season of agricultural work becomes not just labor, but part of a sacred cycle. What significance does this connection between humans and the land hold in our modern world, where many lose touch with their roots? Despite all the technological advancements surrounding us today, the terraces of Ifugao remain a symbol of resilience and wisdom that humanity can draw from its past. The complexity of their construction and the ingenuity of their irrigation systems inspire scientists and researchers from around the world. How many such places filled with mysteries and knowledge remain unnoticed in our fast-paced world? We can only speculate about the secrets hidden in the depths of history and the lessons that can be drawn from these ancient methods. Perhaps on the horizon lie discoveries that will help us once again find our connection with nature and understand the importance of passing knowledge to future generations. Each step on the terraces of Ifugao reminds us that we are part of a great history where nature and humans coexist in harmony. And perhaps in this interaction lies not just an answer to the questions of the past, but also a key to the future we are building. How many more of these staircases to the heavens await discovery and admiration? Let us transport ourselves to the enigmatic world of Bagan, an ancient city that seems lost in time, where countless pagodas and temples reach for the heavens, creating a captivating view that is impossible to forget. This city, located in Myanmar, is considered one of the most significant archaeological sites in Southeast Asia and is shrouded in numerous legends and myths. It is said that once, the rulers of Bagan built one temple per day, eager to leave a mark on eternity and gain the blessing of the gods. But how could one city contain so many stories and mysteries carried through the centuries? A walk through Bagan is a journey into the past, where the warmth of ancient stone is felt underfoot, and the spirit of antiquity fills the air. Thousands of pagodas, each with its unique history, stand as silent sentinels, guarding their secrets from the modern world. Archaeologists exploring this territory uncover remarkable frescoes beneath layers of plaster, vibrant and rich, that tell of the lives of people in those distant times. These images are not just works of art, but also important historical documents that allow us to glimpse the everyday life of the ancient inhabitants of Bagan. What significance do these visual testimonies hold for our understanding of their culture and beliefs? But perhaps the most intriguing mystery is the secret of the ancient building mortar used by the masters in constructing their temples. Scientists still puzzle over how they managed to create such durable structures, revealing secrets that lie in the use of fruit juice and sticky rice. This unique composition not only ensured the longevity of the buildings, but also allowed them to withstand the elements, preserving them for centuries. How did the ancient builders arrive at such an innovative solution? Among the vast plains of Bagan, one can see pagodas with characteristic silhouettes rising above the green fields. Their shapes create a mesmerizing landscape that becomes particularly mystical in the evening, when the sun sets over the horizon. The local people, who have inherited their traditions from their ancestors, often tell stories of how these temples were places of worship, where rituals were performed to ensure prosperity and protection. But what lies behind these sacred practices? What significance did these rituals hold for the ancient inhabitants of Bagan, and do they persist in any form today? Perhaps the key to understanding the mysteries of Bagan lies in the interaction between humans and the divine. The wisdom and artistry of the ancient builders continue to inspire contemporary architects and researchers who strive to unravel the secrets of this unique place. Imagine the diversity and complexity of the society that created such magnificent architecture, which has endured to this day. How many more secrets lie hidden beneath the earth, and what discoveries await us in the future when technology allows us to peer into the darkest corners of history? Each step through this ancient city serves as a reminder that we are not alone in our quest to understand the past. Bagan, with its thousands of pagodas and legends, remains one of the most mysterious and captivating chapters in our history. But the mysteries associated with this place do not end there. What is the true significance of this city for the modern world? And what else can we learn from its ancient stones? The questions that remain unanswered only fuel our interest in this unique historical heritage and drive us to seek new horizons in the study of human civilization. How many more such places, filled with mysteries, await their time to be discovered and explored? But this is not the only mystery that hovers in the air, like a gentle breeze wrapping around ancient structures. Let's transport ourselves to the heart of Japan, to Kyoto, where the gleaming golden pavilion, or Kinkaku-ji as it is known, reflects in the tranquil waters of a pond, creating a magical spectacle that leaves no one indifferent. This temple, covered in real gold, seems to embody the radiance of eternity, its brilliance captivating and enchanting, evoking images of long-gone eras. Built in the 14th century as an aristocratic villa, it became a Buddhist temple, and its history is filled with numerous turning points, including devastating wars and tragic fires. How did it transform from a simple residence into a sacred place, symbolizing resilience and adherence to traditions? Every element of Kinkaku-ji is imbued with symbolism. The golden leaves that shimmer in the sun are not merely decorations. They represent the ideal of beauty and purity, reflecting the philosophical teachings of Zen Buddhism. Inside the temple, there are no less remarkable works of art, statues and frescoes that tell the story of the spiritual path and the pursuit of enlightenment. Each touch of these ancient artifacts seems to transport us to the times when samurai and aristocrats sought tranquility in this sacred sanctuary. But what truly drives people to come here and touch this wonder? What is the true significance of this place in the modern world? Despite undergoing numerous trials, including a devastating fire in the late 1960s, Kinkaku-ji was meticulously restored, demonstrating a profound respect for its heritage. This restoration became a symbol not only of physical, but also spiritual rebirth, showing how traditions can endure even in the most challenging times. What does this process mean for the Japanese people? Can we draw parallels between the restoration of Kinkaku-ji and the effort to preserve cultural heritage in other parts of the world? Walking through the gardens surrounding the temple, one can feel how nature and architecture harmoniously intertwine, creating an atmosphere of serenity. Birds sing their songs, and the wind whispers ancient secrets that seem to be held within these stone walls. But what lies behind this idyllic scene? What were the true intentions of those who built this temple? What did they want to leave behind as their legacy? It is important to note that Kinkaku-ji is not just a temple. It is a complex where each element has its own significance. From the pond reflecting the pavilion to the surrounding columns and gardens, all of this creates a unique atmosphere that takes one's breath away and makes one ponder eternity. What were the thoughts of the creators of this place when they designed it? What did they want to convey to future generations? Every corner of Kinkaku-ji, every reflection on the surface of the pond, these are reminders that beauty and spirituality can coexist despite the trials of time. This resilience and adherence to traditions make us think about how many more secrets are hidden in history and what their influence is on our present. How many more such places, filled with mysteries and grandeur, are waiting to be discovered and explored? How much more do we not know about those who lived before us and left their traces in eternity? This is not the only mystery hidden in the shadows of ancient ruins, like an echo of lost time. Let us travel to distant Pakistan, where once thriving cultures now lie silent. Among the sands and fields, the ruins of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa stand. Two magnificent cities built by the Indus Valley civilization, shrouded in mystery. These cities, established more than 5,000 years ago, were true marvels of engineering. Their meticulous planning, with straight streets and carefully designed houses, still amazes contemporary architects. The water supply and sewerage systems, unheard of in the world at that time, testify to a high level of technological advancement. How could such an advanced civilization, with such advanced knowledge, disappear without a trace? Researchers find traces of remarkable achievements in the ruins of Mohenjo-daro. Massive brick buildings, drainage systems, and even baths for ritual ablutions. Yet, amidst these achievements, many questions remain. Why are there no temples or palaces typical of other ancient civilizations in Mohenjo-daro? What kind of society could build such complex systems but leave virtually no trace of its spiritual world? What happened to the people who once inhabited these magnificent cities? Theories about the decline of this mysterious civilization range from ecological catastrophes to invasions by neighboring tribes. Some archaeologists suggest that climate change could have caused the Indus River to dry up, leading to mass migration. How could such a natural disaster have wiped out an entire culture, leaving only ruins where once flourishing cities stood? Others point to possible internal conflicts or epidemics that could have undermined societal stability. Yet, none of these theories provide definitive answers. Walking through the ancient streets of Harappa, one feels the awakening of ancient history. Here, amidst the debris, lies a mystery that has haunted generations of researchers. The air is filled with a sense that we are not just observing history, but standing on the brink of a great discovery. Each find is a piece of a puzzle that could finally reveal the secrets of this lost civilization. But what if we never uncover the truth? What was the true cause of their disappearance? And what did they leave behind besides stones and clay? Perhaps these ruins hide not only the mysteries of the past, but also enigmas that could influence our understanding of human nature. How many such cultures, like the Indus Valley civilization, are still waiting to be discovered and studied? We can only imagine how many extraordinary stories are hidden beneath the earth, waiting to be revealed by curious researchers. How many secrets remain unsolved, and what is our place in this endless human history? Concluding our fascinating journey through 15 remarkable architectural wonders of Asia, we cannot help but reflect on the fact that these magnificent structures are not merely massive stone blocks and building materials, but living testaments to the genius, faith, and incredible capabilities of ancient civilizations. Each of these marvels, from grand temples to colossal fortresses, tells a unique story filled with mysteries and secrets that continue to captivate scholars, architects, and travelers alike. How could people living thousands of years ago create such extraordinary works of art? How did they harness their knowledge to overcome the challenges of nature and time? Despite the passage of centuries, these monuments continue to astound us with their beauty, scale, and unsolved construction secrets. We see how architecture mirrors the cultural and spiritual values of societies about which we can only speculate. This inspires us to delve deeper into the history and culture of Asia, to visit these extraordinary places, not only to see them with our own eyes, but also to feel the magic that surrounds these ancient monuments. Boundless water expanses of the world ocean harbor secrets in their dark depths that humanity has been unable to decipher for many centuries. Imagine this: 70% of our planet's surface is covered by water, and we have explored only a small fraction of this mysterious world. What lies hidden there in the impenetrable darkness, where sunlight does not reach? The Bermuda Triangle, which has swallowed dozens of ships and planes without a trace. Legends of the Flying Dutchman and other ghostly ships doomed to wander the waves forever with their dead crews. Strange, inexplicable sounds recorded by deep-sea microphones, perhaps the songs of unknown creatures, or echoes of ancient civilizations that sank beneath the waves thousands of years ago. And what if I tell you that some underwater objects detected by modern sonars defy scientific explanation? Today, we will delve into the most terrifying and inexplicable mysteries of the ocean, about which many prefer to remain silent. Prepare yourselves. Some of these stories will make you look at the marine element in a completely different light. The first of these mysteries draws us to the enigmatic region of the Atlantic Ocean known as the Bermuda Triangle, a place where reality seems to thin out and the laws of physics cease to apply. This ominous maritime area, bounded by the Bermuda Islands, the coast of Florida, and Puerto Rico, has claimed more than 500 ships and aircraft over the past 2 centuries, swallowing thousands of human lives into the abyss of the inexplicable. What happens in these cursed waters? Let us recall December 5th, 1945, when 5 torpedo bombers of the US Navy, part of Flight 19, vanished without a trace during a training mission. 14 experienced pilots disappeared into thin air, as if they had never existed. The last words transmitted over the radio still send a chill down the spine. Everything looks strange. Even the ocean isn't like this. We're entering white water. We're completely disoriented. And the rescue seaplane, Martin Mariner, sent to look for them? It too vanished, taking with it another 13 people. Not a single piece of debris, oil slick or body, nothing. It's as if an invisible force erases all material from our reality here. And the mysterious fate of the cargo ship Cyclops with 300 sailors on board? In 1918, this Leviathan simply dissolved into the warm Caribbean waters, not even sending a distress signal. Did the captain, an experienced sailor with 20 years of service, fail to notice the approaching danger? Or did this danger arise so suddenly that there was no time even to cry for help? Scientists offer various explanations for these chilling disappearances. Some point to sudden methane gas releases from the ocean floor, huge bubbles of methane hydrates rising from the depths, capable of instantly depriving a ship of buoyancy. Others cite unusual magnetic anomalies that disrupt navigational instruments and disorient pilots. There are hypotheses about giant rogue waves appearing out of nowhere on calm days. But why then are there no wreckage? Where do the bodies of the dead go? Some researchers dare to propose more audacious theories about temporary portals opening in this region, about underwater bases of unknown civilizations, about vortices of the space-time continuum. Local residents tell of strange water luminescence before disappearances, of inexplicable electrical phenomena, of compasses spinning wildly. Captains who have traversed these waters speak of sudden disorientation, loss of satellite connection, and clocks showing incorrect time. What is most astonishing is that many disappearances occur under ideal weather conditions, in complete calm, when nothing foretells danger. In the 2000s, despite modern GPS navigation and satellite communication technologies, ships continued to vanish mysteriously in this area. Recent research of the seabed in the Triangle has revealed strange geometric structures resembling artificial constructions. Natural formations or remnants of an ancient civilization? Science still cannot provide a definitive answer as to why exactly these anomalies occur in this part of the ocean. Perhaps the Bermuda Triangle is just a window into a much larger mystery connected to our planet. After all, similar anomalous zones have been discovered in other parts of the world ocean. Speaking of mysterious places in the ocean, it is impossible not to remember the greatest enigma of antiquity, whose name sounds like a spell, awakening in every researcher an insatiable thirst for discovery. Atlantis. This phantom continent, described by Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias over 2,300 years ago, continues to captivate us from the ocean depths with its mysteries and untold treasures of lost knowledge. The great philosopher spoke of a mighty civilization that had existed 9,000 years before his time. An island larger than Libya and Asia combined, located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, today's Strait of Gibraltar. But what is particularly intriguing about this ancient account? Plato describes Atlantis with remarkable detail. Concentric canals surrounding the capital, magnificent temples adorned with silver and gold, bridges over waterways, shipyards filled with triremes. The Atlanteans, according to him, possessed technologies far ahead of their time, created a perfect irrigation system, built architectural wonders, and ruled a vast empire stretching to Egypt and Tyrrhenia. But then, in one fateful day and one terrible night, as Plato writes, there were great earthquakes and floods, and in one day and night, the island of Atlantis disappeared, sinking into the sea. Could such a developed civilization have existed at the dawn of human history? And if so, where did it vanish, leaving no obvious traces? Modern scientists offer numerous theories about the possible location of the sunken continent. Some point to Santorini, an island in the Aegean Sea, where around 1600 BC a catastrophic volcanic eruption destroyed the Minoan civilization on Crete. The volcanic explosion, 500 times more powerful than the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima, caused tsunamis up to 100 meters high, which devastated the coasts of the Mediterranean. Was this event, distorted over centuries of oral retelling, the basis for the Platonic myth? Other researchers direct their gaze to the Atlantic Ocean. Underwater expeditions have discovered strange structures off the coast of Cuba, resembling flooded cities with a regular street layout. Deep-sea scanning has revealed mysterious geometric formations near the Azores, stone walls and stepped terraces too regular to be natural. What if we are looking in the wrong place? Some theorists point to Antarctica, suggesting that this icy continent once lay in warmer latitudes and was home to a developed civilization before a catastrophic shift in the Earth's crust moved it to the South Pole. The mysterious map of Piri Reis, created in the 16th century, shows the coastline of Antarctica without ice cover, 3 centuries before the continent's official discovery. Where did ancient cartographers get these details? What if this is the legacy of Atlantean knowledge passed down through the centuries? An even more daring hypothesis links Atlantis to the Nazca Plateau in Peru, where giant geoglyphs visible only from the air seem to indicate the existence of a civilization with air travel technology. Local legends speak of viracochas, white-skinned bearded men who came from the sea and brought knowledge of astronomy, architecture, and medicine. Were these mysterious teachers the surviving Atlanteans? Modern technologies allow us to peer deeper into the ocean's abyss. LiDAR scanning of the seabed and satellite gravimetry reveal new anomalies that require explanation. In 2000, an international expedition discovered strange structures at a depth of 700 meters off the coast of Cyprus, resembling man-made columns and walls. Ocean currents could not have created such regular forms. Who built these structures, and how did they end up underwater? Perhaps the answer to the riddle of Atlantis lies not in a specific geographical location, but in the collective memory of humanity about a golden age lost due to a natural catastrophe. Or did Plato indeed describe a real civilization, whose traces we have not yet been able to interpret correctly? As long as the ocean keeps its secrets, and each new discovery spawns dozens of new questions, the search continues. And perhaps one day, we will hear the voice of Atlantis calling us from the ocean depths to tell its true story. The ocean depths hold not only the secrets of vanished civilizations, but also mysterious zones where the familiar laws of nature seem to cease functioning, and ships and aircraft vanish without a trace into the abyss of water and time. If the Bermuda Triangle has become a kind of business card of unexplained maritime phenomena in the Western Hemisphere, then on the other side of the globe, along the eastern coasts of Asia, there lies an equally ominous anomaly, the Devil's Sea, or as the Japanese call it, the Dragon's Triangle. This enigmatic region, located in the Pacific Ocean to the southeast of Japan, between the islands of Honshu, Luzon, and the Bonin Islands, has been collecting its grim toll of ships and human lives for centuries. Ancient Japanese legends speak of a sea dragon dwelling in these waters and luring ships into its underwater realm. Fishermen and sailors have long avoided these accursed places, where water sometimes boils without apparent cause, and strange mists and lights appear on the surface, seemingly beckoning travelers to their doom. What makes the story of the Devil's Sea particularly intriguing is that in 1954, the Japanese government officially recognized this zone as hazardous to navigation after a research vessel, the Kaio Maru No. 5, with a crew of 31 people on board, disappeared while studying volcanic activity in the area. Ironically, the ship was sent precisely to unravel the mystery of the numerous disappearances in these waters, but it became part of the enigma itself. The search operation found no wreckage, no signs of a crash, or distress signals. It was as if the ship had dissolved into the oceanic depths. What could have happened to a modern research vessel equipped with advanced equipment and communication systems? How could 31 experienced sailors vanish without a single distress signal? Some scientists link the anomalies of the Dragon's Triangle to intense tectonic activity in this region. Here, several tectonic plates converge, creating a zone of heightened seismic and volcanic activity. Underwater eruptions can cause sudden releases of vast amounts of methane, which, rising to the surface, reduces the water's density so much that ships lose buoyancy and sink instantly. But can this explain the disappearances of aircraft? In 1952, an American military transport aircraft, the C-54, with a crew of 10 people, vanished in the sky over the Devil's Sea without sending a distress signal. The search operation, involving dozens of ships and aircraft, found no trace of the crash. Other researchers point to strange magnetic anomalies in this area. Compasses often show incorrect directions and electronic equipment malfunctions. Japanese fishermen report sudden, unexplained engine and navigation system failures, after which ships are swept into the heart of the sinister triangle. Local legends also speak of strange atmospheric phenomena, sudden mists appearing on clear days and mysterious glowing objects hovering above the sea. Fishermen describe cases where time seemed to slow down or speed up in these waters. Clocks showed incorrect times, and a journey that should have taken several hours was completed in minutes or, conversely, stretched out over a day. What if the Devil's Sea is a kind of portal to another dimension, a temporal gateway through which ships and aircraft are transported to parallel realities? This hypothesis may seem fantastic, but it is no more incredible than the fact of modern ships with crews vanishing without a trace. In 1958, the renowned Japanese writer and researcher of paranormal phenomena, Sogo Nakamura, published a book called Devil's Sea, in which he compiled dozens of eyewitness accounts and documentary evidence of strange events in this area. He proposed a daring theory that there might be a sunken city, or even a base of an extraterrestrial civilization on the bottom of the Devil's Sea, creating a powerful energy field that affects ships and aircraft. As fantastic as this may sound, underwater research has indeed discovered strange structures on the seafloor in this region, resembling artificial constructions, staircase terraces, rectangular platforms, and even structures resembling pyramids. Are these formations natural geological features or the remnants of an ancient civilization? And if they are man-made, who and when created them? The Devil's Sea continues to reap its harvest even today. According to some estimates, over 1,000 ships of various sizes have disappeared without a trace in the last 100 years. And although modern navigation and communication technologies have made maritime travel significantly safer, unexplained disappearances still occur. In 2000, a yacht with 4 experienced sailors on board vanished in clear weather and calm seas. The last radio message was routine. The captain reported a smooth passage of the route. An hour later, the communication was lost, and no one ever saw the yacht or its crew again. What secrets does the Dragon's Triangle hide in its mysterious depths? Why does this zone continue to attract misfortune despite all warnings and technological progress? Perhaps the answer lies at the intersection of geology, oceanography, and quantum physics. Or maybe we are dealing with a phenomenon that transcends contemporary science. As long as the Devil's Sea keeps its secrets, it remains one of the most ominous and unexplained mysteries of the world's oceans, reminding us that even in the era of space travel and artificial intelligence, our planet harbors mysteries that defy rational explanation. If the depths of the ocean keep their secrets, then the surface of the ocean is no less mysterious, teeming with enigmatic phenomena. Among these, the legend of the Flying Dutchman, a ghostly wanderer of the seas, holds a special place. This mystical tale, passed down through generations of sailors around the world, has become a symbol of maritime superstitions and unsolved oceanic mysteries. According to the most widespread version of the legend, in the 17th century, a Dutch captain named Hendrik van der Decken, commanding a merchant ship, was sailing from Amsterdam to the East Indies when his ship encountered a terrible storm off the Cape of Good Hope. Instead of showing prudence and waiting out the storm, the stubborn and harsh captain ordered the crew to continue, despite their pleas and fear. According to one version, in the midst of the storm, a mysterious passenger appeared on the deck, a figure some claimed to be the devil himself, who offered to help navigate the storm. In a fit of pride or despair, the captain struck a deal with dark forces, swearing to sail around the Cape until the end of time, even if it took eternity. According to another version, when the crew mutinied, demanding to turn back, the captain, in a rage, shouted, "I will pass this cape, even if I have to sail until the day of judgment." These blasphemous words were heard by higher powers, and at that moment, a terrible curse was placed on the ship, eternal wandering at sea, never reaching shore, with a crew of the dead on board. Since then, according to the legend, the ghostly ship with tattered sails and an unnatural glowing hull appears in various corners of the world's oceans, most often during storms and in poor visibility. It is especially frequently observed in the vicinity of the Cape of Good Hope, the place where the captain challenged the elements and the gods. What makes the story of the Flying Dutchman particularly intriguing is the numerous accounts of encounters with it, collected over centuries. One of the most famous and well-documented cases is the observation made by the crew of the British ship Bathurst in 1851. In the ship's log, it was recorded, "At 2 o'clock in the morning, the watch officer and several sailors observed a strange ship approaching at high speed, despite the calm and lack of wind. The vessel emitted a ghostly glow and passed so close that we could distinguish figures on the deck. They moved as if performing ordinary maritime tasks, but their movements were mechanical, inhuman. The captain, a tall man with a pale face and burning eyes, stood on the bridge, holding something resembling an old spyglass. When the ship passed by, we heard strange sounds, neither moans nor singing in an unknown language. After a few minutes, the ship dissolved into the fog, although the sky was clear. Notably, 3 days after this encounter, Bakhchisarai was caught in a fierce storm and nearly sank, losing 2 crew members. This confirms another ominous belief associated with the Flying Dutchman. Encounters with it always portend misfortune, often shipwrecks or the loss of crew members. Maritime tradition holds that if the ghostly ship tries to communicate with a passing vessel, one should under no circumstances respond or accept anything from its deck. Any contact with the cursed ship can spread the curse to the encountering vessel. Interestingly, in the 19th century, during the heyday of the sailing fleet, reports of encounters with the Flying Dutchman were so numerous and caused such fear among sailors that the British Admiralty even issued a special circular instructing commanders of naval ships to record such observations in ship logs with maximum detail. One of the most famous witnesses of the appearance of the ghostly ship was the future King George V, who, as a young naval officer on the Bacchante in 1881, along with 12 crew members, observed a strange red glow from a ship with ghostly sails off the coast of Australia. Notably, the lookout who first spotted the Flying Dutchman fell from the mast and died the next day. Another confirmation of the ghostly ship's ominous reputation. There are also modern accounts of encounters with the mysterious ship. In 1939, the crew of a German training ship, Pader, reported observing an old sailing ship moving against the wind and suddenly disappearing, as if dissolving into thin air. And in 2004, a group of tourists on a cruise liner off the coast of South Africa photographed a strange glow on the horizon that, upon magnification, resembled the outlines of an old sailing ship. Skeptics, of course, explain all these observations as optical illusions, mirages, or hallucinations caused by fatigue and seasickness. The phenomenon of Fata Morgana, a complex mirage where distant objects appear distorted, can indeed create the impression of flying ships, especially in unusual light refraction over the ocean's surface. But can this explain all encounters with the Flying Dutchman, especially those where it was seen by dozens of people simultaneously? According to another version of the legend, the curse of the Flying Dutchman can only be lifted when Captain Van der Decken finds a woman who voluntarily agrees to share his fate and remains faithful to him until the end. This romantic interpretation of the legend found expression in Richard Wagner's opera, The Flying Dutchman, where the captain receives the right to go ashore once every 7 years to find a woman who can redeem his sins with her love and loyalty. But will the cursed captain ever find peace? Or is his fate to eternally wander the boundless expanses of the ocean, appearing before terrified sailors as a harbinger of doom and a reminder that even in our technological age, the sea remains a realm of mysteries and dangers beyond human control? This enigma, like many other maritime mysteries, remains unsolved, continuing to stir the imagination and remind us that the boundary between reality and legend, between scientific knowledge and mystical experience, often becomes blurred, especially when it comes to the boundless expanses of the world's oceans. But not only in the depths of the ocean and on its surface are hidden unsolved mysteries. The land also harbors its secrets, and one of the most intriguing is located on a small island off the eastern coast of Canada. Oak Island, situated in Mahone Bay, Nova Scotia, has been captivating treasure seekers for over 2 centuries with its main enigma, the mysterious Money Pit, a deep shaft-like structure said to conceal untold riches protected by a complex system of traps and, perhaps, an ancient curse. The story of this enigma began in 1795, when a young man named Daniel McGuinness discovered a strange depression in the ground under an old oak tree with cut branches and marks on the trunk. Clear signs of past activity. Intrigued, McGuinness and 2 companions began digging and soon found that the pit went deep underground, with every 3 meters blocked by a layer of oak planks. This was just the first in a series of discoveries that turned Oak Island into one of the most famous archaeological mysteries in North America. As excavations continued, first by enthusiasts and then by well-funded expeditions, it became clear that the Money Pit was an incredibly complex engineering structure. At a depth of about 30 meters, researchers found a layer of charcoal, then a layer of pitch, then coconut fiber. Remarkable considering that coconut palms grow thousands of kilometers away from Nova Scotia. And below that, a mysterious stone slab with strange symbols carved into it, interpreted by some to mean 40 feet below lie 2 million pounds. But the most astonishing feature of the construction was a cunning flooding system. When a certain depth was reached, the shaft began to fill with seawater through a network of skillfully designed side tunnels connecting the Money Pit to the ocean. This system was so effective that despite over 200 years of attempts, no one has been able to reach the supposed treasure, although the island has attracted even such notable figures as the future US President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who in his youth was a member of one of the Oak Island treasure hunting companies. But what might be hidden in the mysterious shaft? There are countless theories. Some researchers believe it could contain the treasures of famous pirates like Blackbeard or Captain Kidd. Others claim it holds the jewels of the French crown, smuggled out of revolutionary France. There is a theory that the shaft hides the archives and treasures of the Templars, or perhaps even the Holy Grail or the Ark of the Covenant. More exotic hypotheses suggest hidden manuscripts by Shakespeare, supposedly proving that Francis Bacon was the true author of the plays, or evidence of extraterrestrial civilizations. What is particularly intriguing about this story is the incredible complexity of the Money Pit construction. Who and why would create such a sophisticated system to protect a treasure? By the most conservative estimates, constructing the shaft with its numerous traps and tunnels would have taken years of work and enormous resources. Is the treasure so valuable that it justifies such expenses? And most importantly, why has no one been able to solve this mystery in over 2 centuries of intensive searches? Perhaps it's not just the engineering obstacles, but also a malevolent curse that, according to local legends, guards the treasure. Over the years of digging on Oak Island, at least 6 people have died, from accidents, poisoning by toxic gases in the shaft, and other mysterious circumstances. Local legend says that 7 must die before the treasure is found. If this is true, the curse is almost fulfilled. But even if we disregard the mystical explanations, the fact remains. The Money Pit of Oak Island continues to keep its secret despite the use of the most modern technologies, including underwater robots, georadars, and complex drilling equipment. In 2014, strange metallic objects and fragments of parchment with illegible inscriptions were found on the island, further fueling interest in the mystery. There is even a theory that the Money Pit is a decoy and the real treasure is hidden elsewhere on the island. Whatever the case, Oak Island remains one of the most captivating unsolved mysteries of our world, reminding us that even in the era of high technology and comprehensive information, there are still mysteries that can withstand humanity's persistent efforts to unravel their secrets. And who knows? Perhaps the curse of Oak Island truly exists, guarding something so valuable or dangerous that it should not fall into human hands. Or maybe the greatest value of this enigma lies in the very mystery itself, in the thrilling sense of the unknown it gives us, reminding us of the times of great discoveries and unexplored territories in our increasingly predictable world. Let us for a moment leave the mysterious Oak Island and turn our gaze to the silent witnesses of the past, hidden beneath the thick layers of seawater. Sunken cities and ruins that hold the secrets of long-lost civilizations. Perhaps the most intriguing of such discoveries is the enigmatic underwater monument off the coast of the Japanese island of Yonaguni, a colossal stone structure discovered in 1987 by diver Kihachiro Aratake. This monumental structure, resembling a stepped pyramid with terraces, platforms, and even something akin to roads, evokes awe with its perfect right angles and smooth surfaces. Is this a creation of human hands? If so, who were these mysterious builders and when did they create this monument? According to geological data, this area could have been above sea level for no less than 10,000 years ago, casting us back to the time of the last ice age, long before the rise of the ancient civilizations we know. Some researchers, including Professor Masaki Kimura, after years of diving, claim to have found traces of stonework, steps, columns, and even carved bas-reliefs resembling human faces on the monument. Others insist that this is a whimsical play of nature, the result of natural erosion and tectonic processes. But if we accept the hypothesis of artificial origin, then an intriguing possibility arises. Are these ruins evidence of a highly advanced civilization that flourished at the end of the Ice Age and perished due to a catastrophic rise in sea level? Are these not the ruins of the legendary Atlantis, whose tales have spread across the world? And is the Yonaguni monument just the tip of the iceberg, one of many sunken cities of this legendary civilization? For similar enigmatic structures have been found in other parts of the world. Off the coast of the Indian city of Mahabalipuram, after the devastating tsunami of 2004, ruins of temples and other buildings were found, descending into the ocean depths. Local legends have long spoken of the 7 pagodas, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. And now, it seems, these legends have found material confirmation. And what of the underwater city of Pavlopetri, off the coast of Greece, estimated to be 5,000 years old? Here, just a few meters below the surface, archaeologists discovered an entire city with streets, buildings, and even a cemetery. Or the mysterious structures off the coast of Cuba, discovered using a hydrolocator at depths of over 700 meters. Giant pyramids and other geometrically precise structures that, if they are indeed of artificial origin, must have been underwater for at least 15,000 years. What is particularly intriguing about these underwater finds is their connection to the myths and legends of different peoples. Practically every ancient culture has tales of a great flood that destroyed a previous civilization. From the biblical story of Noah to the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, from Indian Puranas to the legends of Native Americans, everywhere we find echoes of a catastrophe linked to water. Could all these myths have a real historical basis? Perhaps at the end of the last ice age, when vast masses of ice were rapidly melting, raising the level of the world's oceans, there indeed existed a developed civilization, whose cities one by one were swallowed by the sea. Imagine the drama of this situation. People who had reached a high level of development helplessly watch as the sea inexorably engulfs their world. Perhaps it was this catastrophe that gave birth to the numerous legends of the flood, preserved in the collective memory of humanity. But if such a civilization existed, why do we not find other traces of its presence besides these enigmatic underwater structures? Where are their technologies, their writing, their art? Or are all these artifacts also lying at the bottom of the ocean, awaiting their time? Or perhaps we simply do not know how to recognize the traces of this ancient culture, so different from everything we know? Modern technologies of underwater archaeology are gradually lifting the veil of secrecy from these enigmatic ruins. The use of advanced methods of seabed mapping, underwater robots, and three-dimensional modeling allows researchers to study these objects with unprecedented detail. But each new discovery seems to raise more questions than answers. Perhaps the key to unraveling the mystery of the sunken cities lies not only in the depths of the sea, but also in the ancient texts that we have not yet learned to interpret correctly, or in the genetic memory of humanity, preserving echoes of that distant catastrophe. Whatever the case, these silent underwater witnesses of the past continue to attract researchers, reminding us of the fragility of human civilizations in the face of natural forces, and that the history of our species may be much longer and more complex than we are accustomed to think. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await us in the depths of the ocean, the last unexplored frontier of our planet. This is not the only mystery hidden in the boundless depths of the oceans. Let us turn our attention to the more sinister and mystical aspects of the sea, the legends of sea monsters that have terrified and fascinated humanity for centuries. The horror from the depths, as told in ancient tales, sends a shiver down the spine of anyone who has gazed into the abyssal waters. Have you ever wondered what could be hidden behind these stories? Legends of kraken, giant sea serpents, and other monsters are not just the product of sailors' imagination, but perhaps reflections of real creatures dwelling in the unexplored depths. Recall the ancient sea myths that mention the Kraken, a monster capable of swallowing an entire ship and dragging it to the bottom of the ocean. But what if these stories are based on real encounters with giant squids, which, as we know, can reach astronomical sizes? There are also more modern accounts of such encounters. For example, in 2006, an unusual discovery was made in the waters of New Zealand. A giant squid over 10 meters long caught on camera. How could sailors, unfamiliar with the biology of these creatures, interpret their observations? Perhaps it is from their accounts of encounters with these monsters that the legends of Kraken and other sea monsters were born. But how to explain the mentions of giant serpents that, according to legends, could inhabit the darkest and deepest corners of the ocean? Such creatures are found in many cultures, from Norse sagas to the myths of Native American tribes. Some researchers suggest that these tales may be linked to real observations of large creatures, such as giant eels or other deep-sea fish, about which we know so little. How could these observations have turned into myths about serpents capable of swimming through the water? This raises the question, perhaps we are only scratching the surface of what lies beneath the waves. And what about the stories of mysterious creatures that, according to sailors' beliefs, could predict storms or serve as omens of disaster? These stories, filled with mysticism and fear, again raise the question, what is really hidden in the ocean's abyss? Does it make sense to seek the truth among the myths if even the most modern technologies cannot fully explore the depths of the sea? Some scientists suggest that the ocean may be home to creatures that could be not only real, but also completely unique, with no terrestrial counterparts. For example, underwater research has revealed many new species that seem otherworldly. How can we be sure that among them are not those that became the basis for legends? Each new species discovered in the deep waters opens up a new abyss of questions. Perhaps this is just a hint that the ocean is full of mysteries that still need to be solved. But what are the limits of our understanding? Maybe the legends of sea monsters are not just images of the past, but reflections of our fear of the unknown? And even if we do not find evidence of the existence of these creatures, the question remains open. What else does the ocean hide? How many more wonders and horrors await us in its boundless depths? Can we ever unravel the secrets that have long been buried under the water's surface? Perhaps the true nature of sea legends lies in humanity's desire to understand what cannot be explained and in the search for answers to questions that may never be fully answered. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, represent yet another mystery shrouded in an enigmatic veil, like shadows gliding in the depths of the ocean. How often do we hear about these mysterious encounters, when witnesses, filled with bewilderment and confusion, recount strange glowing objects that move with incredible speed underwater, leaving behind only mysterious traces? For instance, in 2005, a group of researchers in the waters of the Pacific Ocean encountered something that, according to their accounts, resembled a massive disk, which quickly dove into the depths, leaving behind a trail of circular water ripples. How can such phenomena be explained? Are they the result of military experiments or something far more mysterious? Some theorists claim that USOs could be manifestations of extraterrestrial presence, possibly studying our planet while hiding from our view. But how is this possible if we still lack clear evidence of the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations? There are also numerous reports of military forces from various countries having recorded strange underwater maneuvers that defy explanation. Could these objects be the result of secret developments of which we are unaware? How could it be that technologies we considered impossible already exist, hidden from the public? And is it not suspicious that such observations often occur near military bases and test ranges? Could these USOs be pawns in a larger game of which we are not even aware? But these are not the only theories to consider. Some researchers suggest that these objects could be manifestations of unknown natural phenomena that remain beyond our understanding. What influence can ocean depths have on physical laws that we consider immutable? Consider examples where underwater volcanoes created unusual geometric shapes in water that could easily be mistaken for artificial structures. What are the limits of our understanding of nature if even the most experienced scientists encounter mysteries that defy explanation? These questions may not have definitive answers, but they remain an integral part of our quest to unravel the mysteries of the ocean depths. With each new report of USOs, we are faced with the thought that the ocean may not only be home to extraordinary creatures, but also a repository of many other secrets. How many more mysteries lie hidden beneath the water's surface, waiting to be revealed? Can we ever truly understand the nature of these phenomena? Or will we forever remain prisoners of our own conjectures and speculations? One thing is clear: unexplained submerged objects are just another layer in the multi-layered fabric of mysteries that surround our world. And in this ocean of unsolved enigmas, perhaps we are merely at the surface, ready for the next dive into the unknown depths, where each movement could be a key to understanding what awaits us in the future. Mysterious sounds from ocean depths, the voice of the abyss. While we strive to unravel the mysteries of unexplained underwater objects, another enigma of the ocean depths has captured the attention of researchers. The enigmatic sounds that, like calls from the abyss, penetrate our world. One of the most famous such sounds is the phenomenon known as bloop. In 2006, when scientists recorded this powerful sound, many were puzzled by its source. The sound, recorded at a depth of more than 3,000 kilometers, seemed to suggest that something or someone could be producing it in the heart of the ocean. How could it be that, with all our modern technology, we cannot explain the origin of such sounds? What is the nature of the bloop? Some researchers suggest that it might be the result of geological activity, such as the movement of tectonic plates or underwater volcanoes that suddenly awaken, creating deafening sounds. But what if it's not that simple? What if the bloop is a manifestation of something more mysterious and incomprehensible? There are theories that this sound could originate from large marine creatures that remain beyond our understanding. How many more unknown inhabitants could be hidden in the boundless depths of the ocean? Could these creatures have the ability to produce sounds that we cannot interpret with our current knowledge? Consider the examples of giant squids or mysterious creatures like the giant squid, which have amazed people with their size and behavior. But that's not all. Research has shown that the ocean is filled with other powerful sounds. From the cracking of ice in polar regions to strange, unexplained noises that are sometimes picked up by underwater microphones. Each of these sounds raises questions. What lies behind them, and what mysteries do they conceal? Some scientists consider the possibility that these sounds might be connected to unknown marine ecosystems that have not yet been discovered. But how can we draw conclusions when all these sounds remain unexplained? What is the true significance of these mysterious noises that permeate the ocean and may be evidence of the existence of worlds we don't even suspect? These questions lead us into endless debates about the nature of sound and its sources, and more importantly, about how much more is still unknown in the depths of our world. We are only beginning to realize that the ocean is not just a home for exotic creatures, but also a repository of ancient secrets waiting to be discovered. With each new discovery, we encounter the thought that the sounds of the ocean are not just noise, but a complex language that we have not yet learned to decipher. How many more mysteries lie hidden in these depths, waiting for the moment when someone can understand their message? Perhaps we are on the threshold of discovering something truly extraordinary, but for now, we remain prisoners of our own speculations and bewilderment. All that remains is this: the mysterious sounds of the ocean are another layer in the complex fabric of mysteries that surround our world, and we are only beginning to delve into its boundless depths, where each echo could be a key to understanding what lies ahead. Ghost islands, vanished lands. While mysterious ocean sounds continue to stir our imagination, let us turn our attention to other enigmatic aspects of seas and oceans. The ghost islands that once adorned old maps and now seem to have dissolved into the boundless blue. These mythical lands, mentioned in scholarly works and maritime atlases, raise many questions. How could they disappear? And what really happened to these mysterious territories? One of the most famous examples is the island of St. Brendan, a legendary land said to lie somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean and, according to legends, discovered by a monk in the 6th century. Despite numerous searches, modern researchers have yet to find it. Some suggest that St. Brendan was merely a cartographer's error, based on oral traditions depicting non-existent places. But how could this happen? How could entire islands, based on travelers' accounts, never be found? Perhaps some of them did exist but were victims of natural disasters. Volcanic activity, for instance, can submerge lands in minutes, and such cases have indeed occurred in history. There are many accounts of whole islands disappearing under waves, leaving only traces on maps and in sailors' memories. But this is not the only theory. Some researchers propose that ghost islands could be linked to sea level changes caused by global warming, which could also lead to the submersion of once thriving territories. But what if these lands were not just islands, but entire civilizations with extraordinary knowledge and technologies? How could it be that, with access to modern research tools, we still cannot explain their disappearance? Perhaps we simply do not know the whole truth about ancient peoples who might have established their societies in places now hidden beneath ocean waves. All these theories, from cartographic errors to vanished civilizations, only fuel our interest in the mysteries surrounding ghost islands. On old maps, one can see not only names, but also images that suggest these lands might have existed. Some are described as paradisiacal corners with blooming gardens and clear rivers. But what lies behind these visions? On the other hand, there are accounts from local residents who spoke of encounters with these islands, their culture, and how they vanished as suddenly as they appeared. Despite all efforts, the mystery of ghost islands remains unsolved. These vanished lands may hold the keys to understanding our past, and even today, we can only guess how many more such secrets the ocean hides. How many unknown islands may lie beneath the surface, waiting for their stories to be told again? Who were their inhabitants, and what did they leave behind? These questions continue to plague researchers and enthusiasts of mysteries, and perhaps one day we will unravel the riddles that stubbornly resist our understanding. But for now, the secrets of ghost islands remain in the shadows, reminding us that our world's history is full of unexplored and mysterious corners waiting to be revealed. The ocean is not just an endless blue expanse. It is a mysterious abyss filled with unknown mysteries and chilling enigmas that continue to stir our imagination. For centuries, it has been a witness to countless events, many of which remain hidden from human eyes. We have spoken of phantom islands that have vanished, leaving behind only whispers of legends, and of sea creatures that may be waiting for their moment to reappear. But what do we truly know about the depths of the ocean? What are its secrets hidden beneath layers of water that are many meters thick? We only scratch the surface of this abyss, and each new fact, each new discovery, only fuels our curiosity. Could there be underwater cities that have never seen the light, or mysterious artifacts holding the knowledge of forgotten civilizations? What were the true causes of the disappearance of ships and entire fleets swallowed by the ocean? As we uncover these chilling stories, we realize that the ocean is not only a source of life, but also a place filled with dangers and mysteries that elude us. Each time we delve into its depths, we risk encountering something completely inexplicable, something that could forever change our understanding of the world. We invite you to share your most chilling sea stories or theories in the comments. Perhaps your words will become part of the next chapter in this endless tale of ocean mysteries. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue exploring the world of mysteries, where each new episode opens a door to the unknown. But remember, this is just a small part of the ocean's secrets, and in its depths, countless unsolved mysteries continue to hide, waiting to be discovered, or perhaps never to be.